Chapter 1. Birth of a Samurai. Warm blood dripped from the little boy's cheek as he raced through the forest path, his heart pounding in sync with each swift stride. In his trembling hands, he clutched a sword, a symbol of his father's love and devotion. Outside the imposing entrance of the Daimyo Kyoto family home, fear mingled with anticipation, rendering the child momentarily motionless. The weight of what he had just witnessed bore heavily upon him. Now he stood before the most influential samurai clan in their region, the weight of their expectations pressing upon his small shoulders. With bated breath, he listened intently to the approaching footsteps, offering up the blood-stained sword as a humble tribute. His gaze remained fixed on his crimson-soaked garments, yet his thoughts were consumed by the singular desire to please the Kyoto family with his father's meticulously crafted masterpiece. As the door slid open before him, he sank to his knees, his very breath eluding him, as the magnitude of the moment enveloped him completely. "What is this?" an older woman exclaimed at the horrific sight that knelt before her. "Please forgive," the little boy mumbled, while raising the sword above his head for her to receive. "Where is the maker? Why is he not here to—" She cut her questioning off at the sound of screaming coming from within the house. She immediately took action. Grasping the sword between the boy's two little hands, she made sure not to get blood on her hands. Her eyes followed the boy as he swiftly ran away, knowing he had wanted to escape as soon as the sword was in her possession. But there was no time to dwell on his escape. Another scream pierced the air. With determination, the woman knew she had to act swiftly. She slid the door shut, shutting off the source of the screams behind her. Her grip on the sword tightened, ensuring that not a single drop of blood would stain the floor. "Hurry! He is coming!" a voice shouted from a nearby room. Thoughts of wiping the sword clean of blood vanished as she picked up her pace. Upon entering the room, she spotted her daughter panting heavily, reaching out. "Give it to me now," she demanded. Without any further thoughts of blood spreading from the sword to their home, the woman handed it to her daughter, Hura. Grasping the blade and bringing it close to her bosom, Hura felt a piercing pain and knew it was time to push once more. "He's coming!" she screamed, bearing down to push a new samurai into the world. Now that she had his sword, their two souls would become one as he entered the world. Holding the sword tight, Hura pushed once again where she squatted. Two servant women knelt, one on either side, ready to hold her up if needed. One woman, believing Hura was becoming unsteady, reached to grasp her. "Unhand me! Kyoto women do not require help from servants to birth samurai," Hura exclaimed, even while she struggled. She could feel her strength depleting but still had no intention of getting help delivering her son. She pushed and pushed with seemingly no progress as sweat ran down her face. Labor had started before bed and the day was nearing an end. Noticing her daughter's struggle and having lost a daughter in a similar birth years earlier, Hura's mother, Kawa, prepared herself for what she understood was most likely the end. "You two, open the windows and give her some air," Kawa ordered the two servants as her daughter once again pushed with no results. They quickly rose and made their way over to remove a 4-square paper panel from a wall on each side of the room. Placing them on holders nearby, both turned and returned to their mistress's side. Both women were aware of how dreadful the situation was becoming as they noticed the sun approaching the horizon. Flustered that even with windows open at each side there was still no air movement, Kawa looked toward her daughter's servants. "She doesn't need your help with strength to remain upright. Fan her," she ordered them, pointing to two folding fans nearby. They retrieved one fan each, unfurled them, and began pushing air with them. With every wave of their fans, they noticed their master becoming paler and paler. Suddenly, blood flowed rapidly from between Hura's legs, startling the servants and causing them to hesitate. "What are you doing? Don't stop! Faster! Kawa ordered. Looking at her daughter's pale complexion, Kawa understood it wouldn't be long before Hura and her child would succumb to fatigue and blood loss. Watching helplessly as a pool of blood grew beneath her daughter, she couldn't bear to watch. Kawa began to fill with grief as her now ghostly white daughter's grip began to loosen on the sword as she swayed unsteadily. Not wanting to witness another daughter die this way, Kawa turned slightly to stare out a window at the cherry trees that were about to blossom. The setting sun's rays flowed through the blossoms, overtaken by the beauty that lay just outside and the death accruing inside. A tear ran down Kawa's face as she watched the sun, and its rays turned a dark red she had never observed before. Suddenly, red streaks of rays sliced through the cherry trees, and she couldn't believe her eyes as they appeared to dance with beautiful blooms sparkling in red light. Grief can make you see strange things, Kawa thought. Closely watching the mesmerizing scene before her, a mix of sorrow and wonder overwhelmed her. The tears on her face were now joined by a sense of awe and a glimmer of hope. As the crimson rays danced with the sparkling blooms, Kawa couldn't help but contemplate the transient nature of life. She understood that her daughter's time was limited, but in this captivating display, she also saw a reminder of the inherent beauty that accompanies every fleeting moment. It was a bittersweet revelation, a poignant mix of joy and sorrow. Grief can indeed cloud one's perception, making the mind susceptible to illusions and unusual interpretations. But in this instance, Kawa's experience was not merely a figment of her imagination, it was a manifestation of the interconnectedness between human emotions and the natural world. It was as if the universe itself were whispering to her, assuring her that even in the darkest of times, there is always a glimmer of beauty to be found. In the midst of her own heartache, Kawa's tear-streaked face carried a newfound resilience. She vowed to cherish the time she had left with her daughter, to find solace in the smallest of moments, and to remember that beauty can arise even from the depths of sorrow. With renewed determination, she turned away from the window and walked back to her daughter's side, ready to face the challenges ahead with love and strength. "Makoto!" Startled, her attention turned back to her daughter, who was now holding the sword up above her head, shouting once more, "Makoto!" With the second calling, a cool spring breeze began entering the room as Mrs. Kyoto called out a third time, thrusting both arms in the air. "Makoto!" With her third calling, her mother felt a strange energy in the air as her eyes caught sight of something entering from an open window. "What is that?" she thought in disbelief, as a cherry blossom danced its way over, landing on the sword sticking in the unknown blood. There must have been a tree that blossomed early nearby. "Makoto!" her daughter once again called out. This time, Kawa noticed the energy all around intensify. Once again, something drew her attention far outside, where hundreds of cherry trees, with bright red rays of sunlight flowing through them, suddenly possessed beautiful light pink blooms. Though mesmerized by such a beautiful sight, she heard her daughter, who had not pushed in nearly an hour, once again grunting and pushing furiously. Only this time, something was happening. A head then, shoulders began to appear from her womb. Still holding the sword high above her head, Hura called out once more, "Makoto!" At that moment, light in the room began to dim, drawing Kawa's attention from her daughter back outside. There, she saw dancing cherry blossoms free from their branches, swirling in the wind like ocean waves flowing in their direction. Slowly, the blossoms entered through the window, filling the room with a sweet, wonderful scent as they combined on the floor around her daughter's legs like bedding. Her daughter once again called, "Makoto!" In that poignant moment, as the cherry blossoms swayed gracefully in the gentle breeze, Hura's trembling body released her blood-covered baby son. The fragile petals of the cherry trees, like nature's tender caress, created a soft and comforting bed for the newborn, cradling him in their delicate embrace. With immense love and a mother's unyielding devotion, Hura slowly lowered her son's sword from above her head, feeling the weight of its significance. In this act, she offered him not only protection, but another piece of his own soul, a piece that would carry the strength and resilience necessary to face the challenges that lay ahead. As the blade descended with a weighty finality, time seemed to slow down, capturing the essence of this profound moment. A single crimson drop of unknown blood, suspended in the air, delicately clung to a cherry blossom petal before gracefully falling, landing upon the baby's forehead. It was as if the very essence of life's mysteries had marked the child in that instant. Her heart filled with an overwhelming love and a deep understanding of the sacrifice she was making. She placed the sword beside her son with utmost gentleness. In this act, sword and child became forever intertwined, their fates entwined like the roots of a tree. Blossoms bloomed around them, as if nature itself acknowledged and celebrated this union. Each petal whispered secrets of resilience, honor, and the indomitable spirit that would forever guide the child on his journey to become a samurai. The ephemeral beauty of the cherry blossoms mirrored the fleeting nature of life, while the sword represented strength, protection, and the weight of responsibility. "Assist me!" Haru ordered her servants as she struggled to not collapse on her son. Though startled with what had just occurred and waving off the two servant women from her daughter, Kawa took Haru's hand and assisted her to a mat for rest. Stroking her daughter's hair, Kawa felt overwhelming happiness in not losing another daughter, but still didn't understand what had materialized before them. Once Haru was resting comfortably, Kawa turned her attention to her grandson, only to freeze at the sight of his hands grasping the sword's handle, and his umbilical cord severed from his body. Chapter 2. Workshop. "Ouch!" Kevin exclaimed after feeling the sharp edge of a blade slice his skin. Hesitantly, he pulled his hand back from the sharpener the knife was clamped into to inspect the degree of this cut. For Kevin, this was only one of many cuts suffered due to being a bladesmith. He knew wearing safety gear such as gloves would lower, if not eliminate, the number of cuts he received, but would also limit his sensitivity. The feel of stone sharpening steel was soothing, for it meant that another knife project was near completion. At the moment, this one would have to wait as he inspected damage done to his finger. Blood flowed from the perfectly straight red line. "Yeah, I would say this one is near razor sharp," Kevin said aloud. Calmly, he pinched the cut closed with his other hand and held it for a few seconds, which normally allowed the two sides to adhere to each other, creating a very short healing time. This cut, however, was slightly deeper. "Well, looks like time for superglue," Kevin thought, turning to open the drawer of his toolbox marked Boo Boo. The worn label had been placed there by his wife Mary, who was a registered nurse at their local hospital, gave him a chuckle each time he reached for it. This time, as he slid the Boo Boo drawer open to retrieve the superglue, he remembered his wife was not at work, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Closing the drawer, he made his way into the house holding his finger like a little wounded boy at the age of 36. After all, the walk from his workshop to the house was very short. "Mary, Mary," Kevin softly called for his wife. Looking around and not seeing her in the living room or kitchen, he knew just where she would be. Mary was a very goal-orientated person and wanted to achieve the highest education she could in nursing. Currently, she was working on her doctorate, so he knew just where to find her. Walking into her office, holding his wound together with soft pressure, Kevin stood just inside the doorway. "What did you do?" Mary asked sarcastically, having dealt with this scenario a number of times before. Yeah, you see, nothing. You weren't wearing the gloves I bought you, were you? Mary cut him off. No, Kevin said, while pretending to hang his head in shame. Get over here then, let's have a look, Mary ordered. Kevin loved the banter with his wife. They often had loud, playful fights about nothing, and some just screaming who loved the other more. Chuckles were often had at the thought of someone hearing them, for they would most likely believe they were fighting. This time, for Kevin, it was about attention-seeking and using this opportunity to have his wife take care of him. This is going to need stitches, Mary said, after a cursory inspection, ever so softly shaking his head, due to predicting just what she would say, due to having heard her say it on many other occasions. Kevin replied, It'll be okay. You know I am not doing that. Well, I am going to at least put steri strips on to hold it together. You're not going to be able to use it for a while as it heals. Otherwise, it will just break open, Mary informed him, while leading him to the bathroom like a child. Knowing just how things were going to play out didn't change how much Kevin enjoyed the experience. He also knew he would be back out in his shop, working with superglue, holding the cut together. Remaining still while Mary attended to his cut, Kevin marveled at how, after 12 years together, he loved her more each day. You know, it is late in the day, and I am at a great stopping point. You want to go get something to eat? Mary asked. Where at? Kevin replied with a little smirk. Chinese? Mary replied, knowing it was difficult for him to turn down. After eating until they both felt like stuffed pufferfish, it was off to get groceries and other items needed while they were in town. First stop was always for non-perishable items at their local hardware store to pick up supplies for home and workshop. Next was the clothing store, for Mary to shop for things she required. Finally, the grocery store. At each stop, Kevin exited the vehicle and walked to Mary's side, taking her hand firmly in his so they could walk together. They returned home as the day drew to an end. After putting away groceries, it was time for their nightly routine. Each night, they pulled out a treat, and tonight, like nearly every night after eating Chinese and going grocery shopping, it was tiramisu cake. Kevin began scrolling through the many apps on their TV for something to watch, having ended the series they had been watching the night before. For several minutes, he scrolled until something caught his eye, Flaming Katana. It was an old movie he enjoyed as a child, and now the sight of it excited him. Flaming Katana? He asked Mary. I'd rather watch a comedy, she replied. Moving on from the movie, he continued his search for something funny they both would enjoy, and after a few minutes, they were watching a show and eating cake. With each bite of his delicious cake, Kevin did his best to get into the show, but his thoughts kept returning to his childhood movie. Images of katanas appeared in his mind. Soon, he recalled the moment he wanted to be a bladesmith. As a boy sitting watching Flaming Katana for the 6th time, Kevin decided he wanted to learn karate like the characters in the movie. But where they lived, there weren't any classes in any nearby towns. Once it had ended, he had a thought: Aunt Robin. Within walking distance of his childhood home was the local library, where Robin was the librarian. Quickly, he grabbed his jacket and ran out the door and down the street. Minutes later, he burst through a large wooden door of the library, instantly spotting Robin seated behind her desk. Aunt Robin! Aunt Robin! You have any books on karate? Kevin asked loudly, heavily panting. Placing her finger to her lips, she stared at him while using her other hand to wave him over. Excited, he quickly approached while repeating himself, only this time at a much lower volume. Do you have books on karate? Let's look. You remember how to look up a book using the Dewey Decimal System? Robin asked, wanting this to be a teachable moment. Yeah, Kevin replied. He walked over to the filing drawers full of cards and mumbled just under his breath, "Why can't you just show me where they are?" A few minutes later, his search paid off. Not only did the library have books on how to do karate, but there were also magazines on ninja weapons. Racing through the library, just fast enough not to draw Robin's attention, Kevin gathered up 2 books on karate and 2 magazines. Placing them on the counter to check out, his happiness was lowered as his Aunt Robin spoke. "You know the rules. 1 book and 1 magazine. Those aren't my rules, they're your mother's." Even with the disappointment of only being able to check out 1 of each, Kevin ran home and began thumbing through the karate book. After an hour or so attempting to mimic the illustrations, he turned his attention to the ninja magazine. There, he found himself captivated by the beautiful weapons and the fact that they could be purchased. He ran to his mother, begging her to order him a sword, only to be disappointed that a mother didn't want her 11-year-old son to have a 3-foot razor blade. Undeterred by her response, Kevin began making swords out of tree limbs and scrapboards around their home to use, while following the illustrations of sword-fighting techniques he discovered at the library. After a few months of playing with wooden swords he had carved, the desire for a real sword grew. Constantly, he begged his father to make him a sword at his metal fabrication shop, only to also be denied. Then one night his father replied, "You know I can't make you a sword. Your mother would kill me with it. However, she didn't say anything about a knife." With a chuckle, they were off to his shop. From that day, the passion for creating blades burned in Kevin. Smiling from the memories, Kevin reached down, picked up the remote, and paused the show. He looked to Mary, saying with confidence, "I want to focus on Asian weapons." Looking at him slightly puzzled, she replied, "I'm going to need more." Flaming Katana got me thinking about when I was little and first started making knives and why. I know I have made a few katanas before and European swords, but I want to focus my work on a specific area. Do it. You know I enjoy all your work. If you want to narrow your specialty, then do it. Now hit play. You know I hate it when you stop a show a few minutes from the end. Kevin pressed play and attempted to watch the show himself, but after just a few minutes into the next episode, his mind only wanted to focus on katanas. Reaching over, he quietly picked up his phone and began searching for supplies for his upcoming builds. He ordered everything from silk to steel, then a page appeared that captivated his attention: antique katana guards and handles that no longer had a blade. As if a firestorm ignited in his mind, he began admiring the antique works of art page after page. The thrill of scrolling through them reminded him of the first time he had opened the Ninja magazine. Hours passed as he searched, and Mary enjoyed the show until the time had come for bed. Turning off the TV, Mary looked to him with a smile as he stared intently at his phone. "You ready for bed?" she asked. "I'll be in shortly. Just want to look at a few more things," Kevin said, giving her a kiss as she leaned in to do the same. His attention turned back to his screen, where he spotted an auction site with antique swords and mountings. Excited by his discovery, Kevin began to scroll and click one item after another. Several more hours passed, but each click brought him to a higher level of enthusiasm as he placed bids on several mountings. One item he had happened across kept sticking in his mind: an old, rusted katana blade with no mountings. Being a maker of such things, he normally had no desire to purchase one, especially one in such need of restoration. The bid was already at $525. "What are people thinking? The rust is so thick, you can't even tell what condition the steel is in." Once again, Kevin moved on with his search, scrolling through pages of items. "You coming to bed tonight?" Startled by his wife's voice, he looked at the time: 1:30 a.m. "Wow, guess time got away from me." Yeah, apparently you weren't paying attention to your finger either. You opened it back up. Come on, let's get it cleaned back up, Mary said in a very disapproving tone. Only now did Kevin notice blood on his phone screen and running down his hand. Shit. Guess I was more focused on this than I thought. Placing his phone on a nearby table, he did as his wife instructed and followed her into their bedroom's bathroom, where she instructed him to sit. Kevin loved the way she nursed him, and something about her always brought up a deep passion for her touch. Now, something about the way she looked at this time of night really excited him. As Mary tended to his cut, each time their skin met felt like little charges of electricity. He reached down to her bare calf, placing his free hand upon it softly. His hand softly moved up and down in longer passes until he was caressing her upper thigh. "What are you doing? Stop it. I need to make sure these are tight, so you don't open it up again," Mary demanded while slapping his hand away. "Fine." After another minute, Kevin looked to her working with great focus on his cut, taking care of him as she did with all her patients, but he was not any ordinary patient. Noticing she was about done, his hand once again found its way to her thigh, moving rhythmically and barely touching her skin. He felt his body coming to life as his hand traveled up higher, following each curve of her body. He stood, wrapping his other hand around Mary and gently sliding it between her nightgown and skin, pulling her close. As their bodies met, their lips began to wildly battle for control. Heat from her body caused his heart to pump faster and harder until all he could think about was laying her down. Swiftly, he slid her gown high above her head, trapping her arms inside while steadily walking her back against the wall. Holding her gown tight around Mary's wrist above her head, he began his exploration of her naked body with his lips while rubbing their now naked bodies softly together. Sounds of passion reverberated throughout. Just as neither could resist any longer, Mary slipped her hands from her restraints and began her own slow pursuit down his chest as his melody grew louder with approval. Kevin reached down to her face, gently caressing her cheek and guiding her to his lips as he escorted her to their bed. A few passionate hours later, with Mary fast asleep from their late-night explorations, Kevin's mind turned back to antique mountings. Reaching over to the nightstand for his phone, only to realize he had left it in the living room, he silently made his way out of bed. Stumbling around in the dark, with only dim moonlight coming through windows to light the way, he felt around on the couch for his phone. "Score!" he lightly shouted. Picking the phone up, it turned on instantly and lit up the room. He knew that not only was it late, but that he was exhausted from earlier events. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel the need to look at items on the screen. To his surprise, the only item that showed was the same old rusted katana. "Fine, some reason it keeps popping up." As he mumbled the words, he placed his bid of $560 and made his way back to bed. Chapter 3. Forbidden. "Return the bag back to the merchant's cart," ordered Makoto to the thief, while resting his left hand upon his sword. Makoto stood tall, using his eyes to convey his position of authority. This had been a very successful move when dealing with his master's subjects in the past. This time was no different. The thief dared not move or look at the samurai before him. He simply remained still with the stolen bag of rice. Many thieves knew the best time to work was early in the day. As merchants were focused on setting up their stands, so did Makoto. Before Makoto was able to finish, the thief lost his grip on the bag, allowing it to drop. Now shaking in fear, he looked to the bag laying on the ground, then to Makoto, and backed down quickly a few times until Makoto spoke once more. "Just go," Makoto said, waving the thief away. Makoto watched as the thief ran away with all his might. Pleased with how things had transpired, Makoto reached down and retrieved the bag of rice while walking over to the merchant from which it had been stolen. Not even sure if the old man had noticed what had transpired, Makoto tossed the bag of rice back where it had been removed. "Thank you, Makoto. Thieves seem to be out in greater numbers today," Yua said, while continuing to set up his stand. "Ah, so you had been paying attention, old man," Makoto responded. Turning around slowly, Yua stood as straight as his crumbling back would allow. He looked to Makoto and said, "Making it to old age is difficult. I have done so by appearing not to notice many things. Also, by overlooking some young boy's behavior when he would sneak out to fish and drink sake. There, I survived by not telling your mother, who would have seen fit to end my time here." Both men chuckled slightly at thoughts of their younger days. Makoto very much wanted to stay and chat with his old friend, but knew there would be others around the market that would need his assistance. Hours passed while he walked through the crowded marketplace without so much as one person touching him as he walked. Being one of Daimyo Oda Nobunaga's samurai meant that nobody dared even brush up against him, and very few would make eye contact. This was also true when it came to members of Daimyo Nobunaga's house, particularly his daughter, Yasu, whom Makoto spotted walking with her guards. A smile battled to make its way upon his face, but Makoto successfully fought it back as his feet guided him in her direction. Yasu was the only one in his life causing him to feel fear. At least, that was what he believed it to be, having never felt the emotion before. Yet with that knowledge, he was still drawn to her. Attempting not to be noticed was not easy when people parted like water in a stream around a stone wherever he walked. Even with the ease of movement, he felt their distance apart to be infinite, unlike when they were younger playing in Daimyo's gardens, where his formal training as a samurai was conducted. Thoughts of their younger years together always brought him joy, until one day when they were 12 and play ended, and she became a woman. Since then, the most contact they were able to have had been lingering stares that filled them both with joy. The closer he came to Yasu, the more his other senses began to throw up alarms after noticing slight irregularities in the crowd around him. No more than 50 yards away, Yasu, the object of his only desire, neared. Makoto came to a stop and stood scanning the area, up and down the marketplace, until his eyes fell on the thief from earlier. Standing just between two buildings, the thief spoke with 3 other men with face coverings while pointing in Yasu's direction. Quickly, Makoto understood what his senses had picked up. Someone was making a move on Daimyo Nobunaga's only daughter. Just then, he heard a loud death groan come from Yasu's direction, causing the crowd to panic and flee. Makoto's heart began to beat faster, not from fear of the fight to come, but readying itself for battle. He rushed toward the thief and the 3 masked men, ordering as they began moving in Yasu's direction. "Thief! Stop where you are!" Not only did the thief stop, but so did the 3 others. With people having ran away, Makoto could see Yasu and 1 guard. A great sense of urgency washed over him as he spotted Yasu retrieving her dead guard's sword, while masked assailants closed in. Before Makoto neared 3 masked men with swords drawn, attempting to circle him. Placing his hand on his sword's wooden sheath, Makoto squeezed, freeing it slightly, while placing his right hand firmly on the sword's handle, ready to draw. "I pull my sword free. I will kill you," Makoto warned them, but they continued their advance. "So be it," Makoto said softly. He let out a powerful kick to the rear, contacting a 4th attacker that had been hiding in wait. Noticing another closing in directly in front of him, he dropped to his left knee and swiftly drew his sword. It sliced effortlessly through the air and disemboweled his attacker, leaving 2 approaching from each side. With greater concern for Yasu than himself, Makoto looked in her direction. He quickly spotted her purple dress dancing as she moved, her back to her guards, as she held a bloody katana above her head and prepared for her next strike. Rolling forward, Makoto removed himself from between his two remaining attackers. He rose to his feet, using his katana to defend against incoming strikes. He kicked one of his attackers while piercing the throat of the other. To ensure fatality, Makoto twisted his katana, slicing through muscle and arteries and creating a red fountain of blood. From his peripheral vision, Makoto watched Yasu and her guard, who were still fighting even with a knife penetrating his side. Yasu struggled to keep two attackers at bay as another neared. Standing face to face with his last attacker, Makoto stood neutral with his katana in one hand just off his side, inviting an attack. Yet an attack didn't come. Instead, his foe turned to run away. Makoto slid his foot under a deceased man's sword, kicked it up, grabbed the handle, and then threw the blade into his fleeing foe's back. "Should have listened to my warning," Makoto stated. He turned to make his way down the street to Yasu, where he watched her last guard fall and two men grab her from behind. "Unhand me now! My father with skin all of you alive, then boil your remains. Let me go!" Yasu's demands fell upon deaf ears as they dragged her away. Knowing the area very well, Makoto turned and rushed between two buildings. With space between the buildings running at an angle to the direction Yasu's abductors took her, he emerged from around the last building just as they passed, surprising the first abductor as his katana ran through his chest. Makoto battled one after another, leaving segments of arms, legs, and a few heads strewn about until it was only he and Yasu standing. With her last attacker lying dead, Yasu ran to Makoto, encircling him with her arms in a tight embrace. "Thank you, Mako. Thank you," she said excitedly. This had been the first time since they were no longer allowed to have contact that Makoto had heard her voice or felt her touch. Knowing it was not allowed under any circumstances, he gently freed himself from her grip. Clearing his throat, he asked, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" To hide her displeasure at being rejected, Yasu replied, yes, I'm not harmed. Who were these creatures?" "We will find that out later. Right now, we must get you back. Word of this attack will spread quickly." Makoto led the way back to Daimyo Nobunaga's palace with his katana still out ready for an attack. During their mile-long walk, Yasu attempted many times to have a conversation with Makoto, but each time she asked a question he only presented short replies. She knew his obedience to his daimyo was strong, but hoped his desire for her would one day become greater. She also knew there wouldn't be a better chance to show him her true feelings than now. "Mako, why do you not come to the palace more often?" Yasu asked, knowing the answer. "It is forbidden without summons," Makoto responded. "You have become a great and well-respected samurai, Mako. Do you have any other desires?" Yasu asked, waiting for a reply that appeared not to be coming. "Mako?" "No," Makoto growled as he continued to watch for movement all around. Frustrated by his devotion to her father, Yasu decided to take extreme action to take full advantage of their situation. Spotting a rock slightly protruding from the dirt trail, she pretended to stumble and fall. "Ooh!" Yasu let out as she allowed herself to hit the ground with a thump. "Yasu!" Makoto called out with a strong, concerning voice. He quickly closed the distance between them while reaching out to help her. Lying on her side, Yasu lay still as he approached, waiting for him to get closer. "Yasu!" Makoto called out again, this time with greater concern as he bent over to pick her up. "Tag, you're it!" Yasu giggled, pulling him down on top of her. Looking into his eyes, she couldn't make out what he was feeling, but knew from parts of him pressed against her leg. He must feel the same about her. She thrusted her arms up around his waist, pulling him closer until their lips were just a breath apart. Slowly, their lips made contact for the first time, with heat and passion transferred between them. At that moment, attackers, rules, and the rest of the world no longer existed, as she felt his hand touch her cheek before running his fingers through her long, silky hair. Knowing his other hand still grasped his katana, Yasu slid her hand down his arm and wrapped her hand around his so that both were holding his katana. Suddenly, she felt years of their mutual desire release as a sharp burning pain ignited in her, signaling that they had become one. With every rhythmic motion, the pain subsided as pure ecstasy overwhelmed her. "What have we done?" Makoto said, after getting dressed and realizing the dishonor he had brought upon himself. "Nothing, Meiko. Only what we have desired. I have always loved you, and wanted no other. This is why we were separated when I was no longer a little girl." "You don't understand. I pledged my allegiance to Daimyo Nobunaga, your father. Now I have dishonored his family," Makoto explained. No. You honored me. You are mine, and I am yours. As long as you do not break that trust, your honor is safe," Yasu said softly in his ear, while embracing him one last time before they continued their way back to the palace. Comforted by her words, Makoto escorted Yasu to the palace, where a few dozen guards came running toward them. "Guess our alone time is over. I love you, Yasu. Always have," Makoto whispered, so that no others could hear. Tears began rolling down Yasu's cheeks, knowing they may never have a moment like they just had again. Before she could reply, they were surrounded by palace guards. "Yasu, are you okay? We just received word of your attack," Sana, commander of the palace guards, asked. "Yes, Sana. Everything is good. Thanks to the heroism of Makoto, I am unharmed," Yasu said, with pleasant thoughts of their return. "Follow us. We will take you to your father," Sana ordered, while directing his guards to circle Makoto and Yasu. As they walked, neither dared look toward the other. Only when they were presented to Nobunaga did the guards release them as they lined up against the walls around the room, standing side by side. Spotting Nobunaga, Makoto took 2 steps forward, while placing his katana across both palms. He then took a knee, holding his katana out and presenting it to his daimyo as a sign of respect. "Father!" Yasu exclaimed, walking hurriedly toward her father as he stood. Daimyo Nobunaga quickly hugged his daughter, then turned his attention to Makoto. "So, you are to thank for my daughter's safe return," Nobunaga stated as he walked down the steps to where Makoto knelt. After walking around Makoto once, Nobunaga stopped in front of him, saying, "Rise." He then returned to his throne, where Yasu still stood. As he stood, Makoto returned his sword to the safety of its sheath, all while keeping his eyes from looking anywhere but at the floor in front of him. "Have the perpetrators of this attack been dealt with?" Nobunaga asked, while keeping his gaze lowered to not look directly at Nobunaga or his daughter. Makoto stated, "All attackers, yes, I did witness one thief assisting them." With a puzzled look, Nobunaga asked, "Thief, how do you know this man to be a thief?" Without hesitation, Makoto responded, "Earlier in the day, I caught him stealing a bag of rice in the marketplace." "What was the punishment he received for this crime?" Nobunaga inquired with a hint of anger forming in his voice. "Daimyo Nobunaga, I made him return the item and ran him away," Makoto replied, knowing his actions would likely anger him even more. Face turning red with anger, Daimyo began shouting, "Ran him away! You ran him away? What kind of punishment is that? Maybe you should suffer his punishment. Give me your sword." Daimyo was the only man that could ask him for his sword, for which he would oblige. Slowly, Makoto drew it, as not to show aggression. With it clear of the sheath, he turned it with the handle facing Nobunaga to receive. Daimyo snatched the blade, then studied it from top to bottom before saying, "Too bad you are no longer going to be able to wield it. Stick out your hand." As ordered, Makoto extended his arm in front of him. Makoto could sense Daimyo raising the sword above his head in preparation for a swift strike. Holding his arm steady, Makoto knew what was to come. "Father, no! He just saved my life. Had it not been for him, I wouldn't have made it back. Show mercy, father!" Yasu screamed. Daimyo hesitated for a second, then brought Makoto's sword down swiftly, stopping just as it split a hair on the back of Makoto's wrist. Grumbling, Daimyo turned the sword with the handle facing Makoto. As Makoto graciously accepted it, Daimyo returned to his throne. Settling into his seat, Daimyo looked upon those around him still with rage. After a few moments of thought, he looked to Makoto. "Find and kill the thief. In fact, I am tired of this scourge upon my lands, and order anyone caught stealing to be punished with the loss of their head. This goes for all crimes. My land will be free of this pestilence, once and for all. Am I clear?" Makoto could feel his heart sink at being commanded to kill for what he felt was small crimes, but as a samurai, he must follow orders given to him by his daimyo without question, even if that order were to take his own life. Chapter 4. Arrival. Shaking her head while cooking them lunch, Mary laughed at Kevin pacing around their house, waiting for his package to arrive. "You know it's not going to be delivered until you do something else," Mary said, laughing as Kevin looked out their front window yet again. Kevin knew he was being a little obsessive, but ever since he had won the old rusted sword, anticipation of its arrival had grown by the minute. He hadn't felt this excited about a package since his first replica sword as a child. Turning his attention to his wife, he playfully snapped back with, "You just cook and let a man do man things." "Oh, really? Well, does the man have everything he needs for cooking dinner tonight? Or is the man going to do man things and forget to check first?" Mary snapped back. "Just hurry up with my lunch, woman." "I'll hurry up and smack you upside the head with this skillet. Now come and eat. It's ready." Mary loved to play their little word games and saw it as something that kept things playful. Doing as she ordered, Kevin sat down beside her and had lunch. Having lunch together was rare due to their schedules. Even though Kevin's shop was only a few 100 feet from their home, Mary was gone 3 days a week, working at the hospital, and spent many of the others studying. This was a pleasant time to catch up and make plans for the week that would constantly change. Once they finished, Kevin gathered up their plates to rinse and load into the washer. As he did so, he watched Mary walk off into the other room. "Where are you going?" Kevin asked. "You don't worry about what I am doing. You just keep doing man stuff," she replied, while walking away snickering. As he rinsed the last dish, Kevin spotted the delivery truck through the kitchen window as it turned into their driveway. He quickly placed the plate in the washer before running out to meet the driver. Kevin still couldn't believe he was getting so excited about an old sword that could have multiple cracks hiding under the rust. Nevertheless, it was here, and anticipation of restoring it grew. Stepping out of the truck, the driver held a long, narrow box. "Kevin?" he asked. "Yes," Kevin responded, before taking the package from the driver. With the package now in his hands, Kevin turned and hurried back inside. Having studied the package on his way, he could see it was sealed well and required a knife to cut. Without delay, he walked over and grabbed a dirty steak knife from the sink and began opening the box. Inside, he found newspaper packing with Japanese writing. He pulled it free to reveal the dark tang of his new rusted sword. Kevin yanked the sword from the rest of packaging, revealing a long, rusted piece of metal. To him, it was magnificent. He held it by the handle area and gave it a smack along its side. The force caused the sword to flex and vibrate in an attempt to discover any fatal cracks hiding within. Pleased that it didn't just snap into two pieces, Kevin then pinched it between two fingers and ran them back and forth, investigating the thickness of the rust. One area drew his attention that seemed to have engraving, but was raised slightly, not indented. He spit on the area, then used his thumb to rub it, only to feel an all-too-familiar sting. Pulling his thumb away from the blade, he saw blood. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, as he placed the blade on the countertop before turning in the direction his wife had gone. "Honey, I got another boo-boo. I need a Band-Aid," Kevin said, walking in her direction as he spotted her entering the living room. Inspecting his new wound, he quickly became concerned as to its depth, due to the amount of blood streaming down his thumb. "Wait, what? What is happening?" Kevin drunkenly asked. Everything in the room began to darken as if he were walking backwards into a cave. Even Mary seemed to be getting farther away as she ran toward him with a very concerned look. Then suddenly, Mary was gone, and only darkness remained. "What is happening?" Kevin thought, looking around. Kevin reached out for anything, though he was not sure if he really was reaching out into the dark, or only thinking he was. He placed his hands upon his body and could feel his own body. Where the hell am I? Unexpectedly, the area brightened. In front of Kevin stood his own shadow, surrounded by light. Slowly, he turned to investigate the source of the light. As he turned, the darkness vanished, and before him were three men. Two of the men swung large sledgehammers, as another sat on the floor with a smaller handheld hammer. They all struck at a glowing mass that exploded in sparks each time they hit it. Kevin watched the man with the smaller hammer strike a spot on the glowing mass, followed by the other two men striking the same spot with theirs. "I know what is happening here. This is the old Japanese swordsmithing technique. Where the hell am I? I must be dreaming," Kevin thought. Looking down at his injured thumb, Kevin noticed that the cut was still there, but blood no longer flowed from it. Though he was puzzled by the sight, it couldn't compare to everything around him. Spinning around to look behind him, he saw a wooden wall. "I have to be dreaming," he said, reaching out to the wall only to have his hand pass through it. "Yeah, definitely a dream. Wait, did I go to bed?" His mind raced with questions. Turning his attention back to the men, Kevin shrugged and asked aloud, "Am I dreaming?" Nothing, not even the slightest reaction from the three, just one blow after another upon the molting pile of metal. "Hey, I asked a question here. Am I dreaming?" Kevin asked again, only this time more frustrated. Again, nothing. Walking over, Kevin reached out to grab the nearest man's shoulder. Again his hand passed through. Looking at his hand as though maybe it wasn't really there, Kevin said, "Yeah, definitely a dream." At that moment, a little boy came through the door. Why a little boy? There wasn't a little boy in the documentary I saw last month, Kevin thought, now believing all this was a dream about what he had watched on TV. Yet everything seemed so real, even to the heat emanating from the metal and the forge. "Father! Father! There is a man here asking for you," the little boy said, loud enough to be heard over the striking of hammers. Noticing the slight nod of his father's head, the little boy turned and exited the door from which he had entered. Many minutes passed with the men hammering the hot ball of metal until it had grown too cool and needed to be placed back into the forge. Once the man finished covering the steel in glowing hot coal, he stood. "Watch closely," he instructed one of the other men before going outside. Kevin followed the swordsmith curiously. Just outside, two men stood waiting with their horses' reins in hand. Once they spotted the swordsmith, the closest man began speaking. "We are here by command of our daimyo. He requests you construct him a sword of the highest quality, for which you will be paid greatly." Observing the symbols and colors these two men wore, the swordsmith recognized they were not from his province. "I can only construct weapons for those under the rule of Daimyo Nobunaga. I am honored by your daimyo's request, but cannot provide fulfillment. Good journey," the swordsmith replied as he turned to go back to work. "Our daimyo does not accept no. He gets what he wants and pays well for services." The man stood holding his horse's reins in one hand while shaking a bag with gold coins in the other. Stopping to speak, but not turning back to face the man, the swordsmith responded, "I cannot provide fulfillment of this request." Without another word, he walked back into the building. "He gets what he wants. We will be back," the man shouted angrily while he and his companion mounted their horses. Watching the two men ride away, Kevin thought, well, this is better than the documentary. Hearing the hammers hitting once again with impressive power, Kevin hurried inside to watch. He marveled at the discipline each man displayed as they worked what started out as many red-hot pieces of steel into one single mass. Kevin watched for what he felt were days as the men hammered, cut, folded, heated, and hammered until they had a long piece of steel. There were even times he had walked with the man and his son to a nearby stream where they caught fish to have with rice later that night. "This is the most realistic and long dream I have ever had," Kevin thought, watching the swordsmith begin his morning ritual of starting the fire for the forge with one of his apprentices. Slowly, the swordsmith struck the tip of a long, slender piece of steel, smashing it between his hammer and anvil. "From iron comes fire," he said to his apprentice as his strikes grew faster. After a few minutes, the swordsmith shoved the iron rod into a nest of very dry wood shavings he had prepared earlier. Within seconds, smoke began rising from within. Just like every other morning, flames appeared after 2 puffs of air from the swordsmith. After their fire had reached the proper temperature, the steel was placed inside once again. Kevin watched for what seemed like several more days as the bladesmith hammered the steel into a long, straight blade shape, hammered bevels in along one edge, and used files to shape the steel to his specifications. To Kevin's amazement, the swordsmith took a handheld planning tool containing only a small, narrow metal rod in the middle, worked it down the length of the blade, and created a groove running from one end to the other on both sides. "Kevin, what happened to you? Wake up. Please come back to me." "Mary?" Kevin said as loud as he could, looking around but spotting nobody. Within that moment, the sword being made had gone from being shaped to covered in clay and submerged in water with steam bubbling up. How did I miss so much? Kevin thought, focusing hard on the swordsmith to not miss anything else. Each day that passed fascinated Kevin as he watched the smith work the sword back and forth on stones, shaping and polishing the steel until finally it was down to little flakes of stone that the smith placed between his fingers and the steel, occasionally sprinkling them with water. Once that had finished, leaving a near-mirror finish on the sword, Kevin watched as the smith chiseled his signature into the tang. Moments later, the smith's wife walked in with a beautiful white silk-wrapped handle and guard. With great care, the handle and guard were placed onto the sword and finished with a small bamboo pin running through the handle. Kevin couldn't believe the beauty of the sword he watched form before his eyes. I need dreams like this every night. With that thought, the smith's son came running in from outside. Father! Father! They're back! Calmly, the smith slid the sword into its wooden sheath and placed it on a nearby rack before standing. Looking to his son, the smith said, Go to your mother. Then he stepped outside. The instant the smith spotted the two on horseback, the same rider as before began to speak. Do you have our daimyo sword, as requested? Faced with the two armed men, the swordsmith replied, As I stated, this request cannot be filled. It is forbidden by Daimyo Nobunaga, ruler of this province. Good journey." The swordsmith knew that wouldn't be the end. As he calmly walked inside, he heard the two grumbling men as they dismounted their horses. Kevin could feel his heart racing as he followed the smith inside to where the newly completed sword sat. "They're coming in!" Kevin shouted, but still nobody could hear him. Seeing the first man enter the doorway, Kevin ran fast as he could, hoping to drive the man off his feet and back out the door. He had forgotten the only thing he seemed to be able to interact with is the ground as he passed through him, tumbling onto the ground outside. "Shit!" he screamed, standing up and rushing inside, only to find that time had once again skipped. Inside was dripping red. Blood had been splashed all around and ran from bodies on the floor. The two riders were dead, with one absent his head. On the far end of the room lay the swordsmith holding his dead wife and the sword, blood flowing steadily from his chest. "Son, come here, son," the bladesmith called out. Little blood bubbles passed through his lips with each word spoken. Kevin watched helplessly as the little boy entered the room from where he had been hiding, his face stricken with horror and tears. Reaching out with the blood-soaked sword, the smith ordered his son, "Take it to Tomo." As his son took the blade, the swordsmith fell lifeless upon his wife. With a stream of tears, the little boy ran from the room and down the path outside. Kevin watched on as the room became dark. Soon, he was once more engulfed in darkness. This time he felt something. In his hand was another squeezing his. "What's going on?" he thought. Kevin, can you hear me?" he heard Mary's sobbing voice. "Mary?" he asked as he struggled to open his eyes. Yes, wake up now," he heard her say. With unfocused vision, Kevin looked around, unsure what was happening. After a few blinks cleared his sight, he became even more puzzled. "Where am I?" he asked. He felt the weight of Mary pressing against him, squeezing him tight, then heard her calling out for a doctor. "Is this another dream?" he thought. "You scared me! Don't ever do that again!" Mary chastised him while attempting to dry her tears before the doctor came in. Now becoming more aware of where he was, Kevin asked, "Why am I in a hospital? How long have I been here?" Before Mary could reply, a doctor entered the room and began his examinations. After a few minutes, he placed an order for a 1,000 milliliters bolus of lactate ringers with the nurse that had been assigned to Kevin. After that was completed, the doctor directed his attention to Kevin and Mary. "It appears everything is good. Mary, I don't need to explain to you what happens now. Rest assured we will have you two out of here soon as the results come back clear." With that, he smiled and left the room. Still puzzled by what was happening, Kevin asked, "What the hell happened?" Mary explained how he was already swaying when she came into the living room and had fallen to the floor before she could reach him. After he wouldn't respond to her, she called for an ambulance. After he was seen by countless doctors, they couldn't find any reason why he was not responding. "Well, let's get out of here. I have an appointment with a client tomorrow," Kevin said. He tried to rise, only to feel extreme stiffness in his muscles. Tears ran from Mary's eyes as she spoke. That was 2 weeks ago. Chapter 5. Darkness Within. Many months passed without even a glimpse of Yasu. Since that day, one of the greatest pleasures Makoto had ever experienced brought great suffering. Following Daimyo Nobunaga's orders, he had executed more people than he could count, most for crimes that, before Daimyo's decree, he would have let go free. With each execution, Makoto sensed a darkness growing deep within his soul. Today he decided to slowly walk roads on the outskirts of town in the hopes of encountering the fewest people possible. This had become his way around Daimyo's orders. The fewer people he was around, the less crime there was to witness. A long day of walking empty roads helped push back the darkness within and bring enjoyment back to his life. From the moment he woke this morning, he knew it was going to be a special day, one filled with fishing and a little sake with his old friend Yua. Makoto enjoyed each step of his walk, watching little animals playing in fallen leaves and gathering nuts for the winter. Today nobody dies, he thought as a cool breeze came in from a nearby valley. Occasionally, people traveled on the road. Regardless of group size, they would all stand off on the roadside with their heads down, perfectly still. Makoto knew this was from fear of committing anything perceived as a crime. Even though this caused the darkness within to rise, Makoto only looked forward as he walked. To the people, his appearance had become known as the bringer of death. Today, though, he wasn't going to allow anything to disrupt his plans, and soon there would be sake to drink and fish to catch. Pleased with not having seen another person for a while, Makoto's mind began drifting back to the day he and Yasu made love on the path to her palace. Lost in the memory, he began to feel something that had only risen on the battlefield during a dispute with another daimyo over land. Still, he suppressed the feelings, concentrating only on thoughts of Yasu. Then 2 riders on horseback rushed past him. Instinctively, Makoto's hand went for his sword, readying it for battle at any moment. As his hand made contact, Makoto blinked and was no longer on the road. Instead, he was standing inside a workshop that looked oddly familiar to him. "What is this?" Makoto asked in shock. Makoto looked to a woman trembling in a corner of the room with a small boy hiding behind her. This time he directed his question to her. "What is this? Where am I?" Makoto asked. The woman and child seemed to ignore him and continued to stare at the entranceway. Demanding answers, Makoto took a few steps across the room and reached out to get the woman's attention, only to have his hand pass through her as if she were not there. Startled by the experience, he stepped back, staring at his hand. Before he could give it further thought, a man entered the room. "Hey, who are you?" Makoto asked. The man did not respond. Instead, he retrieved a sword from a stand, a sword that Makoto instantly recognized. How can this be? Makoto thought, reaching down to his sword to ensure it was still there. Unable to do anything more, Makoto watched this unknown man wielding his sword against one intruder, removing his head almost the moment he entered through the entrance. The next wasn't so easy. Many times this unknown man, brandishing Makoto's sword, nearly met his end. The fight went on for several minutes until the woman, who Makoto assumed was the man's wife, lunged at the intruder, receiving his blade through her heart. "No!" the man with Makoto's sword screamed, charging back at the man. For his rush, he received a blow across his chest. The man stumbled back against the wall, looking down just as his opponent's sword ran through his chest. Pulling his sword free, the intruder looked to the young boy and swung, striking him along the side of his head and removing the top portion of his ear. Knowing the strike was not fatal, he raised his sword to deliver another strike. As the strike came down, the little boy stumbled over his dead mother, landing in her blood. "Come here, you little brat! Time to join your parents," the intruder demanded. At that moment, the intruder felt a stinging feeling in his side. Looking down, he saw a few inches of sword blade protruding from just below the ribs. Then the blade moved, slicing through his guts from within and dumping them onto the floor, where he fell seconds later. In the blink of an eye, Makoto was back on the road with his hand on his sword, watching the 2 riders traveling down the road. What was that? He thought, shaking his head in disbelief. What he knew did happen was that 2 guards from another daimyo's land were trespassing, and he had no way of catching them. All he could do at this point was report it to Daimyo Nobunaga upon his return. So his journey continued while he attempted to figure out what had taken place minutes ago. A little further down the trail, Makoto watched for the trail leading from the road to Yua's home. Seeing it just up ahead, he found it curious that the tracks left by the trespassers also went left down the small path. Picking up his pace with all his senses heightened, it wasn't long until Yua's home came into sight. Quickly spotting 2 horses standing in front of his friend's home, Makoto stayed behind the trees so as to not be seen until the last moment. He cautiously stepped on dead leaves moistened by the morning air as he approached. "Where is it?" shouted a voice that Makoto did not recognize. "We told you this was the last time we were going to make this visit. Now, where is the sword you were to make for Daimyo Hideyoshi?" a different voice shouted. "They're here for a sword? Yua isn't a swordsmith. What's going on?" Makoto speculated. Stepping from just inside the woods, Makoto stood silently until one of the men realized he was there. "Who are you?" a startled guard asked, realizing he was a samurai. "Move along, samurai. This is of no concern to you," the other guard said, looking back over his shoulder while keeping a good grasp on Yua's clothing. "You are encroaching on land belonging to Daimyo Nobunaga, so this is my concern. It also appears you are attempting to accrue weapons, which is also a crime. Here, crime is punished with death," Makoto stated, drawing his sword. Releasing Yua, the guard also drew his sword. "For now, foolish samurai!" He charging Makoto with his sword held high, bringing it down to deliver a death blow as he neared. Missing his target and stopping just feet past Makoto, the guard turned and raised his sword high for another attack. The guard began feeling very weak, and a wetness consumed his right side. Upon inspection, he found a single cut bleeding like a waterfall just under his arm. "How did you—" The guard fell dead before he could finish his sentence. With one guard down, Makoto turned his attention to the other. Without hesitation, he closed in for a swift kill, but was surprised when his slash was deflected. Undeterred, he slashed again and again to no avail. After deflecting a few attacks, he saw his opening and thrusted his sword deep into the man's body, causing him to drop to the ground. "Yua, are you okay?" he asked, concerned for his old friend. "Yes, I will be good. Thank you," Yua said, while picking up his hat. Placing it back on his head, he looked to Makoto, who stood gawking at him. "Where did you get that? What happened to your ear?" Makoto asked, bewildered. Reaching up to his ear, Yua began to tell the story, one that Makoto knew the ending of all too well. "Your father made my sword, and killed the guards of the same daimyo as I did now. You are Sengo's son." "Yes to all, my friend. I delivered the last sword my father crafted to you, as you were being born, though it did not have the cherry blossom on it then." "Did you have it engraved?" Yua asked, admiring his father's last sword. Looking at his sword, Makoto ran his finger over the cherry blossom, while telling his friend the story of how it came to be. Once he finished, he could see tears forming in his friend's eyes. Makoto thought it best to leave, allowing Yua time to recover from this morning's events. Putting his sword away, then turning to the now riderless horses, Makoto jumped atop one while holding the reins of both. "Wish I could leave you one of these, but they now belong to Daimyo Nobunaga. I'll be back in a few days. Have your sake ready, my friend," Makoto said as he rode off, leaving the 2 dead guards lying in front of Yua's home. He couldn't leave the horses, but he allowed his friend whatever he wanted from the dead as disposal payment. Makoto rode fast and hard to inform Daimyo Nobunaga of the encroachment of another daimyo. Thoughts of all the information he had received in the last hour raced in circles through his mind, as if they were caught in a small tornado. One by one, he struggled to sort them out, but some things had no place to be filed away. Those events were such that he had to either accept it and move on, or declare himself insane. Believing himself to be of strong mind, he rode on for the palace. Nearing the palace excited memories of Yasu once more. Since her attempted kidnapping in the marketplace, she was no longer allowed on any excursions outside the palace. This meant he had no opportunity to see her until now. With thoughts of today's events and Yasu's kidnapping attempt together, Makoto wondered if the two could be connected. Makoto slowed down the horse as he neared the two guards blocking his way, armed with only spears. Above the two men at the gate hid multiple archers with long bows, each of which spent hours a day training and were very deadly at great range. As one of Nobunaga's samurai, though, this wasn't something Makoto had great concern of. Halting his horses, Makoto announced, "I request a meeting with Daimyo Nobunaga." Without moving or saying a word, the guards stood seemingly unaware they had been addressed. They weren't the ones requests were made to. Instead, the request had been directed to a guard just on the other side of a small square rice panel to their left. Minutes passed as Makoto's request was rushed to the daimyo, and his response returned to the gatekeepers. With the opening of the gates and its keepers standing aside, Makoto knew his request had been approved. Dismounting his horse, Makoto held their reins and guided them inside to present as spoils for the daimyo. Just inside, another guard approached. "Ryu," Makoto acknowledged his presence. "What issue do you have to bring our most powerful daimyo?" Ryu inquired. Even as children, Makoto understood Ryu would gain stature with shit on his nose. "I have eliminated 2 intruders from Daimyo Hideyoshi's lands. These are their horses, which now belong to Daimyo Nobunaga." Ryu studied the horses. Without another word, he slightly raised his hand, signaling Makoto to follow him. Handing the reins over to a small boy, Makoto followed close behind. Atop a few rows of steps, Makoto removed his shoes and placed them inside a woven basket before entering the building. After passing through many rooms that were for more security measures than anything, he entered his daimyo's throne room. Just as before, guards lined the walls. Yasu stood near her father, seemingly more beautiful than ever. Makoto dared not look directly at her for fear of being disciplined by Nobunaga, who treasured her for potential lands he could gain from her marriage to another daimyo. Stopping at the same spot he almost lost his hand during his last visit, Makoto went down on one knee while he waited for Ryu to relay his message. "So, Makoto, you honor me with the horses of my enemies. Very good. That slug Hideyoshi has always desired my lands and my beautiful daughter," Nobunaga said, reaching for his daughter's hand as he praised her. "Yes, daimyo. I only wish there would have been more of them, so I could bring you their horses as well," Makoto stated. "Stand, Makoto, and look to me," Nobunaga said. "Yes, my daimyo." Makoto stood and looked directly at Nobunaga, using all his willpower not to allow his eyes to veer in Yasu's direction. Fortunately, she stood close enough to her father that he could still see her full beauty. "Makoto, for what purpose were these men on my land?" "Daimyo, they were here seeking a swordsmith. I also find this to be quite possibly linked to your daughter's attempted kidnapping," Makoto added his earlier thoughts. "You don't think I could make such a connection, Makoto? You think me foolish?" Nobunaga shouted as he stood. Makoto dropped his head. No, my daimyo. I simply was stating I understood the connection you undoubtedly had already made yourself. Yes, no longer presume to know what I may be thinking. Now, take your leave," Nobunaga ordered. "Wait," Yasu ordered Makoto, before leaning over to speak silently with her father. "Father, Makoto has proved his devotion to you and paid tribute. He should be rewarded," Yasu whispered. "I am not parting with any of my wealth. He serves me. I don't have to reward him," Nobunaga informed his daughter. "Then, father, allow me to reward him with a kiss upon his cheek." With a flick of his wrist in Makoto's direction showing his approval, Yasu walked over, placed her hands on Makoto's shoulders, and leaned forward to apply her lips to his cheek. Instead of a kiss, she passed him a message. "I'm pregnant." Makoto's heart stopped beating. As he wondered if it would start back up again, it did much faster than ever before in his life. This wasn't news he had ever expected to receive, especially somewhere his feelings could result in his head being removed. Makoto stood like a boulder on flat ground as Yasu returned to her father's side. "Makoto, report back with any further intrusions upon my land. You are dismissed," Daimyo Nobunaga said. Makoto bowed and exited the palace before emotions of what he had just learned overwhelmed his mind. He had been trained to kill a man 100 different ways, but that didn't do anything to protect him from himself. Chapter 6. Restoration. Kevin rolled over and reached out in the dark for his phone. Feeling wide awake, his mind was on only two things: the katana and coffee. All night he struggled to sleep, but since being cleared by the doctors and his wife, Kevin thought of nothing else. Today he would finally start his katana restoration. Well, that is the next stage, having snuck out of the house before Mary was out of bed the day before to get it soaking in white rust remover. Touching the phone screen and noticing the time was 4:35 a.m., Kevin burst out of their covers in a leap of excitement. Stumbling in the dark to throw on his clothes, he thought, "Slow down." Walking from their home to his shop, Kevin began having thoughts of how the katana might look after its bath. Entering his shop, the first thing he wanted to do was head straight over and pull it from the tank. Instead, he started a pot of coffee, as he did each morning. With coffee brewing, Kevin picked up a towel and made his way over to the tank, where the sword was soaking. Slowly, he pulled it from the liquid. With every inch that exposed itself, Kevin felt like the excited child who had gotten his first bike. Remembering how sharp the sword was, Kevin cautiously carried it to the sink and began to rinse it off. Observing the brown slug washing free from the steel, Kevin began his search for cracks that may have lay hidden beneath the rust. Pleased with not spotting any obvious cracks in the steel, he started wiping it dry. Not believing he could get more excited, his fingers ran over the rusty bump he had noticed when first unboxing it. "Is that a flower?" he thought, rubbing more rust free. Eager to find out, Kevin began thinking about what his next step should be. Knowing he could shine it up fast with the use of his sanding machines, he also understood there was a much greater chance of taking off too much and damaging the blade. The other option was hand sanding, which was much like how the blade was formed the first time. Though it could take days, he chose the safer method of hand sanding. As Kevin tightened the knobs of his knife vise, it clamped down on the tang while the blade was supported by a long shelf. He admired its curve with it laid before him. Imagining the beauty that lay beneath the remaining rust, he wrapped sandpaper around a flat piece of steel and sprayed the sword with soapy water. The instant the sandpaper touched the steel, Kevin was lost in his work, focusing on each stroke to ensure the crisp line didn't get rounded over. After a few hours, the sword began to shine, and the surface became much like a mirror. With most of one side rust-free, Kevin began working on the flower engraving with smaller tools and segments of sandpaper. "Hey, I've calling you, but your phone just keeps ringing. You coming to bed?" Mary asked. Startled by her voice, Kevin stopped sanding. "What?" he asked. "I asked, are you coming to bed? God, we should have had your hearing checked while at the hospital." Picking up his phone, Kevin couldn't believe it was 9 p.m. "That can't be right," Kevin softly said in disbelief. Mary walked over, placing her hand on his shoulder. "What can't be right? Are you feeling okay?" Yes, it's just..." "Oh, never mind. I'm ready. I'll be in after locking up," Kevin said, not wanting her to worry that he couldn't remember the last 12 hours. Since most of his time that day was sanding the sword, there wasn't much to do to close his shop for the night, and he was in bed shortly after Mary. Giving her a kiss goodnight, Kevin rolled over and began thinking about what might have happened. However, the only thoughts he had were of the sword. Waking up a few hours later to Mary's surprise, Kevin was not in bed. After a short search, she noticed his shop light on and walked out to investigate. "So, you don't even put clothes on anymore when you go to work?" Mary asked, having found her husband out in his shop, sanding a sword in his underwear. After a few seconds with no response, she asked once again, slightly louder than before, "You don't wear clothes to work anymore?" Very confused, Kevin stopped sanding and looked at his hands and then the blade, which was dripping in a red liquid. As if his brain couldn't comprehend what was taking place, he slowly spun his chair around to face Mary. With an audible gasp, Mary took the sanding tools from Kevin's hands. "Come with me," Mary demanded, taking him by his wrist over to the sink. "What are you doing?" Kevin asked, as the hand Mary had removed the sanding tool from kept moving back and forth, as if it were still sanding. "Wake up! What is wrong with you?" Mary said, becoming more concerned as she pulled his hands under the running water. With water rinsing the blood away, she discovered where it had come from. The cut that had mostly healed was once again bleeding, as if it had just happened for the first time. "I already said I was ready for bed. What are you doing?" Kevin began looking around in disbelief. "We just went to bed. Why is the sun up?" he thought as he looked around. "You are getting dressed, and we are going back to the doctor's office," Mary demanded, drying his hands, then wrapping the cut hand with the towel to slow the bleeding as they walked inside their house. Kevin sat at the kitchen counter, where she had placed him to retrieve steri strips from the bathroom. While waiting, he struggled to recall the great deal of lost time and how he hadn't noticed opening the wound again. Looking down to his blood-covered legs gave him a slight scare. "Oh shit, did I sand off the flour?" he said, standing up to go back out and check. Just as he reached the front door, he heard her voice. "Where the hell do you think you are going?" Stopping in his tracks, Kevin turned and walked back to the chair where she had left him. He knew this was not a fight he would win, so he sat down and held out the towel-wrapped hand. "Yeah, that's what I thought," Mary said, before giving him a kiss on the forehead. She laid out everything she would need to work on the cut before starting. Slowly, she unwrapped the towel, cautious not to cause any more trauma. With the wound fully exposed, she placed the towel on the counter with his hand just above it. As she picked up the alcohol, she smiled slightly and said, "This is going to burn a little." She then began to clean the area. Alcohol washed away the blood, revealing nothing but a light pink line. A perplexed expression crossed Mary's face. "What's wrong?" Kevin asked. "What's wrong? This was open not 5 minutes ago. This can't be." Looking at the clean pink line, Kevin couldn't explain what she might have seen earlier, but it was now just as he had last seen it. Eager to investigate the damage that he could have done to the sword by his supposed sleep sanding, he responded, "Maybe you just saw it wrong." Mary snapped, "Saw it wrong? I didn't see it wrong. I was looking down inside of it. If I saw it wrong, then answer me this. Where did all the blood come from?" Looking down at all the blood on his bare legs, she knew she had to be right. With no explanation, Kevin's only thought was getting back to work on the sword. While standing up and making his way toward the front to return to work, he commented, "Well, I guess we may never know. Might not be a cut there, but one thing I know is you need clothes on." Shit. Kevin quickly made his way to their bedroom, putting on his work clothes. Now properly dressed for work and walking back to his shop, he thought about Mary's question. Where did the blood come from? In his shop, a trail of blood lay on the floor, heading to the room where he had been working. As he entered the room, his eyes went straight to the sword and where the flower was engraved to assess the damage. Removing the sword from the vise, he tried wiping the blood off, then decided to take it to the sink. Once satisfied all the blood was removed, he began his inspection. Amazed by the beautiful condition the sword was now in, Kevin started with the engraved flower, quickly becoming captivated by its luster. Then he noticed the writing on the tang where there had only been rust. Excited by his findings, he rushed back to the house to show his wife. Kevin walked through the house straight to her office. Spotting Mary behind her desk, he walked closer to show her his discovery. Before he could say a word, Mary asked, "Not again? How bad is it this time?" "No, I'm fine. Check this out, careful." Kevin slowly handed Mary the sword. Though she didn't make them or have anything to do with his process, Mary still loved his work. This one had surprised her more than others due to how badly rusted it was when it arrived. She stared in shock at the luster and gorgeous curve of the steel, unable to believe how perfect it looked. "Is this the same one?" she asked. Kevin smiled at her approval and pointed to the flower. "Check that out! Also, look at the writing on the tang." Rubbing her finger over the flower engraving, Mary couldn't believe how slick it was. Sliding her fingers up to the tang, she ran her fingers over the old signature. "What do you think it says?" "Sengo Ishioka, 3rd day of Rishon," Kevin confidently replied. Puzzled, Mary asked, "Did you look it up or something?" "No, I just read it." Just then, Kevin heard the words coming from his lips, and how crazy it sounded. He had never been able to speak Japanese, especially that from hundreds of years ago. Handing the sword back to him, Mary began typing on her computer. A minute later, she turned the screen towards him and asked, "What does that say?" It was that day's newspaper, written in Japanese. Looking to the screen, Kevin began to read it, to both of their amazement. Japan is not a small country. Although Japan is sometimes compared in size to a state such as California, it is probably better to think of it in national terms. "That is remarkable," Mary said. "What the hell?" is that Kevin could say. Mary beamed. "I've heard of people coming out of comas speaking other languages or playing instruments they never had before, but I didn't think I would ever experience it. This is remarkable." "Yeah, remarkable. How the hell did this happen?" Kevin remarked, confused and worried about what was happening to him. Chapter 7. Growing Darkness Within. "No, no! Why are you doing this?" a man begged, looking up at Makoto with his blade in position for a death strike. "I do not want to do this, but it is the decree of daimyo that all crimes be punishable by death. Failure to pay daimyo's tax is a crime." With a swoosh, Makoto's sword cut through air and its victim's neck, with one just as smoothly as the other. Before the severed head finished bouncing on the ground, Makoto flicked any residual blood from the blade before returning it to the confines of its sheath. With each needless execution, he felt a little bit of himself die within, but as a samurai, he was devoted to serving Daimyo Nobunaga without question. After months of killing citizens for every crime, Makoto felt the population had received a message of extreme punishment. The space between him and others as he walked along the busy market street had grown from a foot to 5 or more. Touching him had become a crime nobody took a chance on. This was the burden of servitude, and it caused him to doubt his existence at times. Those thoughts were instantly disposed of each time, as if removed by his sword. Abruptly, Makoto's attention was drawn to screaming. Swiftly, he ran with one hand on his weapons, ready to take action at any sign of a threat. "Help!" The call was something that he seldom heard anymore, mostly due to fear that it would lead to someone losing their head. Knowing this as he neared the screaming, he felt the need to draw his sword, but resisted so as not to conjure fear among the citizens requesting his assistance. Hell! People parted in front of him, revealing blood and bodies on the street ahead. Oh, this is certainly the time for those around to fear me, Makoto thought, freeing his sword as he slowed to a walk. With the area clear of the last remaining citizen, he could see the reason they called out for help. Before him stood two men at the center of all the carnage, with blood dripping from their swords. Makoto could see they were Hideyoshi's soldiers. "What is the meaning of this?" Makoto demanded. Smugly, the two looked at Makoto with swords held at the ready. "We are here to deliver message," one said. "2 of our soldiers were killed here. We killed 10 of your peasants." Makoto had already counted the dead and was coming up short. "Looks like you are not going to reach your quota. Now you die." Before Makoto closed the distance, the same man said, "Oh, we started by finishing the reason our brothers had come here to begin with. You kill us, then that will cost you 10 more. "Yua," Makoto said, stopping in his tracks at the thought of his lifetime friend being dead. All he wanted to do was leave to find out if they were telling the truth, but first he had to extract justice for their crimes. Looking directly into the eyes of the guard who had been doing the speaking, Makoto replied, "Here, all crimes are punished with death, regardless of the severity. I only wish I could kill you twice." Makoto closed the distance with the enemy standing before him. He brought his sword down toward the man's head, the sword burying deep within his skull. Holding the sword steady, allowed it to pull free as the man slowly fell to his knees, dead. Looking to the other Hideyoshi guard, standing there in disbelief, Makoto said, "I notice your sword has not been drawn. Am I to assume you did not take part in this slaughter?" "Yes, you are correct," the guard said, with a slight tremble in his voice. "Very well, you can go. Take your friend with you. I don't need him stinking up the street." Eager to comply with the samurai's orders, the remaining guard ran over to his fallen partner. Several times he attempted to pick up his dead body but didn't have enough strength. Determined to do what was requested of him, he took a few deep breaths and squatted once again, feeling his side slightly brush up against the samurai's leg. But this time he was successful. His legs trembling, the guard turned to Makoto with his dead companion across his shoulders. "We will be on our way." A burning sensation in his chest made it difficult to finish speaking. Looking down, he could see where the sword had penetrated his chest, going directly into his heart. "Why?" he managed to ask before feeling the cold steel twist and pull free from his chest. "I told you that every crime is punishable by death. It is a crime to touch a samurai," Makoto said, while wiping his blade off on the dead guard just before he fell to the ground. Makoto quickly located the horses that the guards had traveled on and swung atop, riding off toward Yua's home. Concern for his friend grew with every passing minute. The life of a samurai was one with few human connections, and Makoto had fewer than most. The thumping of the horses' hooves on hard-packed soil echoed through empty woods as Yua's home came into view. Sensing death ahead, his horse slowed just as Makoto spotted 2 objects in front of Yua's home, Yua's head and body. Grief for his deceased friend filled Makoto. After laying Yua to rest with his family, Makoto rode quickly to Nobunaga's palace. This time, rather than pretend to speak with the guards as someone listened behind the small white panel above them, he spoke directly to it. Ryu, are you there? Open these gates. I need to report to Daimyo Nobunaga now. We have been attacked by Daimyo Hideyoshi." Minutes later, the gates behind the 2 guards opened to reveal Ryu standing with others behind him. Ryu never went anywhere without a guard for protection, not even to relieve himself. With news of an attack, it appeared he had quickly added 2 more to his security before opening the gates. "What is this attack you speak of?" Ryu asked. I will speak to the daimyo now. You know enough, Makoto said, in a tone that even Ryu dared not challenge. Soon, Makoto walked into the throne room, where Daimyo Nobunaga and his daughter awaited. As each time before, Makoto didn't look directly at either of them, walked forward and knelt in the same spot as before, where he waited for his daimyo to give him permission to speak. Waiting long enough to ensure his power over Makoto, Nobunaga asked, "What is this news you bring us?" Makoto proceeded to tell the daimyo what he had done and what information he had. When he finished, a battle raged in his mind over control of his eyes. His mind focused on what was expected of him, while his heart yearned to gaze upon the beauty radiating from the woman carrying his child. "Ryu!" Nobunaga called. Almost before Nobunaga had finished calling his name, Ryu appeared alongside Makoto. "Yes, my daimyo." "Call on 3,000 men. We will deal with this threat once and for all. Nobody threatens my rule." Over the next few months, battles took place. Armies grew from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Makoto led many raids and killed hundreds in battle while suffering relatively few injuries. Now was the low between battles Makoto hated the most. Before him on their knees were 50 prisoners captured after the battle had ended the day before. They had to be dealt with, and in only one way. As Makoto walked alongside the long row of men with their left side facing him, he said, "You are prisoners of the great daimyo Nobunaga. You have attacked his lands and people. For that, you are to be punished. Here, the only punishment for all crimes is death." Once Makoto reached the back of the long row of men positioned on their knees, he drew his sword. The prisoner beside him shivered in fear. Admiring the flash of morning sunlight as it reflected from his blade, he speculated just how many lives had perished by their two spirits becoming one. He calmly lowered the razor-sharp edge to the side of the prisoner's neck and began walking. One by one, his sword made contact, slicing through flesh and creating a cascade of spraying blood. Fresh fallen snow turned red behind him. Once his sword touched the throat of the 50th prisoner, Makoto stopped as the edge set just beneath his skin. "What is your name? Never mind, I do not care. Get to your feet." Quickly, the prisoner stood. Holding his sword with one hand and placing the other on the man's shoulder, Makoto guided him as he turned around, slowly revealing the other 49 slumped over, with their blood glowing bright upon the snow as sunlight beamed down. "My friend, it is your lucky day." Makoto paused, feeling the prisoner trembling fiercely under his firm grip. After a few seconds of allowing the prisoner to take in the sight, he began speaking once again. "I am not sure if others are aware what becomes of those who break the law here, so I want you to provide them with the knowledge they need. Can you do this for me?" "Yes, yes." "Great, then be gone." "Oh wait, I almost forgot. You aren't going to join forces against us again, are you?" Makoto asked as one of his men pulled a glowing hot flat piece of metal from the fire nearby. "No," the prisoner quickly replied. "Good, but there has to be a tribute to the daimyo." One guard wrapped his arms around the prisoner's waist, and another pulled both hands out in front of him. Just as quickly, Makoto swung his sword, leaving his guard holding 2 severed hands. Another stepped over, taking each of the prisoner's stubs and placing the hot flat metal against them until the flesh sizzled and smoked. As he screamed in agony, the handless man's knees began to buckle, but the guard with his arms around his waist propped him up. "It's over. Now I know you will not be back. Go warn your friends before I change my mind." Makoto gestured to the guard to release the remaining prisoner, who slowly stumbled off. As one guard tossed the pair of severed hands into the fire, Makoto heard another warrior ask, "I thought the punishment was death for all crimes? You think he is going to live? Makoto stated as he sheathed his sword and walked away thinking, there is another 50 added to the count. Days passed as they fought one battle after another, with the same scene playing out after each. Each time, Makoto could feel the darkness within grow as he fought to hold it back. He didn't know how, but he wanted to share his life with Yasu and their unborn child. Then the day came, as he stood looking down the line of prisoners, giving the same speech about crime and punishment. It happened. The darkness he had fought to restrain took hold as men sentenced to death began chanting, "Shinigami, Shinigami, Shinigami." Chills visibly ran through all his men standing guard as they looked to each other, then began kicking the prisoners to shut them up, no matter the force they inflicted upon them to get them to stop chanting Shinigami. It continued. Grinning as he began his death march down the line, a form of glee grew with the stroke of each neck to his sword. When his sword touched the neck of the last man in line, Makoto stopped as he had many times before, but this time he stood listening to the soul man chanting Shinigami. In front of Makoto, his guard reached down to pull the glowing hot metal from the flames. At that moment, Makoto whisked his sword forward, almost severing the last man's head from his body. The guard that had been standing ready to secure the prisoner around the waist asked, confused, "That was the last one. We're not sending a message anymore?" Makoto turned slightly in the man's direction, blood flowing down his katana. "The message has been received. I am Shinigami, monster of darkness. They now know me." Over the next few days, Makoto fought, brutally killing countless enemy soldiers and even a few of his own men, who ventured too close in battle. His only thought was of the voices of now decomposing corpse chanting, "Shinigami." The darkness inside had taken over to such extreme that even messengers feared bringing him news for fear of losing their heads. "Sir, Daimyo Nobunaga requests your presence without delay," a trembling young boy informed him. "Boy, I have a war to win. I don't have time for insignificant questions from a little—" "Fine, fetch my horse," Makoto ordered as he gathered his things for the half-day's ride to the daimyo's palace. Makoto rode fast, not stopping for anything, not even to allow his horse a moment of rest. Foaming sweat lathered up around the light padded material he sat upon as they neared the palace. From the moment they left, his mind played the words in rhythm of huffs contacting earth, "Shinigami, Shinigami." Approaching the palace gates, Makoto could feel his horse slowing down. Stopping in front of the gates, Makoto dismounted just as the horse fell to the ground. Unconcerned with the horse's condition, Makoto approached the guards. "If you value your lives, you will open the gate now." With only a second's hesitation, Makoto drew his sword and sheathed it before either of the guards realized what had happened. Slowly, they looked to each other just before one had blood gushing from a slit throat. Witnessing the other fall to the ground bleeding out, the remaining guard began pushing on the gate with all his might until it was fully open. Walking past the remaining guard and through the gate, Makoto could see Ryu approaching from across the garden area. "Take me to him now, Ryu." Sensing Makoto's tone and seeing the dead guard laying just outside the gate, Ryu waved him by as if to say, "You know the way." The smell of salt and copper filled the passageways, a smell Makoto knew well from months of battle. Something he couldn't wrap his mind around was just how much there was to create such a strong odor throughout the palace. He wondered no more as he entered the throne room and saw the floor ran thick with blood. The daimyo screamed, "Was it you? Tell me now!" A larger guard held one of the palace guards with his arms behind him while pulling him back to expose his stomach to the daimyo. Quickly shaking his head back and forth did nothing to save him. With one swift strike, the daimyo sliced his stomach, exposing his insides. Who was it then? The daimyo demanded as he reached inside the man's stomach and began pulling on his guts until he was lifeless. Makoto looked around and noticed there were only 2 guards left of the dozens that once lined the walls of the throne room. None of them concerned him as he walked tall into the room and over where the man was now being carried away, his guts dragging on the floor. Makoto looked from the gruesome sight to Nobunaga, where he was met with Daimyo's knife to his throat. "What do you know about it, Makoto?" the daimyo demanded. "I am here as you requested. I am here at your service, daimyo. How can I be of help?" "Bring her to me!" Nobunaga screamed. 2 guards entered the room, holding onto someone draped in black cloth, stopping near the daimyo's throne, awaiting his next command. You know nothing about this!" he screamed, pressing his knife against Makoto's throat until it started cutting skin. Makoto stood still, holding his ground, with the only thought going to his mind, "I am Shinigami. I fear nothing." "What do you request of me, my daimyo?" Makoto calmly asked. His calmness seemed to infuriate Nobunaga. "I want to know who defiled my daughter?" With a wave of his hands, a guard removed the black cloth, revealing Yasu standing naked with her belly swollen with his child. Pointing toward his daughter, Nobunaga continued to scream, "She was to be the source of much more land and power, once married to another. Now she is worth no more than a baishunfu, prostitute." The darkness that had taken Makoto over retreated at the sight of Yasu being restrained and on display. Now he felt a burning rage, as all he wanted to do was kill everyone who had laid eyes upon her body. However, he was still bound to his code as a samurai. As he spoke, he could feel the blade cutting with every syllable. "It is my life that grows within her." Chapter 8. Finished Katana Restoration. Kevin wrapped a piece of fine grit sandpaper around a flat piece of steel. To aid in the sanding process, he sprayed soapy water on the katana. As he made each pass with the abrasive, a vibrant shine gradually emerged from one end of the sword to the other. Kevin approached the task with precision, carefully planning each pass with the sanding tools. He started at one end and continued without stopping until the katana slid smoothly from his grip at the other end. The moment Kevin had been eagerly anticipating had finally arrived. With another pass completed, he sprayed the once rusty sword clean, removing any remaining debris. While polishing the steel, he couldn't help but notice a captivating transformation taking place. With each pass of the sandpaper, the once dull metal began to reveal a striking crimson hue. This unique feature added a new level of allure to the katana. Kevin was mesmerized by the interplay of the vibrant shine and the emerging crimson color that seemed to breathe life into the blade. The more he polished, the more he fell under the katana's enchanting spell. Holding the katana in one hand and clutching a clean, soft cotton cloth in the other, Kevin dried the blade. As he worked, he couldn't help but admire how the katana glistened in the light. Now it was time for mountings, and Kevin had just the set in mind for this blade. The set contained everything: the kashira, tsuka ito, tsuka, tsuba, seppa, and habaki, pommel, silk wrap, handle, guard, washer, and guard. The thing he liked most about the set was the antique white color of the silk tsuka ito. Unfortunately, Kevin also understood that these swords were held together with one small bamboo pin running through the handle, and it had to be in a precise position to compress everything together. Unlike modern manufacturing, where one part can be interchangeable with others, it wasn't the same hundreds of years ago, so Kevin had already planned on having to drill a new hole in the katana's tang for the bamboo pin. Quickly, he left his shop to retrieve everything from the house. Walking through the front door, he spotted Mary sitting on the couch reading. "It's almost finished," Kevin stated as he grabbed a box with everything inside, then rushed back out. Once back inside his finishing room, Kevin opened the box and began unwrapping everything before placing the first piece onto the sword. With all 6 pieces ready, he picked up the habaki and slid it down the tang as far as it would go, about half an inch from where it needed to be. The habaki stopping just before where it needed to be pleased Kevin. In this situation, it was better to have things too tight than too loose. After a little file work to the inside, it slid snugly into place. Next came one of 2 seppers, tsuba and another sepper, all requiring slight modifications at the habaki. Now came the moment that made Kevin nervous. That was how far off the holes would be through the zuka and tang. In his left hand, he held the katana with its current fittings and picked up the tsuka with his right. He slowly guided the tang through the kashira attached to the handle. With every millimeter, he felt for resistance, and was pleased when it only came just as the kashira contacted the sepper. Now came the truth as to how far off the lineup holes would be. Kevin gently rotated the sword with the tsuka, bringing the hole in the tsuka into view. A shock of energy ran through him as he saw light through the hole. Without a second thought of the alignment, he picked up the bamboo pin and slid it through the hole until it wouldn't go any farther. The pin went in but had still not compressed everything tightly together, so he reached for a small jewelry hammer and began tapping the pin, driving it farther into the tsuka. Satisfied with the depth, Kevin tried the handle once again, and not one part moved. Just then, he realized the katana was finished with few modifications needed. Taking the tsuka firmly in his right hand and a cotton cloth in his other, Kevin began wiping away his fingerprints and other smudges from the blade. Turning the blade slightly, sunlight reflected into his eyes, turning everything red. Within the red flash of light, Kevin quickly noticed that everything around him had changed. He now stood on a hilltop overlooking a valley of trees, with blossoms floating in the breeze. Just beyond that, the sun was half hidden by mountains, its red rays streaking across the sky. It was a place he never wished to leave, but also somewhere he was not supposed to be. "Who are you?" a voice erupted from behind. Kevin whipped around to investigate. Instantly, fear froze him where he stood, as his eyes fell upon the being asking the question. After a few seconds, the being spoke once again. "Who are you?" Its voice was powerful, but its mouth didn't move. The being before him wore leather armor, a helmet with horns, and red demon-looking mask. Recognition dawned on Kevin as he mumbled, "You're a samurai." The samurai drew his sword, bringing it above his head. Seeing this, Kevin tried to run, but his feet wouldn't move. Then he heard the samurai say, "You are trespassing. All crimes are punishable by death," while swiftly bringing down his sword. Unable to run, Kevin rose the katana to block the strike. As their weapons met, a dark red beam shot out in all directions. "Kevin! Kevin!" Hearing his wife and feeling her touch on his shoulder, Kevin no longer saw the samurai. He now stood in his workroom with the katana raised above his head. Not wanting to explain why, or even knowing how to explain, Kevin pretended to be looking for imperfections. "Yes, sorry. I was focused on this one spot. There we go," Kevin said, as he wiped an area of the blade. "Well, speak sooner next time. You've been acting strange enough without adding to it. Now, go inside and get ready. We have dinner plans, remember?" "Yes, absolutely. Just let me put this away, and I'll be right in," Kevin answered as he picked up an antique saya, also known as the scabbard. "What are you doing? You always want to show me your work, and that is beautiful." "Oh, it isn't finished yet. We must go. I'll be just a minute." Kevin knew she was right, but for some reason, he didn't want anyone else touching the sword. Barely making their dinner plans, Kevin's mind kept focusing on the samurai he had seen earlier. What is happening with these dreams? Is something wrong with my brain? No, they already checked that enough times at the hospital. What is it? What project are you going to work on next? Mary asked, breaking the silence at their table. Punishable by death, Kevin mumbled. What was that? Oh, I was thinking of a movie line and couldn't figure out what movie it was. Anyhow, I am not sure. Probably a Damascus katana. Haven't given it much thought. That isn't a line from anything we have watched recently. Maybe it's from that old one you watched as a kid, Flaming Katana. You want to pick up some cake on the way home. With a big smile, Kevin replied, yes. After a full dinner, they still craved tiramisu cake, their go-to dessert. Laughing together, they shared the certainty that they would indulge in it. While waiting for the check, Mary discussed the latest updates about work and school. Once the bill was settled, they continued their conversation, reminiscing and joking about the events of the past month. Even random encounters on their way to the supermarket sparked laughter, and they playfully contemplated trying a different cake flavor. Chuckling, they moved away from the counter. The night had been one of the most delightful they had experienced in a long time. Kevin and Mary walked out to the parking lot, when Kevin suddenly heard a very loud engine noise. Sensing danger, he tightly squeezed Mary's hand and pulled her close to his side. Reacting instinctively, he dropped the cake and took a step back, while keeping Mary securely by his side. In that brief moment, he caught sight of a driver hitting a woman who was only a few feet in front of them. The impact sent her flying high in the air before crashing to the ground. Panic ensued as people around them screamed, but the car responsible for the accident kept driving away. Feeling Mary struggling to break free from his grip, Kevin released her and watched as she hurried over to the victim of the hit and run, assessing her condition. Within minutes, the parking lot became flooded with police officers and medical personnel. The injured woman was quickly attended to and transported away for urgent medical care. Standing off to one side waiting to be questioned by the police, Kevin held Mary tight. Seeing their cake on the ground crushed by the same car, he felt lucky they were still alive. Then his thoughts went to the unfortunate lady that had been just feet in front of them. Is she going to make it? Doesn't look good. She has severe cranial hemorrhaging, and there's no telling how much internal damage, Mary replied, looking toward an approaching officer. I am Detective Riley. You the lady that assisted the victim? Yes. How is she doing? Mary asked with concern. This is now being treated as a homicide. Did either of you get a look at the driver? We walked out the doors, and the woman was just feet in front of us. I heard a loud engine, and something told me to stop, so I grabbed my wife and pulled her back with me, Kevin said. I saw the driver for just a second. Caucasian, short brown hair, some type of chin hair. That's all I have. You know what happened yet? So far, it looks to be a case of drinking and driving. Video shows him leaving the bar at the far end of the mall parking lot. What about you, ma'am? Can you walk me through what you saw and did? As Riley interviewed Mary, something drew Kevin's attention in the direction of the hit and run. He watched as a little pink object floated to the ground. Once it touched the asphalt, another appeared. Each time one touched down, another appeared, forming a line in the direction of the drunk driver. Kevin fought the urge to follow the line. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Blake? Detective Riley asked. Mr. Blake. Oh, no, Kevin responded. Riley finished writing down their contact information. If you need anything or someone to talk to about this experience, here is a number to call. Any new information you may remember, here is my card. Feel free to give me a call anytime. Thank you, Detective, Mary said as she took the cards from Riley. Once he left, she turned to Kevin. I can't believe how close that was to being us. She looked with concern at Kevin as he stared at the parking lot asphalt. Don't worry, The shock will pass. No, it isn't that. Where did they come from? Kevin asked, pointing to the pink blossoms in a long line leading out of the parking lot. Where did what come from? The asphalt? There's nothing else there. Agitated, Kevin walked over and attempted to pick up one of the blossoms, only to have his fingers pass through it as if it weren't even there. After one more attempt, he stopped for fear of looking crazy. That's weird. Must have been a shadow. Should we get another cake? He pointed to where one of the store employees was cleaning up their smashed one, in hopes of drawing attention away from the nothing he was trying to pick up. Shaking her head, Mary replied, No, let's just go home. Kevin nodded and took her hand while they walked to their car. Glancing back, he noticed another pink blossom falling behind him. There has to be a tumor or something, he thought. Getting in their car, Kevin wanted nothing more than to put these events behind them. He started the car and put it in drive. Wait, Mary said. You see it too? Kevin asked, excited that he might not be going crazy. Yes, I see the fact that you don't have your seatbelt on, despite knowing how much I hate seeing people come into the hospital after going through a windshield. Now, buckle up. Disappointed that she wasn't talking about the pink blossoms, Kevin buckled his seatbelt and began to drive away from the crime scene. Looking in the rearview mirror, he watched blossoms continue to fall in a straight line. Panicked, he started to drive faster, but each time his wife would tell him to slow down. All the way home, the blossoms fell behind their car. After arriving home, he exited their car and walked around to Mary's side to take her hand as always. However, he couldn't stop watching the blossoms fall. What has you so distracted? Is it still the accident? Mary asked. Not wanting to worry her, Kevin replied, Yes, I just need some sleep. Walking in the house, Kevin didn't dare look behind them. Once inside, Mary walked off into their bedroom to get ready for bed, and he walked into the kitchen for a glass of water. Kevin took a big drink, then leaned against the counter. After a few deep breaths, he looked behind him, expecting to see the blossoms, but there were none. Thank God! What was that, honey? Mary asked from their bedroom. Relieved that he was regaining his sanity, Kevin began getting ready for bed. Standing in front of the mirror, he reluctantly looked behind him in the reflection. Nothing there. Happy with what he didn't see, he finished his nightly routine and began to climb into bed. Did you lock the doors? Mary asked. Dang it, no, Kevin moaned. He walked into the living room and over to the front door. Reaching out and turning the lock, something caught his eye through the small window in the door. Taking a closer look, he saw them, pink blossoms falling to the ground leading away from the front door. He jumped back. The back door, he thought. Nearing the large sliding doors, Kevin saw thousands of pink blossoms raining down. With a gasp, Kevin fell, dizzy, to the floor. Chapter 9. Torment. A vile stench filled the air. Urine and feces rotted in the bottom of the pit, just feet from Makoto's face. Each breath he drew in was a struggle, made more difficult with each passing hour. He had witnessed Anatsurushi torture, conducted on many before, with most not surviving the day. Those people the daimyo wanted to suffer greatly were revived by his physicians to extend their torment. Every time they removed him from the pit, Makoto prayed for a swift execution. Instead, the physician made sure he was still alive, and that a cut they had placed across his temple still flowed blood. This was to create a drop in blood pressure, intensifying the suffering. After countless examinations, his feet were tied together once again so he could be lowered back into the pit. Each time, one arm was tied tight along his side with one free to dangle. This was normally done so that the person undergoing the torture could signal their willingness to comply with what his captors demanded of him. The only problem was that Makoto had nothing to comply with. He had already confessed to defiling Daimyo Nobunaga's daughter and prepared to pay for that action with suicide by seppuku. No, now it was just adding to his discomfort, having his hand submerged in the toxic sledge each time he passed out. Makoto looked around him as he stood atop a hill, looking over a large valley of cherry trees with pink blossoms. Now, instead of the nostril-burning smells of the pit, he could only smell the new life of springtime flowing through the crisp air. "Have I died?" he thought, looking down and seeing that he was wearing his armor. Now he did not care. He was only happy to be free from the anguish he had been undergoing in the pit. "No, you have not died, Makoto," a voice said behind him. Something about the voice gave him a sick feeling. He quickly turned, placing his hand upon his sword. Nobody was there. Looking all around the hilltop, Makoto spotted nothing but cherry blossom petals floating in the wind. "I must be dead," he thought once again. "Makoto," the voice called his name. "Who are you? How do you know my thoughts?" Makoto demanded. Suddenly, the beautiful cherry blossoms turned from light pink to black as they formed the shape of a man standing in front of him. The man held a sword with the same white handle as Makoto's. They looked identical with the exception of Makoto's blade having a crimson hue. Slightly startled, Makoto drew his sword, the man standing before him doing the same. Immediately stepping forward, Makoto lashed out with his sword to deliver death to his opponent, only for it to be deflected by the mysterious man. Strike after strike Makoto delivered, only to have them meet steel rather than flesh. "It is almost as if he knows what my next move will be," Makoto thought. "I do, Makoto. We are one." Halting his attack, Makoto stared at his adversary's familiar face. "Do I know you?" "Yes, Makoto. I have been with you since birth." "Sengo?" Makoto asked, knowing it was him from the vision he had many months ago. "Yes, it is I. You were on the brink of death, and that could not happen." "This cannot be. From birth? How is this so?" "I have shared with you the story of my death and that of my lovely wife. Before I drew my last breath, I prayed to the gods for justice, and Kitsune appeared before me with their answer. Kitsune gave me the choice to follow my wife's spirit or seek retribution, but it could only be through the death of another. You, Makoto, my spirit would become that of the sword I made for you, and we would become one." "But I have not died." "Yes, you have. Before you came into this world, you perished within your mother. Kitsune combined our spirits in death to become one. Together, we punish those who break the law, and that punishment is death," Sengo said with a grin. "Sengo, you are the darkness I have fought to retrain inside me all my life." Makoto realized that, for the first time in his life, he could not feel the darkness because it was standing in front of him. "From the moment I accepted Kitsune's help, I ceased to be known as Sengo." Makoto thought about the day war prisoners began chanting, and how joyful it had made him to hear, "Shinigami, Shinigami, Shinigami." Now he knew why. You are Shinigami. A small price for justice. Be thankful. Had it not been for me, you would have never been allowed to walk among the living. Now you must stay true to our joint mission. Yasu is a criminal and must be punished, Shinigami said, as his face transformed to that resembling the mask Makoto wore in battle. Slowly, Shinigami's image began to fade into darkness, followed by burning of his lungs as he struggled to breathe. "Revive him! I command it!" Makoto heard Daimyo Nobunaga speak, but still only saw darkness as his lungs took in a breath of air that wasn't as toxic as the last. Feeling someone vigorously shaking him, light began to shine into his eyes as they opened. "There he is, the one who betrayed my faith. Get to your knees, you filthy piece of shit. My, Do you smell the part?" Nobunaga laughed. "Let me die," Makoto requested. "Death? Oh, not until I have made you suffer and taken everything from you. I have also requested the presence of your mother to bear witness to your suffering, but she doesn't see that well anymore," Nobunaga said, laughing as he held Makoto's mother's head by her hair. "No!" Makoto tried to scream, but only unaidable sounds emerged from his dry, sick throat. He wanted to fight back, but couldn't feel most of his body from countless days in the pit. "Get him to his knees," Nobunaga ordered two of his guards. With not a moment of hesitation, the two men grabbed Makoto, bringing him up to his knees, where Nobunaga held his mother's head close to his face. "Want to give mother a kiss?" Nobunaga laughed before tossing her head to a dog on the other side of the room. Once again, Makoto said as loudly as he could, "Kill me!" "Oh, we have one more thing that must be eradicated before that happens. You will remove your bloodline from the world. Bring him his sword." Another guard walked over, holding out Makoto's sword, and stopped a few feet before him. "Take it, I command you." Makoto wanted nothing more than to take his sword and kill everyone, but his arms wouldn't respond. "Kill me!" "Bring her in," Nobunaga called out. Two other guards dragged Yasu's limp, dirty body into the room. Nobunaga sneered in disgust at his daughter as he gave his orders. "Stand her up before him. Let him see what his disloyalty has bestowed upon my once most valued treasure. Makoto, you are my samurai and will follow the order I have given. Yasu has been found guilty of theft of my future lands, and destruction of my property. On my lands, all crimes are punished by death, and this sentence you will carry out." Makoto's mind raced furiously as he struggled to free himself from the two guards, holding him to his knee, only to have his struggle go unnoticed due to his weakened state. Inside, he could almost hear Shinigami asking to be released, but understood it would be the death of Yasu. With the tingling in his fingers subsiding, he began moving them under the hands of the guard, assisting him to grasp his sword. "My love, what have they done to you? Please forgive me," Makoto wanted to scream. Seeing that Makoto was showing more signs of life, Nobunaga said, "You will end her life, and I will grant you a swift death. Bring him to his feet and release his hands." "Never. I will not do what you ask. I will not take the life of the woman I love." Makoto stopped speaking as his body jolted back, and a warm liquid began covering his hands. "I love you too, Makoto. I am sorry," Yasu said, after throwing herself onto his sword. With their faces now close, she kissed him on the lips. The two stared into each other's eyes as life left hers, and her body slid free from his sword to the floor. "No!" Makoto screamed, yet still nothing but a scratchy howl emerged. Furious by what had just taken place, Nobunaga looked from his dead daughter to Makoto. "There will be no swift death for you. Take him back to the pit. Throw him in with the shit at the bottom. Even that is better than he deserves." "Shinigami," Makoto whispered, staring at his beloved Yasu's lifeless body at his feet. "What was that, you filth?" Nobunaga asked. Grasping tight to his sword, Makoto stood straight with fire in his eyes, sending fear throughout those around him. "I am Shinigami," Makoto repeated, allowing his inner darkness to surface. Spinning as he dropped, Makoto sliced the upper thighs of the two guards holding him, severing vital arteries. Makoto stopped on one knee with his sword at the ready, their blood showering over him and causing many of the remaining guards to run in terror. Taking a few steps back, Nobunaga shouted, "I order you to take your own life. I request your life, samurai." Makoto slowly rose. "You have already taken my life, and for that, you must be punished." As he spoke, guards rushed into the room. They advanced one, sometimes three at a time, each feeling the sting of his sword. With the last guard dispatched, Nobunaga had vanished, leaving only Makoto standing. "He ran away, Makoto, or should I say Shinigami?" A woman's voice sounded from behind a folding screen. "Show yourself," Makoto demanded. "Who are you?" Stepping out from behind the screen, she said, "I am nobody and have no given name. I was sent here by Daimyo Hideyoshi to gather information. Now, my time here is at an end. I offer you asylum in the lands of Daimyo Hideyoshi." Makoto studied the woman. "Why would I go with you?" "Simply for the opportunity to destroy Nobunaga and take everything from him, as he did you." Savoring the thought, Makoto looked to where Yasu's body lay underneath several dead guards. Feeling the surge of strength leaving, he knew if what this spy said was to come true, that he would have to depart without delay. Wiping his sword off with cloth from one of the dead, he retrieved his sheath and exited with the spy, vowing to destroy everything Daimyo Nobunaga owned. Chapter 10. Morning after. Kevin's eyes flickered open as sunlight made its way through little gaps in their window blinds. "How did I get here?" he thought. The last thing he remembered was the night filling with little pink blossoms. Was I dreaming again? Kevin slowly climbed out of bed so as not to wake Mary. Softly walking from their bedroom into the living room, he looked out through the sliding glass doors. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. He walked over to the front door and peered out through its small window. Again, nothing. Was it shock from witnessing the accident? After making a pot of coffee and pouring a cup, Kevin sat down on their couch thinking about the little blossoms. As he did, the image of the valley with little pink blooms blowing in the wind came to him. "Wait, wasn't that a daydream? I must get checked for a brain tumor again," he said lightly. Curious as to what trees had such little pink blossoms, Kevin picked up his laptop and began his search. Believing he already knew the answer, he typed in dogwood tree and received many images of white blossoming trees. However, upon review, he noticed they were similar, but they were not the tree. Clicking on the search bar, Kevin typed in pink blossoming trees, which displayed a large range of trees and bushes in full bloom. Weeping, tropical, spruce, Japanese. Seeing Japanese as a suggestion made Kevin feel like it would be the best place to start. Clicking on that category brought up many beautiful images of blooming cherry blossom trees. That's it. A Japanese cherry blossom tree. Those are what I saw, Kevin said to himself. Then he thought, wait. With a few clicks, he sent one of the pictures to his phone and ran out to his workshop. Walking into his finishing room, Kevin headed straight to the sword rack with the crimson katana resting upon it. Laying his phone on the counter with the screen displaying the image of a single cherry blossom, Kevin gripped the handle of the katana, turning it to view the engraving. With detail in the engraving that Kevin didn't remember seeing while restoring the sword, he noticed the images matched perfectly. What does it mean? He asked himself, while returning the katana to the sword rack. He picked up his phone and searched cherry blossom katana. Instantly, the screen filled with images of swords having cherry blossom in the title. Then he found what he was searching for. What does the cherry blossom mean to samurai? Answer: cherry blossoms symbolize both birth and death, beauty and violence. They are a central motif in the Japanese worship of nature, but they have also historically signified the short but colorful life of the samurai. The owner of this katana must have been a great samurai, Kevin said. He began searching for anything involving Japanese swords with engravings of cherry blossoms. After a few hours of finding a multitude of swords with the engraving, none were raised or had the detail of his. Then he saw a drawing of a sword with a raised cherry blossom with the caption, "Sword of 10,000 Souls." After clicking on the link, he began reading about the life of a samurai whose family was a well-known and respected line of the samurai class. He read how, on the day of his birth, the maker of the soon-to-be-born samurai's sword was murdered. The samurai baby was also suspected to have died before birth, but mysteriously survived. Kevin began to panic and breathe heavily, remembered a similar event happening in his dreams. How can this be? Kevin continued to read how the daimyo he served ordered him to punish all crimes with death. Being a samurai, he obeyed, killing hundreds. As he continued to read, he discovered the samurai turned on his daimyo, murdering his daughter. People called this samurai Shinigami, the deliverer of death. It was told he had killed an estimated 10,000 people before vanishing. Could this be his sword? Kevin asked, reaching out for the sword. Looking more closely at the engraving on the sword, he determined it was the only explanation. Then it occurred to him to find out what the seller of the sword knew, or at least how he came by it. Pulling up his account on the auction site, Kevin scrolled down to the seller of the sword and was happy to see they had displayed their full name. After a few minutes of searching online, he had a phone number. Excitement almost overwhelmed him as he listened to the phone ring. Daiki Fine Antiques, Daiki speaking. How may I assist you? Hi, I bought a sword from you online a little over a month ago and... It said on the ad, no returns. All sales final. I wrote in description that piece was very rusted. Almost rusted through in areas. I wrote and did not lie, Daiki said, cutting Kevin off. Rusted through? What? Kevin thought. You must be thinking of the wrong one. Mine was item number J7754575782. Yes, that is correct. No returns. I provided all information in listing, Daiki replied. Still confused by the seller's remarks, Kevin moved on to his questions. I do not want to return the sword. I am just curious as to where it came from. How did you get it? After almost a minute of silence, Kevin asked, Daiki, sir, you there? Yes, my daughter found it. Where? This sword is beautiful, and I am just trying to find more information about it. After many silent minutes, Daiki said, Beautiful? Not possible. Let me send you a picture, Kevin said, excited about showing off its beauty. He texted a picture to Daiki. Did you get it? Kevin asked after a minute had passed. With terror in his voice, Daiki replied, Not possible. It is not possible. I am a bladesmith and have done many restorations on knives and swords. This one wasn't that bad. She good girl? She found it in Aokigahara Forest, Daiki said, followed by complete silence. Hello? Hello? Kevin looked at his screen to see that their call had been disconnected. Unable to get how convinced Daiki was that the sword restoration was impossible, Kevin scrolled to the photos of it in the listing. There, he zoomed in on the photos, revealing what couldn't possibly have been his sword. The one in the photos was, as the seller had stated, in areas rusted all the way through. How could this be? He must have posted the wrong photos. Now, what is Aokigahara Forest? Typing it in his search bar, Kevin began to read its description. Sea of trees, 2 hours west of Tokyo, also known as the Forest of Death. The area of the Aokigahara Forest got its name from being the most popular spot to commit suicide in Japan. Well, shit, that's about right, Kevin said loudly. Chapter 11. Body of Proof. Well, how are you doing today, Mr. Willard? I imagine a great deal better than the woman you hit with your car last night. What do you think? Detective Riley asked. Riley had been on the Rockbrook City Police Force for 22 years and had been a detective for the last 11. All his life, he'd had a knack for solving puzzles. and each case he worked putting pieces together until he had enough to solve the big picture. "I'll tell you what I told you, partner. I know nothing about some lady walking in front of a car. I haven't even seen my car today. Was gonna come in a report it stolen till you tasty partner picked me up," Mr. Willard replied. "So, you are telling me that conveniently your car was stolen last night, the very car that was reported to have run over and murdered a lady? Is that correct?" Sitting up in the chair he was currently handcuffed to, Mr. Willard attempted to create a concerned look on his face before saying, "My car was stolen, then used in a murder?" Then he slouched back in his chair. Looking over Willard's long list of prior offenses from drug possession to assault, Riley understood Willard's demeanor when speaking with law enforcement. Frustrated with the progress his line of questioning, Riley picked up the phone on his desk and pressed his partner's extension. "Katie, they here yet? Okay, well, be right down." Hanging up, Riley stood from his seat and stepped over to Willard. Removing his key from his pocket, Riley unlocked Willard's cuffs. Rubbing his wrist, Willard smiled and said, "So, free to go?" Gripping Willard's upper arm, Riley grinned. "Not quite. We have one more thing to do. See, there were witnesses, so we have a lineup surprise for you." With a firm grip on Willard's arm, Riley guided him around desks, down hallways, and into a room where 5 others were already standing. Handing Willard over to the guard conducting the lineup, Riley made his way over to the next door down and entered. There he spotted his witness. "Mr. and Mrs. Blake, how are you today? Really hope you were able to get some sleep last night after this terrible ordeal." Kevin looked at the detective before saying, "I've had better, but that's not important. We were excited to hear you caught the guy." "Well, yes and no. He has admitted to being at the bar, but says his car was stolen, and he wasn't sure just how he got home after closing." Looking back and forth between Kevin and Riley, Mary couldn't hold back. "You have got to be kidding me." "Mrs. Blake, this often happens, but eyewitnesses such as yourself negate their attempt to get away with it," Riley assured her. "The grocery store didn't have security cameras?" Mary inquired. "Yes, but with the low light, they didn't get a clear image of the driver." Riley got the gesture from the guard that everything was ready. "Okay, it looks like the lineup is ready. Remember, they have no idea who is in here, nor can they see you." Lights in the next room came on, revealing 6 men standing against a wall facing them. Each man stood with their hands down to their sides. All had brown hair, a few had facial hair, and all were of varying heights. Kevin stared at each, but none looked familiar according to the glimpse he got of the driver. "Turn left," Riley directed the men in the lineup. Still, Kevin stared at them with only one seeming familiar, but he had no facial hair. "Mr. Blake, are any of these men the one driving the vehicle in question?" Riley asked. Kevin shook his head, no, as he stood silent, studying each of the 6 men while Riley gave another command for them to turn all the way to the right. "Take your time, Mr. Blake. Are any of these men the driver of the car?" Riley asked once again. "Honey, do you see him? We can't let him get away with this," Mary added. "Great, now I am going to let her down also," Kevin thought. "Sorry, it was low light. I cannot say for sure which one it was. It could be number 2, but he doesn't have facial hair like the driver, or it could be number 6, but he doesn't seem right either." Riley knew without a positive identification he couldn't hold Willard, even though in his gut he knew he had the right man. "Take one more look before you decide. Do any of these men look like the driver?" "Sorry, I just didn't get a good enough look at the driver," Kevin replied. With Kevin's reply, Riley signaled to a guard, and the lights in the lineup room turned off. "I understand, Mr. Blake. This is something we do want to get right, so we will keep up the search. Thanks for coming in." Riley directed Kevin and Mary to go with another guard. Watching the couple leave, He knew his case against Willard wouldn't hold up without them. "Did we get a positive ID on Willard?" Katie asked as she came into the room. "No, just have to find something else. This is going to be a hard one." Riley and Katie walked down the hall to Interrogation Room B, where Willard had been placed after the failed lineup. The two walked into the room where Willard sat in a chair, cuffed to a small table. Katie took a position just behind him, while Riley went directly to the chair in front of him. Riley sat quietly, studying Willard as he did with all suspects in interrogation rooms. He never spoke until they did, his way of making things uneasy for the suspect and showing dominance. "So, what do your witness have to say?" "Wasn't me." Willard, like all others before him, started off. Satisfied he had the upper hand, Riley rubbed his chin while staring at Willard's. "Why did you shave today? Did it get itchy?" Riley questioned, grasping for something to hold the man on. Mimicking Riley, Willard rubbed his chin, and with a grin replied, "Nah, man, I can't remember just when I shaved, but I do remember why. Lost a bet. Yeah, seems I have no luck." "No luck like us finding your car in the lake today, or people seeing you run that woman over?" Riley asked quickly, hoping to trip up the suspect's story. "I hope they saw the man who stole my car. I want to press charges against him, officer. That was my only ride. Now how do I get to work?" "You don't have a job." "What time did you leave the bar?" Riley asked, knowing from years of experience that he wasn't going to get anywhere with their interrogation. After a few more questions with answers of, "I don't know," or "can't remember," Riley knew they were not getting any useful information from Willard, so he was released. "What do you want to do next?" Katie asked as they watched Willard exit the building. "Now, we follow him and see where that takes us," Riley said disappointedly. For the next few hours, Riley and Katie followed Willard until he ended up at his residence. After a few more hours without any movement, Katie started getting fidgety. "How long are we going to stay on this guy? He hasn't gone anywhere since being picked up," she asked. "Don't you find it odd that we haven't seen any movement inside over the last few hours?" Riley replied. "I mean, it's 2 in the afternoon, and we can see through his windows from here, yet not one glimpse." "Maybe he made us." "Impossible. I took extra precautions not to be seen. Let's go check." Riley opened his car door with Katie following from the passenger side. He observed closely for movement anywhere around or in the house, only to spot nothing. Before knocking, he and Katie looked inside windows on either side of the front door. "Nothing here," Katie informed him. Riley's knuckles rapped on Willard's front door, and after 3 attempts, he looked to Katie. "Let's look around back." The two of them walked around to the rear of Willard's residence, looking through windows as they went, and yet again spotting no movement within. "He must have slipped out the back," Katie suggested. For Willard to know we were following him, someone had to have tipped him off. Chapter 12. Justice. "I love you," Kevin said to Mary as she entered their home after spending the last few hours at the Rockbrook City Police Station. Several times a day, Mary would give him little glances, say certain things, or just have an expression that made him want to let her know how he felt. This time, it was how passionate she was about getting justice for the hit-and-run victim. "Love you too, Kevin. Are you going to work now?" she replied. Looking at the clock and thinking about the projects he was currently working on, he saw no point in starting work this late in the day when he could spend the time with Mary. "No, how about we go get something to eat?" After a second of thought, Mary replied, "I don't really feel like going anywhere. How about we sit and watch the new show we started? With a snack, of course." Kevin agreed, and they spent several hours watching TV and eating chili and chips. Being able to enjoy these moments was what Kevin loved most about working from home. The other was when he needed to prepare a project for the next day and could stop to do it at a moment's notice. Much like now, there were several knives he had been forging that required a night in the oven to normalize the steel. "I need to run out to the shop for a few minutes. Going to put some stuff in the oven for the night," Kevin informed Mary after pressing pause on the remote. Mary simply smiled at him and continued dipping another chip in chili. She was used to him running out to his shop, and it only irritated her when he paused a show with only a few minutes left, much like now. It wasn't something he intended to do, but happened so often it almost seemed deliberate. Walking out the front door, he thought about the show they were watching and realized he had done it to her again. "I'll hear about that when I get back," Kevin thought. He then focused on his task and what all needed to be placed in the oven. Walking into the main part of his shop, Kevin gathered everything that needed to be placed in the oven, arranged them with spaces between them in order to heat evenly. Then, with a few taps on the control panel, the oven was heating up. With that taken care of, he turned to head back into the house, but felt a strange pull to his finishing room. Images of his freshly restored katana flashed in his mind, almost as though it was calling to him. Now, instead of going back inside, he walked over and opened the door to his finishing room. As he walked in, his eyes focused on nothing but the katana laying on the bench. Walking over, he reached out and slid his fingers around the silky material. As his grip tightened around the handle, he raised it up, and everything around him changed. Suddenly, a scared man emerged from a bamboo forest and ran toward Kevin. "Shit, what is happening?" Kevin thought, raising the sword to defend himself from the approaching man. The approaching man stopped abruptly. Kevin could see fear and confusion on his face as he asked, "Who are you? Where am I?" "Shinigami, Shinigami," is all the man said, pointing in the direction he had come while running off in another direction. "The bringer of death?" A tall image emerged from the bamboo forest, wearing the same armor as the one in Kevin's latest hallucinations. Looking at the sword in his hands to protect himself, Kevin thought, "If this is a hallucination, why would I need to defend myself?" Still, he held the katana at the ready with the imposing demon-masked samurai approaching with his own sword in hand. "Where did the thief go?" the samurai asked from behind the mask. "Thief?" Kevin asked. "Where is he?" the samurai asked again, now only a matter of feet away. Pointing in the direction the man had ran, Kevin wondered if he had done the right thing. As he stared into the eyes behind the mask, he could see the samurai was studying him as well. Seeing a slight movement in the samurai's arm, Kevin knew an attack was coming. Tightening his grip on the handle of his katana, Kevin watched as the samurai's sword swung up at him from where it was held at the samurai's side. With a short step back, he listened to the deadly strike make a whooshing noise while slicing through the air inches from his body. "I don't think this is a tumor hallucination." Kevin readied himself for the next strike. He instinctively felt what was about to occur. Within a blink, he felt their swords make contact and emit a red glow with streaks emanating from where they should have. Unfazed by the strange event, the samurai countered only to find he had once again been blocked by his opponent, the same red light appearing each time. Kevin stared at the samurai as their blades met once again. The samurai stared at the marking carved upon the blade of his opponent's sword. Fighting stopped as both stood motionless, studying each other as red streaks of light emerged from between their swords. "That's my sword," the samurai said, halting his attack and taking a step back. Looking closer at the markings on the samurai's sword, Kevin quickly recognized the raised cherry blossom carved into the steel. "What the hell is going on?" "Who's the maker of your sword?" the samurai growled. "Sengo Ishioka, on third day of Rishun," Kevin replied. Gripping his handle, the samurai held his sword in the air and pressed on a small bamboo pin running through the handle. After it was free, He slapped down on his wrist near where his hand held the sword, freeing the handle. Holding onto the blade with one hand, he carefully removed the handle, revealing where Sengo had carved his name and date. "How is this? This sword was made for me. There is no other," the samurai said. Kevin looked at the samurai's sword, then back to his own. "Not sure. What is your name?" "I am Kevin." "Makoto," the samurai said, as he slightly bowed. "Why did that man call you Shinigami?" "Punishment for all crimes is death. Shinigami is the spirit of this sword, and it demands justice. He was granted this by a mountain demon after his family was killed. He fought to control me, but I kept him at bay until my love was slain. Ever since, Shinigami has been in control. Now is the first time in many years he has not been in control of me." Unexpectedly, Makoto turned and began walking off in the direction of the thief. "Wait, where am I? What are you—" "Kevin, Kevin." "Mary?" Kevin asked, hearing her voice and noticing everything around him had returned to normal. He was in his finishing room with Mary standing just inside the door. "It's getting late. Are you coming back in? I've been waiting to finish the last minute of the show for over an hour." With her confirming what he had done by pressing pause, Kevin said, "Be there in just a minute." Then he gave her a smile as she left to return inside. Over an hour? He thought after she had left, worried about his loss of time. After laying the katana back where it had been on the desk, Kevin turned and left the finishing room. He stopped to check the oven he had started with the knives, then walked over and turned out the lights. From the corner of his eye, he thought he saw movement outside through the window of his shop door. "Mary?" he asked as he neared the door, but heard no response. Through the glass, he saw a small pink cherry blossom fall and land on the ground just outside. Opening the door, he watched another, then another fall, resting in a line heading out the driveway. Looking from the line of cherry blossoms to the house and back to the blossoms, Kevin then looked to his truck. Turning around, he headed back into the finishing room to retrieve keys to his truck. Before he headed to his truck, his eyes locked on the katana. With a shrug of his shoulders, he said, "What could it hurt?" Seconds later, he was sitting in his truck, his katana lying in the seat next to him, following a trail of cherry blossoms into the night. Like a single-flake snowstorm, little pink blossoms fell upon the road within the range of his headlights, leaving a dotted line guiding him. Rather than thinking of how strange the event was, Kevin marveled at its beauty as each mile passed. Kevin was startled to discover they had led him back to the scene of the hit and run. Nevertheless, they did not stop there. They kept going, and so did he. Focused on each blossom, he kept driving through the parking lot. Reaching the far side of the lot, Kevin stopped in front of a bar where the blossom stopped just outside the bar's door. This must be the bar where the drunk driver had left, Kevin thought, as he pulled into a parking spot where he could watch the blossoms. Almost an hour had passed with no new blossoms to follow, as Kevin pondered why he would have come here. After a few more minutes, Kevin smacked the steering wheel in frustration. Mary is going to be pissed. He reached into his pocket for his cell when he realized that he had left it on his workbench. Damn it! Having had enough of whatever this was, Kevin started his truck and put it in reverse to back out of the parking spot. That's when he noticed blossoms falling behind a woman walking toward the bar. That Katie, Detective Riley's partner? Kevin asked himself. He put the truck back in park, once again curious as to what was going on. He noticed a man exiting the bar and, with him, a trail of blossoms. What the hell? That's the guy from the lineup. I told you to stay away from this place, Katie barked at the man exiting the bar. They have nothing on me. Hell, they couldn't even identify me in a lineup. The man laughed as Kevin quickly realized he was the drunk driver that had killed the woman. "And you think calling me for a ride is a great idea? Should have done it before killing someone. Now get in the car. You can stay at my place. Yours is still being watched," Kevin heard Katie say to the man. Kevin suddenly noticed his hand was gripping the handle of the katana. He watched the two climb into Katie's car and begin to drive away. Blossoms fell behind them. Releasing the katana, Kevin put his truck in reverse, backed out of the parking spot, and then followed the Blossoms once more. With traffic, he had lost sight of the car Katie was driving, but it was of no concern since the Blossoms led the way. After following the Blossoms to the far end of town, down back streets, and through an apartment complex, Kevin spotted the car with the two standing alongside it, now kissing. Before Kevin knew it, one of his hands was on the handle of his truck, and the other was on the katana. Calmly, he exited his truck with the katana by his side and neared the two kissing. The only thoughts he had were of justice. Nearing the car, Katie and Willard stood making out. He began to raise the sword as the detective noticed his approach. Drawing her gun, she shouted, "Put the weapon down!" Then she fired 2 shots. Kevin watched in disbelief as the bullets approached him at an incredibly slow rate of speed. With ease, he swung his katana, splitting them in half, and watched as the 2 halves went off in different directions. Seeing the fear on Katie and Willard's face, Kevin continued closing the distance between them until he was within striking distance. After what seemed nothing more than a twitching of his wrists, Kevin had severed Katie's hands from her arms. With her pistol gripped between her severed hands, it continued to fire as the finger twitched, spinning them about on the ground. Blood sprayed from Katie into Willard's face as he shoved her back and turned to run, only to feel a burning sensation running down his back. After stumbling a few feet, he fell to his knees just before a flower garden. Behind him, he could hear Katie screaming so loudly her voice crackled as she neared. Kevin rose his katana to deliver a death cut to Katie as she stumbled near the spot Willard had fallen to his knees. With a swift right-to-left movement, Katie's screams instantly stopped as her head tumbled to the ground, bouncing around like a basketball, stopping in front of Willard in the flower garden. The horrific sight of her severed head, looking up at him with mouth open and eyes still looking around, caused him to scream, but nothing came out but blood. With a swift thrust, Kevin slid the tip of the katana through the back of Willard's neck, twisted it, and jerked it to one side, slicing through muscle and jugular. In Japanese, he muttered, "I am Shinigami. All crime is punishable by death." Chapter 13. Missing. "Detective Riley, sir, you don't want to see this," James, a patrol officer, said when he spotted Riley exiting his car. With a bewildered look, Riley asked, "Why? I've seen plenty of horrific crime scenes before." "It's Katie, sir. Well, you just don't want this image in your head." "Oh God, they didn't tell me this was an officer-involved shooting. Is she okay? What is it? Was she hit?" Riley pushed past the officer to get answers for himself. As he neared, he could see all the other officers working on the scene stop and look at him. That alone told him how bad it was, and that Katie was no longer with the living, that he thought he could accept. But as he rounded the rear of her car, the sight of a pair of hands gripping her service pistol almost caused him to lose his breakfast. Swallowing to keep his stomach in check, Riley walked over to where something else was covered at the base of a tree with pink blossoms. Looking at an officer standing nearby, Riley nodded slightly to gesture that he was ready to see. "Sir, you people need to stop trying to tell me what I shouldn't do and do your damn jobs. Now, let me see." As Riley watched the uncovering, he had not been prepared to see Katie's head staring up at him, and let out an audible gasp. "Where is it?" Riley asked the officer, holding up the sheet, referring to Katie's missing body. Almost unwilling to allow the words to exit his lips, the officer said, "We don't know, sir." Noticing that the forensics team had arrived, Riley fought to regain his professional demeanor and treat this like any other crime scene. Clearing his throat, he started giving orders. "Okay, let's remove the sheet so forensics can do their job. Detective Riley, our team will let you know what we find. There is no need for you to be here any longer," Charles, the head of their forensic department, stated. "What do you think could have been the murder weapon?" Riley inquired. "Most probable, a very sharp sword. Not just any sword can slice through bone in one swift movement such as this," Charles informed him. Looking around at the area as Charles spoke, Riley spotted a security camera on the eave of the apartment complex. "Thanks. How about we find out?" Riley stated, pointing up at the camera. Wanting to ensure everything was legal, Riley called for a search warrant to take possession of the security footage and received it in record time. After finding the building manager, who was staring intently at the two pink-blossomed trees, Riley remarked, "Rest assured we won't be harming your trees." Riley presented him with the warrant for the security footage. He found it strange how the building manager couldn't seem to take his attention from the trees as they walked away. Once they were out of sight of the trees, the building manager softly said, "Where the hell did those come from?" The two walked down several flights of stairs to the basement, entering the security control room where the servers were kept with surveillance footage. Riley thought how impressive the setup was compared to most, and this gave him confidence. They would soon know who killed his partner. Watching the building manager's actions closely, Riley wanted to be sure everything went smoothly, though he did not suspect him of being part of the murder. Experience kept him on his toes. "Okay, it's ready. You can watch it on that monitor." The manager pointed to one close to Riley as he hit play. Several minutes passed with nothing out of the ordinary on the screen, just as Riley was about to say fast forward when he saw Katie's car come into view. Scrutinizing every second that passed for any clues, Riley watched as his partner pulled up. "Look, there's someone in the passenger seat. I'll get fingerprints pulled from Katie's car for identification," Officer James said, pointing at the screen. "Wait, what? No way. That's Willard, our hit-and-run suspect from yesterday. What are they doing here together?" Riley speculated after watching Willard exit her vehicle. "You think he might be the killer?" James asked, only to quickly change his mind seeing the two start making out on the driver's side of the car. "Well, there goes that theory. But where is he now?" "There!" Riley pointed at a truck on the screen that pulled up near the rear of Katie's car. With total disbelief, all three men's mouths opened, but no words came out. "Is that a samurai?" Riley asked. He watched in disbelief as Katie fired at the samurai, and shortly after had her hands sliced clean from her body. The room remained quiet as they witnessed the samurai move swiftly from Katie to Willard, killing them both. Then, just as the samurai turned, the screen turned to static. "What did you do?" Riley asked the building manager, who was working the controls. "Nothing. It's still playing. There just isn't anything there. Something had to happen to the camera," the office manager replied with a shaky voice. Skeptical of what happened, Riley began to think about where the bodies fell. "Wait, rewind to just before they were killed." Doing as he was ordered, the office manager rewound the video but diverted his eyes when pressing play. Seeing the bloody murder once had been enough for him. "Stop it! What's missing in this video?" Riley asked, looking back at James. James studied the screen for a minute before saying, "Trees. There aren't any trees." Snapping his head around to see the screen, the building manager said, "I knew those weren't there yesterday." "What the hell does that mean? They weren't there yesterday." "Are we to believe that they grew overnight?" Riley asked. What happened to their bodies? Officer James asked. I don't know, but I am going to find out where the hell Katie picked Willard up. You find out where those damn trees came from and who's in that samurai getup, Riley shouted out before exiting the room. Riley struggled emotionally between the grief of losing his partner and being betrayed by her at the same time. From the video, it was clear that Katie had a relationship with Willard she had not disclosed, yet none of those actions deserved the brutality inflicted upon her. Willard, Riley then thought as he exited the apartment complex near where the cherry trees were. Walking quickly to his car, he kept his eyes on the two mysterious trees. How the hell did two trees appear? Why? Some sick serial killer with a gardening fetish? After a short ride across town, Riley arrived at the bar Willard was known to have frequented. Determined to discover when Katie had picked up Willard, exiting his car, the thought just occurred to him. It was only 9 o'clock in the morning, and there was a bar. Walking up to the entrance, he could see on the door that they didn't open for another hour, but thought he saw movement through a torn section of the dark tent on the window. Walking back over to the door, he knocked hard enough for anyone with the slightest amount of hearing to notice, yet there was no response. Once more he beat his fist against the door, even harder than before. After a few seconds with no response, Riley turned and looked around for cameras, something he felt like he should have done prior to knocking, especially since there were none to be seen. Luckily, though, it did appear the stereo emporium next door did. Quickly he walked in and asked to see the manager while showing the clerk his badge. The rough-looking and heavily tattooed clerk walked to the rear of the store. Seconds later, he returned with another, who was equally presentable. "Hi, I'm Larry," the manager said. "How can I help you today?" "I am Detective Riley with the Rockbrook City Police Department. I am investigating a murder that occurred last night, and my investigation led me to the bar next door." "Doesn't surprise me. The people that frequent that establishment are low lives with no respect for community," Larry said. Surprised a little by how well-spoken this rough-looking tattooed person in front of him was, Riley continued, "That is part of the reason for my visit. Have you seen this man, and can I check the security footage for last night around 10:30 p.m.? He held up his cell phone, showing them a picture of Willard. "Yes, that guy is the lowest of them all. Doesn't surprise me that he would be wanted for murder," Larry stated. "He is actually one of the victims," Riley stated. "Well, no loss there," the clerk responded. "Sure, follow me, and I'll pull up the security cameras for last night. That place is the reason we had them installed. It helps deter people from urinating out front of our doors." Surprised by the amount of assistance he was receiving, Riley was watching last night's video footage within minutes. Just as he suspected, this was where Katie had picked up Willard. He watched as the two spoke for a few seconds outside the bar's door and began walking to her car, where they got in and left. "Damn, can you go back about an hour?" Riley requested. "Sure." With a few taps on the monitor, the video picked up a little over an hour before. After watching the video for a little while, Riley spotted what he was looking for, the same truck the samurai who killed his partner exited. Only this time he could see the driver. "Mr. Blake?" Chapter 14. Death of a Savior. Makoto watched from within his own body as blood dripped from the tip of his long blade after slicing through yet another bounty hunter's body. Watching is all he could do since surrendering himself to the darkness of Shinigami, who had total control of him now, making Makoto an unwilling passenger in his own body. Each time an opponent attacked, Makoto tried with all his might to take control for even a second, just long enough to allow an enemy blade to land a fatal strike. With his unborn child and the woman he loved departed from this world, all he wanted to do is join them in the next. But long as Shinigami controlled him, there was no hope. Now Makoto only watched as Shinigami slaughtered thousands. Shinigami prepared himself for the next bounty hunter. Over many years since Yasu's death, and Makoto freely giving up control, they had been hunted by daimyo Nobunaga's, who had placed a large bounty for whoever brought him his head. It pleased Shinigami to have so many test his strength, giving him a reason to enforce the law. Since there was no daimyo who he served, laws Shinigami enforced were those he created. Shinigami studied the approach of his next would-be killer. Each step the bounty hunter took told him much about the way he was trained and how he would attack. By the time the bounty hunter had neared striking distance, Shinigami knew where he had been trained and what his plan of attack would be for this situation. With a smirk under the demon mask he wore, Shinigami spoke, "All crimes are punishable by death," then blocked the attack with the back of his sword, followed by immediately thrusting the tip into the eye of the bounty hunter, with it exiting the back of his skull. Holding his sword steady within his head, Shinigami laughed as the man's arms and legs flailed around, as that of a fish on hot sand. His eye, without a sword thrusted through it, looked around frantically, as if trying to decide his next move. "Enough of this," Shinigami said, as he twisted his sword within the man's head, causing the same reaction as an off switch as his body went limp, dropping to the ground. "That was fun," Shinigami said, laughing as he removed his sword from the dead man's skull, flicking off the blood before sheathing. "When will your revenge be satisfied, Shinigami?" Makoto asked. "Revenge? I am justice. I enforce the law. After this pathetic attempt on my life, I know who sent these men. They weren't bounty hunters sent from Nobunaga, they were assassins sent by Daimyo Hideyoshi. Undoubtedly because you have mercilessly killed thousands of his subjects over the years. Can you blame him? Maybe, but that this has put him on my list, and justice must be served." Shinigami grinned. "This is what you wanted. You were trying to provoke Hideyoshi." While riding speedily to Daimyo Hideyoshi's palace, Makoto went silent as he did most of the time since making the regretful decision to allow Shinigami total control of his body. Shinigami rode with only one thing on his mind as he neared two large doors that allowed entrance to the palace. At each side of the entrance stood two guards, who held their ground up to the point Shinigami stopped his horse feet away. Sitting straight up in the saddle looking forward, Shinigami never even glanced at the guards as he said, "Open." The two charged with security at the entrance for the palace looked at each other, and without hesitation, pushed on the doors, opening them wide as Shinigami requested. Both had seen what had become of many others who annoyed the samurai, and at their current skill level, with weapons understood they were no match for him. As he rode by them through the two large doors into the palace, they could see dried and wet blood on him and his horse from others who had fallen by his sword. One item that drew their attention was that of a bag dripping with blood, containing two seemingly round objects inside. Shinigami looked straight ahead, confident that there would be no one with the courage to stop him while he rode his horse through the gate, across the open area where soldiers were trained, stopping just outside the door to the Daimyo Hideyoshi's palace. Dismounting his horse, Shinigami retrieved the bloody bundle hanging from his horse, allowing them to dangle by his side while he walked into the palace. Each step he took, the bloody bundle would swing slightly, touching the floor, just enough to leave a streak of blood. Strolling into the daimyo's palace floor, as if he were the daimyo, Shinigami spotted him sitting on his throne. "What is the meaning of this, Shinigami?" Daimyo Hideyoshi demanded. Removing his mask with his free hand, Shinigami smiled, then gave the bag he was dragging a swift thrust forward, releasing one end and holding the other between his fingers. Two bloody heads began rolling across the floor, leaving streaks of blood along the way. After they had come to rest just feet away from Daimyo Hideyoshi's throne, Shinigami said, "Seems I have found 2 of your palace guards out wandering around. Also seems they meant to do me harm. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Daimyo Hideyoshi?" Over the years, Hideyoshi had grown to fear Shinigami and regretted allowing him to set foot on his land. But now, not even his most skilled warriors were a match for him. "I sent no such men. If I wanted you dead, I would simply request it, samurai," Hideyoshi said, with all the confidence that fear would allow. Gripping the top of his saya just below the tsuka, Shinigami felt anger boiling up from within. With a tight squeeze around the saya, his katana was free and ready to be drawn. Placing his right hand on the handle, he began to draw it with each step he took forward, closing the distance between him and Hideyoshi. Though he tried not to show it, Hideyoshi's eyes grew large and focused on the instrument of his death. Shinigami had closed half the distance between them. At that point, his katana was fully drawn and moving up in a strike position. In his peripheral vision, movement was spotted. "Ah, thanks for not making it this easy." Shinigami raised his sword to dispatch those nearing him from each side with swords at the ready. Stepping toward the nearest threat, Shinigami swung his katana and said, "All crime is punishable by death." Before the palace guard knew it, his head had joined the others lying on the floor. Quickly, he turned to face his next adversary, blocking a strike with the back of his katana. Knowing how palace guards were trained, Shinigami anticipated his next move. Seeing that the guard's right leg moved forward a half-second before his downward swing told him to step left to avoid being struck. Moving with the grace of smoke in the wind to his left, Shinigami brought his katana down on the guard's right forearm, slicing clean with very little resistance. Still holding his sword with his left as his right turned loose and fell to the floor, the guard looked at Shinigami confused as to what had just transpired. Slowly he lowered his one remaining arm still holding his sword and turned sideways, taking a bow. Without a second thought, Shinigami rewarded him with a quick death, removed his head with one fluid motion. "Now, Daimyo, it is time to pay for your crimes." Shinigami's smile stretched across his face, causing it to resemble the demon mask he wore. With each step, Shinigami could already feel his katana slicing through Hideyoshi's flesh. Drinking in the fear of his soon-to-be victim, he prepared himself for the kill. Shinigami could feel the slightest resistance as his katana sliced through air on its way to Hideyoshi's throat. "Wait!" the spy with no name shouted as she placed her naginata between Shinigami and Hideyoshi, stopping Shinigami's attack. "You do not tell me to wait! I am justice!" Shinigami shouted furiously, yet still impressed how she seemed to have come out from nowhere. "No, you are death. Nothing more, Shinigami. I curse the day I brought you to these lands, and weep for the thousands you have murdered in the name of justice," the spy responded. Hideyoshi sat fear-stricken with Shinigami's katana just a hair's distance from cutting his skin, the spy's blade holding death at bay. Daimyo Hideyoshi knew nothing of those assassins. "I sent them to correct a mistake made long ago. Now I have the honor of doing it myself," the spy said calmly. She thrusted her naginata slightly to the side, removing Shinigami's katana from Hideyoshi's throat and towards Shinigami's head. Anticipating the attack, Shinigami leaned his head and watched as her blade grazed his cheek, creating a slight cut, enough to draw blood. After a few steps back, Shinigami felt his face, and seeing blood on his fingertips licked it off. Little by little pulling his finger from between his lips, he smiled. "You're the first to damage this body. Have to say, I do taste good. Now, let's see what you taste like." He pointed to her with his katana while making small circles in the air. Accepting his challenge, the spy jumped down the 2 steps where the daimyo's throne sat to the floor below. Eager to be gone with the man of nightmares, she charged in for her attack. She swung her naginata around toward her enemy for a strike, only to have it blocked and to immediately dodge a counter-strike aimed at her stomach. After defending and counterattacking a few more times, Shinigami stepped back and held up his hand for her to halt, but remained at the ready. "You have been trained well, my dear spy. No other has lasted long as you against my blade. Unfortunately for you, I am always in a hurry to dispatch those who break the law. Playtime has ended." Shinigami let out a devilish growl as he leapt forward to deliver 2 strikes, only to stop just past the spy, feeling a stinging feeling on his neck. It wasn't until then that he remembered he wasn't wearing the mask that protected that part of his body. "How? Why?" he thought. Makoto replied, "I might not be able to control my body, but I was able to make you forget something simple as your armor. Now I can die with honor." Shinigami held his throat with one hand as he spoke slowly. "You think this will save you? It won't save either of you." Placing his hand back onto his sword, he went in for the kill. For the next long while the two would strike and block each other's attacks, until suddenly the spy with no name lost footing, as her foot slid in congealed blood pooled near the headless guard. Seeing his opportunity, Shinigami thrusted his sword out, contacting the spy between her breasts. With it deep inside her chest, he gave it a twist, opening the wound before pulling it free. "Thank you for the fight. I hope to meet others with your skill one day and defeat them as well. As your reward, I will leave you your head." Slowly, Shinigami turned to face Hideyoshi, making eye contact. Justice has been served. After breaking eye contact, he exited the room, leaving the spy to die from her wound. Once Shinigami had left the palace floor, Hideyoshi called for his personal physician and rushed to the spy's side. "You have brought great honor to you and your mother. Forgive me for the way you have been treated. Every peasant in our land will know of your sacrifice for your daimyo this day. Physician, now." The physician ran to her side, but upon seeing the hole in her chest, he knew there was nothing he could do. "My daimyo, we must find a Kitsune-Tsukai. Fox familiar. It is the only way she can be saved." Looking down at the spy coughing up droplets of blood, he knew soon she would part this world. Regret filled his heart. "Then it shall be done. Hurry, get 2 guards to carry her. You know where the Kitsune-Tsukai den is?" "Yes, my daimyo, but for it to work, she must feed it its favorite food. My apologies, daimyo. I do not know what that is." "Have some other guards capture 3 of my best koi fish. They are what the Kitsune-Tsukai desire. Now hurry, before it is too late," Daimyo Hideyoshi ordered. "My daimyo, please don't trouble yourself. It was my honor to have served you," the spy with no name said, blood splattering out of her mouth. With the spy's mother passing when she was just a child, Hideyoshi was sure she had no clue of her bloodline. It had always been understood that daimyo children born by oiran, prostitutes, were never seen or were put to death. Something about this one, even as a baby, had captured his soul, yet as a daimyo, he could not have her known. That was to be no more. "Kichi, call me father." Though surprised, she always had suspected some connection, having been sent to all the most extensive fighting and educational schools available. "Kichi?" she coughed out. "It means good fortune, for that is what I was to have had you. Now speak no more, but do not leave me. I am taking you to see the Kitsune-Tsukai," Daimyo said as he placed his hand over her wound in an attempt to keep her blood from escaping her body. Minutes later, they were off with guards transporting Kichi on a stretcher, doing their best to keep up with Daimyo Hideyoshi and the physician on horseback. 3 guards with a bucket of water containing 1 koi fish each attempted to keep up, but at the same time retain water in their buckets. The path led by the physician winded through the woods and up the side of a great hill, yet everyone did their best to keep up, not just because they were ordered to by the daimyo, but because Kichi had been very respected by all. With those on foot beginning to fall behind from exhaustion, they came to the end of the trail, near a cave entrance. "Is this it, physician?" Daimyo Hideyoshi asked, knowing his daughter could soon draw her last breath. "I believe it to be, my daimyo," he responded. "You had better hope it is, or you will share her fate." Looking back to his daughter and the 3 guards holding buckets, Hideyoshi signaled to the guards to place their buckets near the cave entrance. They ran with the last of their energy and placed them down with the koi fish still alive, but with very little water remaining. Having an idea of what was about to take place, the 3 quickly retreated to the rear of the group. "Kitsune-Tsukai, come and feast," the physician called out, his voice cracking in fear. "Kitsune-Tsukai, come and feast," he called again, now even more worried about his decision to speak of this possibility. "Kitsune-Tsukai, come and—" "Shut up, you fool!" everyone heard coming from a large, dark figure just inside the cave entrance. "I am Daimyo Hideyoshi. Do you remember me from when I was but a boy? When you tried to bind with me if I only gave you my koi?" "Oh, yes," the Kitsune-Tsukai stated. "You turned me away saying daimyo need nothing from the like of demons. From the looks of this, it appears times have changed. I have no time for games and old thoughts. I call upon you to help my daughter, save her life. In return, you will have what you desire. Never again will you want for koi. We have a deal?" "Only the one with whom I shall be connected can make such a plea. From the sight of her, that is not possible." The Kitsune-Tsukai pointed out from the darkness, revealing a reddish-haired hand with long, rounded claws. Such a sight caused the guards to run back into the wood in the direction they had ventured. Using what appeared to be the last bit of life remaining in her, Kichi struggled to her side from where her stretcher had been placed on the ground by the fleeing guards. Noticing his daughter's struggle, Hideyoshi leapt from his horse to assist. Kichi raised her hand to him, signaling for him to stop. Blood gushed from Kichi's mouth as she struggled with each step, not allowing anyone to carry her. After reaching the first of the 3 buckets, Kichi leaned over to retrieve the koi, only to collapse alongside. Gasping for air as blood filled the last free space of her lungs, Kichi fought to reach inside and succeed at getting her hands into the koi's gills. As her lips began to turn blue and darkness closed in from all directions, Kichi threw the koi just beyond darkness of the cave. Seeing that his daughter appeared to have passed, Daimyo drew his sword to keep true to the promise he made to the physician. "Look!" the physician shouted in glee. Fortunately for him, they both spotted the same hair hand and arm reach out and pull Kichi within the darkness of the cave. Returning his sword to the sheath on his side, Daimyo Hideyoshi replied, "Looks as though you have come through. Let's set up camp here. I am not leaving without my daughter." Chapter 15. Unknown Time. "Are you kidding me?" Mary shouted while beating on the driver's side window of Kevin's truck. Startled and confused, Kevin raised his head from where it rested on the steering wheel. "What?" he said with a dry throat. "Don't what me. You just drove off last night after saying you would be in just a minute. Where the hell did you go? I have been worried sick all night. Now unlock this door and get out here." Feeling much like he had been partying and drinking all night, Kevin rubbed his head with one hand and unlocked the door with his other. "I don't know. I don't remember going anywhere." Suddenly, Mary's demeanor changed as she went from upset wife to medical professional. After many strange issues occurring with his health over the last month, she now became concerned. Opening the truck door, Mary reached in, taking his hand to lead him inside. where she could examine him further. While helping him out, she noticed the crimson katana he had been working on, lying on the seat beside him. "Did you meet with a buyer last night or something?" she asked. "No, not that I'm aware. Maybe. I need some ibuprofen or something." Just then he realized the sun was just above the eastern horizon. "It's morning?" "Yes, you've been gone all night. I watched for you until falling asleep around 1 a.m. I noticed it getting light out, so I came out to look, and here you are." Letting go of his hand as they entered, Mary felt something wet running down her fingers. Blood, and a lot of it. "I'm going to take a Kevin collapsed before finishing. Hours passed at the hospital while they ran tests and stitched up the cut that seemed to never heal on his thumb. Looking at Kevin lying in the hospital bed, Mary became concerned that this time would be much like their last visit as she squeezed his hand. Only to her surprise, he squeezed her hand as well. Joy overwhelmed her as she jumped to her feet, still holding his hand. "Kevin, Kevin!" She spoke with a trebling voice, praying she had not imagined his squeeze. "Oh no," Kevin said softly. With a tear in her eye, she asked, "What?" Mary asked, happy things were not going to be just like their last visit. "I don't know what happened during the last few minutes of that episode last night," Kevin said, smiling. "Well, we will just have to re-watch it tonight. Now you just focus on getting out of here. They ran more tests and were just waiting to hear back. Is there anything I can get for you now?" Mary asked enthusiastically. "Water. Ice water. My throat is very dry," Kevin replied. Releasing his hand, Mary left the room, knowing just where to go since she also worked at the hospital. Kevin watched as she left the room, leaving the door propped open. He laid in the bed, watching as people went about their business, some being staff workers, visitors, and patients wandering around. After a few minutes, Mary returned with a cup of ice water. "I love you," Kevin informed Mary as he retrieved the cup of water from her. "I love you also, but you don't have to keep coming here to hear it. I feel like it is well known while we are home," Mary joked. Sipping on the water she had brought him helped greatly with the discomfort in his throat as they continued chatting. As they did, someone kept drawing his attention to the area outside near the nurses' station. "After they finished with their tests, are you listening to me, Kevin?" Mary asked, seeing he had been distracted by something. With it obvious where he was looking, she turned to see what had his complete attention. "Seriously, the new doctor, that's what has your attention. Is it because she is Asian and pretty?" Mary asked with a hint of jealousy. "What? No. Is she my doctor?" Kevin inquired. Giving him a playful conspiratorial look, Mary replied, "No, your doctor is, well, here he is." Through the door walked a tall, grey-haired, slender man with a clipboard. "Hi, Mary. Kevin. I am Dr. Richards. We ran a few tests, and many came back okay, with the exception of one. When comparing your CT scan from your last visit to now, we can see a spot slightly darker than before." Mary immediately jumped to her feet, hurrying over to where Dr. Richards had placed the scans on the screen for viewing. Studying the two images, she could see what he was referring to, but had not yet seen such results. "What does this mean, and how would it occur?" she asked, looking at the images and understanding who he was talking to since they worked together. Dr. Richards rubbed the back of his neck as he spoke. "Really, I haven't seen anything like this. It doesn't seem to have mass like a tumor. It is just a dark area on the image." "But it is something?" Mary asked with concern. "Yes. I'll have to do some other research, but as of now, it is one of those things that can't be explained. You understand how some of these things go. Not everything has a clear answer when dealing with the human body." Just then, he realized he had not addressed his patient at all, but was speaking frankly about the situation to his wife. Quickly, Dr. Richards turned around to apologize. Seeing the look on his face, Kevin understood what he was going to say next. Holding up his hand to stop him, he began speaking. "It's all good, Doc. You two discuss, and she will update me at home. I am assuming that is where I'll be later, not in a box downstairs." "Kevin, stop it!" Mary scolded him as he laughed. "No box for you. Mary, I will update you on anything I discover. And for now, just take it easy and take in plenty of fluids. I want to see you in a month for another CT scan," Dr. Richards responded, while making a few notes in his chart before exiting their room. Once Dr. Richards had exited, Kevin looked to Mary. "How bad is it?" Placing her hand on his cheek, Mary spoke in a very reassuring tone. "Nothing to worry about just yet. Could just be an anomaly from the scanner. Could just be this or that. Nothing to be concerned about just yet, but I do want to stop by Human Resources on the way out and see about upping some life insurance." She finished by patting his cheek with her open hand. "Yeah, well, make sure it is enough. They might get suspicious if you do it too many times," Kevin joked. Mary picked up a bag from the table near his bed, tossing it to him. "You just get dressed and let me worry about that." "Neither one of us has eaten, and it is late in the day. Where do you want to go? Chinese?" Kevin asked, while getting dressed. "How about the new Italian place? You enjoyed it last time?" Chinese food was like his default setting when it came to eating out, but remembering how great the food was at the Italian place put a smile on his face. "Sounds great to me. Looking forward to trying their lasagna." The thought of the place caused his mouth to water and clothes to go on faster. Within seconds, he swung open the curtains, took Mary's hand, and began heading for the car she had followed the ambulance with. "Whoa, slow down. I need to stop by the nurse's station," Mary informed him. Following alongside her like a lost child, Kevin just stood waiting once they came to a stop. Mary began speaking to those behind the desk about work, something that causing him to instantly begin searching the area for something more interesting. Yet as he looked around, it seemed their conversation was the most interesting thing taking place, even though most of what they were saying was going right over his head. "Excuse me, when will my mother be able to go home? I have a lot to do today." A voice came from the other end of the station. "Just a minute and I'll check." One of the nurses responded as she pulled charts for the patient, he regarded. After a few seconds, the man became agitated, asking, "Well?" "I said I had things to do." Unfazed by his demeanor, the nurse looked until she found the information. "It appears she is being held another night for observation. The doctor wants to find out what may have caused her fall, leading to the broken arm. Don't want it happening again." With a loud groan, he pushed off the countertop and bumped into Kevin as he passed. The bump caused Kevin to grab his head, as a sharp pain struck. Instantly, images flooded his mind of the rude man beating an older lady, then pushing her down to the ground. "That guy should be locked up." One of the nurses spoke from behind the station. "All crimes are—" "We will see you later," Mary said abruptly, taking Kevin's hand, leading him off before he could finish what he was saying. "We going to eat now?" "I am starving," Kevin asked as she pulled him along. After exiting the hospital, Mary hurried to their car, where once inside asked, "Why are you saying that lately?" Confused, Kevin asked, "What? Just thought we were heading to eat." "No, you have said on more than a few occasions, all crimes are punishable by death. What is that about?" "I don't know. Let's just go get dinner. I am starving." Kevin responded, not wanting to tell her about the very realistic hallucinations he had experienced. Turning away from her to look out the passenger side window, gesturing he didn't want to discuss it further. "I am just worried about you," Mary said as she put the car in drive and left the hospital parking lot. Neither spoke the full ride home. Kevin just sat staring out the window into the mirror just outside, counting cherry blossoms as they fail behind their car. Chapter 16. Investigation. "Sir, Detective Riley!" Officer James shouted, spotting Riley entering the station. Hearing his name Riley and needing someone to do more research, he made his way over to where James stood behind his desk. "What do you have for me?" "Well, you know those trees at the apartment complex? They are Japanese cherry trees. They go back thousands of years. Those particular species at the crime scene are known as Shidarezakura, a weeping cherry tree." "Yeah, but how did they get there?" Riley acknowledged, then asked. "Well, that's just it. They shouldn't be, and they definitely shouldn't be at full bloom this time of the year. They only bloom for about 2 weeks at the end of winter. It is July, sir. Plus, they have a difficult time living in areas with winters as cold as ours," Officer James enthusiastically stated. "That it?" Riley asked, impressed by his discovery. "They are also the symbol of a samurai," James added. "So, no idea how they got there?" "No, because they do take many years to grow that large, and the ground around them had not been disturbed," James explained. "Symbol of the samurai. That's a good connection to the killer, but I would sound crazy putting trees grew within minutes in my report. There must be another explanation. Keep looking. Also, I need everything you can get me on Kevin Blake," he asked the young, eager officer. Perplexed by the request, James asked, "Isn't that the guy who witnessed the hit and run?" Riley had already started walking away to the digital evidence technicians, in hopes that they would be able to answer more questions. His mind kept playing over one scenario after another, and nothing made sense. Why would such a man suddenly go out and slaughter 2 people? And why use such a disguise? Nothing made sense, but this early in an investigation, that was often the case. Walking into the digital evidence techs lab, Riley saw his video on the screen. "What have you discovered? Were you able to recover the missing sections of video?" "Well, that is an interesting question. Yes and no." The tech answered with an amused look on his face. "Come on, I don't have time for riddles. That's my partner being cut to pieces on there, and I need answers." Riley spoke very aggressively, causing the tech to take a step back. "I'm sorry, Becky. It has been a long 24 hours, and I need a break in this case." Riley apologized to Technician Becky. "No, I should have said it different. I just haven't seen anything like this, at least not outside of an action movie. After cleaning and enhancing the video, we thought these were clicks, but they weren't. Watch." Becky pressed play. Riley watched as the samurai neared his 2 victims. Then he watched as Kate fired shots, missing her attacker. "Yeah, I didn't see anything new. It looked the same, just much clearer." Pleased with her work, Becky smiled slightly. "Watch the samurai as she fires." Watching closely as Becky played the video once again, Riley noticed a slight skip in the video. "That's it. A skip?" he asked, frustrated. "Oh, that isn't a skip. We cleaned it up and slowed it down. Within 1 frame, he swung his sword." Holding her hand out, Becky presented him with a clear bag marked evidence. "What is this?" Riley asked, retrieving the bag. "One of the bullets Kate fired," Becky replied, attempting to hide her excitement. Inspecting the bag's contents, Riley rolled the 2 objects inside between his fingers before speaking. "You telling me this guy sliced the bullets as they came at him, cut them while traveling over 1,100 feet per second?" Riley asked in disbelief. Taking back the evidence bag, Becky manipulated the 2 pieces in the bag until the 2 flat sides showed. Yes, they were sliced. Where the video seems to glitch was not a glitch, but this guy moving too fast for security cameras to record, Becky said, while tapping on the monitor screen. "Okay, what about the lost footage?" Riley asked, while attempting to wrap his mind around this new information. The camera didn't malfunction. It is very strange. Stranger than a samurai slicing through bullets? Riley interjected. Okay, not that strange, but still baffling. The video doesn't stop. It is recording, but it is almost as though someone encrypted the live video. Without knowing what was used, it can't be unscrambled, Becky said with less enthusiasm. Well, if you make any more progress on it, keep me updated, Riley said as he exited the lab. He quickly found himself questioning everything about the case and his ability to solve it. It was a feeling he had never experienced before, but this was a case like no other. So many puzzle pieces had no way of fitting as though they were from an entirely different puzzle. While walking through the station, a thought occurred to him. How long does it take to put on such a costume? With the thought, he began searching for costume shops in the area. Within minutes, he had located one, and, in his car, was heading down the road. Hopeful for some real answers, Riley pulled up to Costume Emporium. Upon entering, he knew from the displays that this was the right place to come. "Hi, how can I help you today?" an older gentleman asked, flashing his badge toward the man. Riley spoke. "I am Detective Riley with the Rockbrook City Police Department. I am doing an investigation and have a few questions that you might be able to help me with." "My name is Larry. I would be happy to, but we are simply a costume store. Not sure how much help I can be." "Well, that is precisely why I came here. Look at this. Can you tell me anything about this costume?" Riley asked, holding up his phone for Larry to see a screenshot of the samurai. After a few minutes of studying the image, Larry replied with confidence, "Oh yes, that is very nice. If that is a reproduction, it is an expensive one. If not but original, it is very expensive." "Do you carry anything like this, or have ordered one of someone?" Larry thought for a minute. "No, the last samurai costume we sold was years ago, but nothing of that quality." "One last thing, and I'll get out of your hair. How long would it take someone to put this on?" Riley asked. Taking another look and studying it closely, Larry rubbed his chin while replying, "Well, for one person it would be very difficult. One like this would take 2 minimum. 2 people approximately half-hour, maybe." "Thanks for your help. Have a great day," Riley told Larry before exiting the Costume Emporium. Getting into his car, he had the thought, could there have been 2 people? The Blakes? Riley just couldn't make the leap to believe they were involved due to nothing about them fit in with such a brutal crime. The only thing he had to connect them other than they may have known Willard was Mr. Blake sitting in the parking lot outside the bar, and a truck similar to his, at the crime scene. "What is the connection?" Riley asked aloud. "To no one while beating on the steering wheel. There has to be something I missed at the crime scene." Flipping his blinker on, he turned his car around and began making his way back to the murder site, rather than the police station. Pulling up to the area still taped off with crime scene tape, Riley attempted to play back the video in his mind, as if he were the attacker. Stepping out of his car in the same location as the truck from the video, Riley exited while imagining he drew a sword. In his mind, he swung cutting bullets in half, then sliced off Kate's hands, removed her head, then killed Willard. "Where did their bodies go? Did he take them?" Riley asked, talking only to himself. So once again he walked through the murder step by step, only this time adding to what he knew. This time he added what it would have been like had the murderer carried the bodies back to his truck. There would be a great deal more blood, Riley thought, and seeing there had not been any found heading in the direction of the murderer's truck. Fine. Their bodies were not carried off, so what happened to them, and where the hell did those trees come from? Riley asked softly, looking over at the trees, as the long, droopy limbs swayed in the breeze. Just as he began to turn his attention back to the crime scene, a glimmer of sunlight caught his eye between 2 long strains of cherry blossoms. Focusing on the spot, As he walked near, and spotting it once more, he pinpointed where it had come from. "What is that?" he asked, while using his fingernail to scratch away a few pieces of bark, revealing more of the shiny object. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his knife. With the point, he carefully cut away at the wood around the metal object, ensuring not to make contact. With a sufficient amount removed, he felt confident that he could reveal more of the object by peeling away the remaining wood with his fingers. Scratching with his fingernails to get a hold soon, had one finger under the wood pulling on the small sliver. Suddenly, the wood snapped, revealing Kate's badge sparkling in the sunlight, still part of the tree. Chapter 17. Equal. "Get back here, thief," Shinigami demanded as he sliced the arms off from another standing in front of him. Grinning under his demon mask, Shinigami watched as his victim screamed in agony, while staring down at his severed limbs before passing out from loss of blood. The pleasure he achieved from killing was always short, but easily regained. "All crimes are punishable by death, thief. Don't make me chase you too long, or I might have to take your legs before your head," Shinigami shouted tauntingly. Moving at a swift pace, he began his pursuit to feed his addiction of death. Following each indentation made by footsteps of his fleeing prey made it easy for him to track through the thick bamboo forest. With such a thick forest of bamboo, it was easy to lose sight of prey, but prey rarely think about what they are leaving behind. Shinigami noticed the earth up ahead, near a tight bundle of bamboo, was heavily disrupted. Slowing his pace, then walking softly on the balls of his feet, Shinigami approached the bundle quietly. Hearing the man's heavy breathing just on the other side of the bamboo, he raised his katana and swung, slicing through 5 stalks before his sword was pulled free. Squatting behind the bamboo stumps was the frightened man. "You think justice will not find you?" Shinigami asked as he raised his katana for another strike. Just then, the man jumped up and began his run once again. "Those legs are mine now, thief." Even though some areas of the forest had little light shining and preventing him from seeing the thieves' tracks, Shinigami could still hear his prey's heavy breathing and footsteps. Agitated due to the amount of time pursuing his prey, he knew it was nearing an end. All around him things began to get brighter, and he knew that would mean the edge of the bamboo forest. Suddenly, he heard his prey shouting, "Shinigami! Shinigami!" followed by another voice. As he emerged from the forest with sword in hand, Shinigami stared at the man standing in front of him, with sword held in a defensive posture. What kind of witchery is this? Shinigami thought as he walked over to where the strange-looking and weirdly clothed man stood. "Where did the thief go?" Shinigami inquired. "Thief?" the strange man asked. "Where is he?" Stopping mere feet away, Shinigami demanded. He saw the stranger point to the east, but felt this man held a katana and was not a samurai. That was a crime. While swinging his blade up from down low, Shinigami anticipated a quick kill, but was amused by rays of red light bursting out from their 2 blades contacting. The amusement subsided as he realized he was losing control, not of the fight he was now in with this stranger, but worse. "Makoto, no. You relinquished control. This is my body now. No, Shinigami. You haven't fulfilled your oath to me. You haven't killed Daimyo Nobunaga," Makoto informed Shinigami, even though he wasn't sure after all these years how he was able to regain control of his body. "This stranger is a witch. That's the only way." Shinigami spoke as Makoto regained control, continuing the fight Shinigami had been in. "Wait, that's my sword?" Makoto said, holding his last strike as the 2 swords met, emitting streaks of red light. Stepping back, he studied the stranger and his sword. Turning his sword slightly, revealing the carved cherry blossom, Makoto heard the strange man say something, but it was too lightly spoken to understand. "Who's the maker of your sword?" Makoto demanded to know. "Sengo Ishioka, On third day of Rishun, Kevin responded just as amazed. Changing grip on his sword handle, then pressing on the bamboo pin holding it together, Makoto could hear Shinigami in the background of his mind. He is a witch, he will kill you, and you will never have your revenge. You are a mountain demon who tricked Sengo into asking for your help, and then hijacked my life. Think I can deal with a witch, Makoto thought. With his sword dismantled, Makoto stared at the stranger. How is this? This katana was made for me. There is no other, Makoto asked. Not sure. What is your name? I am Kevin. Makoto. Just then, he felt as if something was dragging him back into darkness. As it did, he released his hands while putting the sword back together. No, Shinigami. I forbid you to regain control. You forbid nothing, Shinigami informed Makoto. Why did that man call you Shinigami? Kevin asked. Punishment for all crimes is death. Shinigami is the spirit of this sword, and it demands justice, Shinigami instructed Kevin, as he turned to distance himself from what he assumed had to be a powerful witch. You can't do this, Shinigami. I took back control. You… No, Shinigami cut Makoto off, knowing what he was going to say. You are mistaken. I promised revenge for you by killing Daimyo Nobunaga. I never said when, if it quiets you. We will head that way after killing this thief. Soon after their agreement, Shinigami caught up with the thief, removing his left leg and right arm, leaving the death-bound man, pointlessly struggling to stand on one leg with the other arm swinging around for balance. As he turned away, Shinigami felt a slight rush of pleasure, hearing the thief's body thud onto the ground. Yet he didn't want to look due to the pleasure it gave him, replaying the man attempting to remain standing. After a few days of riding, Shinigami approached the gates of Daimyo Nobunaga's palace. Shinigami stood tall, surveying the obstacle in front of him, the one that would fulfill his obligation to possess Makoto's body, making it only his. He quickly noticed that since his last visit years ago, the gate had been reinforced with wood and bamboo. But that wasn't the only upgrade. The number of guards had also increased dramatically. Off to his right, he heard something moving off in the distance. Just as quickly as he turned his head in the same direction, he drew his katana. Is there one bold enough to bring the attack to me? Shinigami thought, yet only seen a fox walking among the trees. Disappointed, he took in a deep breath through his nose. Shinigami smiled at the strong aroma of fear generated from those chosen to protect their daimyo. Well, it looks as though someone informed you I was coming. The daimyo has broken the law, and all crimes are punishable by death. Those are his orders. If you leave now, you will not be considered accomplices of the daimyo and can walk away in peace, Shinigami proclaimed. After just a few seconds, he could hear metal clanking as weapons fell to the ground. Once a few fell, it sounded as if all fell at once. Then large reinforcement gates opened, with those that were standing outside the gates well on their way to anywhere but here. Shinigami watched as 2 lines of people flowed from within, giving him a wide berth as they went around him. Shinigami sniffed the air as they ran past, savoring the smell of fear radiating from their pores. Casually, Shinigami walked toward the open gate. Kill a few thousand people, and things start to open up for you? He snickered. Once inside the gate entrance, he drew his katana from its saya, quickly, as a guard approached on his way out of the palace. Hearing his body fall to the ground and head rolling, Shinigami stated, "Time's up," as Shinigami's laugh sadistically, "I will have you all put to the pit for this." Shinigami smiled, spotting Nobunaga standing just inside the doorway to his throne room. Threatening them isn't going to do you any good, my daimyo. I will not be slaughtered like a pig, Makoto. I don't care what you call yourself now, but I will always know you as a little boy. A little boy I should have had put to death when my daughter became a lady, Daimyo Nobunaga shouted, with his voice laced with fear and defiance. "Oh, daimyo, Makoto wouldn't do the things I am about to do to you. However, I do have to thank you. Had it not been for you breaking him with the death of his child and your daughter, I would have had no opportunity to take control. I guess that is why I have allowed you to live a few extra years. Knowing you would be doing so in fear, that was just a bonus." Shinigami laughed, a laugh that filled the air, sounding like jackals prowling in the night. With noticeable fear in his voice, Daimyo Nobunaga called out, "Take him!" Shinigami watched as shinobis appeared from behind columns, dark shadowed corners, from atop palace walls and buildings. The shinobis were samurais with no masters. Their loyalty was to gold. For the most part, they were highly trained in stealth, whose main function was secrets and assassinations. "Oh yes, this is going to be a good day," Shinigami cried out, as 8 shinobi circled him with each holding their preferred weapons. One shinobi drew his attention more than others. That was one wielding a sodagarami, man-catcher. The long pole with spikes and hooks going in all direction on the end of easily snagged clothing, even samurai's armor. Shinobi did not fight with honor one-on-one. Their goal was to take down and kill those who they were paid for. Shinigami was no different. All at once, all shinobi roared and began their attack, charging in as one. Knowing he had to limit their ability to attack as one, Shinigami ran directly toward the one holding the sodagarami, that being the greatest threat of all. Shinigami watched as blade after blade was thrusted in his direction, each very sharp and controlled by highly trained fighters. Had they been fighting any other person, they stood a very real chance of winning, but against Shinigami, they were already dead. Shinigami's supernatural powers manifested, enhancing his already formidable combat abilities. He moved with an unnatural swiftness, effortlessly evading their attacks and striking them down with ruthless efficiency. His dark energy surged, enveloping the battlefield in an aura of malevolence. Shadows danced and twisted around him, aiding his movements and ensnaring his enemies. With each swing of his katana, he unleashed waves of dark power that cut through his opponents with devastating precision. Avoiding spears and swords being thrusted in his direction with a few jumps and spins, Shinigami closed the distance between him and the wielder of the sodagarami. Once past the many hooks on the pole, Shinigami kicked the shaft, knocking the end, causing it to snag the clothing of 2 shinobis. Quickly, he thrusted the point of his katana through the throat of the one gripping the pole, causing blood to stream into the air. Taking control of the pole's shaft, Shinigami leaned back, making his way between 2 large tables used for those wanting to trade within the safety of the palace walls. With the 2 men still snagged on the hooks of the pole, Shinigami dragged them along. Unable to free themselves from the hooks, each attempted to swing his weapon, only to be stopped by Shinigami, thrusting sodagarami forward, ramming barbed spikes into their bodies, while dark, shadowy figures seemed to hold them helplessly in place. "Now we are having fun!" Shinigami shouted. Within minutes, he had their numbers down to just a few, as the last man on the sodagarami bleed out. Dropping the pole, Shinigami jumped upon the table to his left, running back toward the open area where they had started the attack. Now with their numbers low, Shinigami wanted to have some fun. Shinigami's laughter echoed through the palace halls as the shinobi fell one by one, their lives extinguished by his merciless onslaught. Blood stained his hands and dripped from his katana, but his thirst for power and dominance remained unquenched. As the remaining shinobi gathered themselves surrounding him once more in the open, Shinigami looked to Daimyo Nobunaga. "Hope you paid these dead men well, for it only bought you minutes more of life." Believing he was distracted, speaking to Nobunaga, the remaining shinobi advanced for the kill. One by one, Shinigami deflected blades, then removed arms, legs, and heads as he danced his way through their attack. Drenched in their blood as it still rained down after their bodies had already fallen to the ground, Shinigami listened to Nobunaga's heartbeat rapidly. Pulling his sword free from its sheath, Nobunaga's hands shook in fear. "I am your daimyo. I do not fear you. I command you to seppuku. You serve me, and your life is mine to request." With a pull on a string, Shinigami released one side of his mask, allowing it to reveal his face, while his katana held firmly in his other hand, dripped with blood off to his side. Stimulated by the pleasure of killing so many, Shinigami drew in a deep breath through his nose. You smell that? Death has a certain ability of making one feel so very alive. Makoto, well, he would be more than honored to fulfill your request at one time, but you lost the honor of asking for his life when it was given to me. Now, daimyo, it is time for you to pay the price for my reward. Shinigami savored each step he took toward the daimyo. With each one he took, the smell of fear emitted by Daimyo Nobunaga grew, though he was impressed seeing him step out from the doorway to meet his end. I shall start with your fingers, one by one. Next, I will take your toes the same way and work my way to your head. This will not be pleasant for you. Quickly, Nobunaga raised his sword, only to watch as his Shinigami appeared in front of him incredibly fast. With his sword still above his head, Nobunaga wondered why Shinigami wasn't attacking. Then he realized he already had two fingers, as they fell to the ground right in front of his face. With a gasp, Nobunaga dropped his sword and stared at his remaining three appendages. My apologies, daimyo. Guess I got more than one. Let's try that again. Shinigami snickered as he raised his katana once more to separate Nobunaga from another one of his fingers. Stop! Shinigami heard as his sword met steel of another. It can't be. I killed you. Shinigami said, surprised. Well, I guess you weren't very successful, were you? Kill him! I command you, spy! Nobunaga ordered as he picked up his fingers laying in the dirt. Ah, spy. I should have known when I saw the fox it was really Kitsune-Mochis. You are with the witch. Nobody could have survived your wounds. Shinigami said, disappointed that he had not been successful in killing her. My name is Kichi. Learn it because it will be the last one you ever hear. Swiftly, Kichi kicked out, striking Shinigami in his chest, propelling him backwards several feet. No! Shinigami thunderously roared. Anger filled his body as he lunged forward to attack. Kichi had already prepared herself for what was to come, and as he swung down with his katana, she deflected with hers, then countered immediately with a strike to Shinigami's exposed neck, slicing deep within. Feeling the sting of her blade, Shinigami only then realized he had not secured his face mask that protected him from such a maneuver. Slightly startled by the sight of his own blood, having never been cut in battle, he stepped back to prepare for his next attack. Time he didn't have as Kichi's katana was coming down upon him. Quickly he stepped to the side, while doing so heard nothing but laughter. Shut up! Shut up now! Stop laughing! Kichi held her next attack, baffled by what her opponent was saying, for the only other person around was Nobunaga, and he sat moaning while staring at his severed fingers. What is wrong with you? She asked, then went in for the kill, only to be blocked by Shinigami. Stop it! Shinigami shouted once more, before turning toward the open gate holding his wounded throat, all the way hearing Makoto laughing while saying, She cut our throat. Shinigami, his throat grievously wounded, stumbled towards the open gate, desperately trying to escape. The pain was excruciating, but he refused to succumb to his injuries. As he reached the gate, he could hear Kichi's footsteps behind him, closing in fast. With a surge of determination, Shinigami pushed himself to keep running, fueled by his desire for revenge and the fear of what awaited him if he failed. He couldn't let Kichi or anyone else stand in his way. The darkness within him burned fiercely, granting him a resilience that few could match. As Shinigami emerged from the palace grounds and into the surrounding forest, he could feel his strength waning. His steps faltered, and his vision blurred. The wound in his throat was draining his life force, and he knew he had to find a way to heal himself before it was too late. With the last ounces of his strength, Shinigami stumbled upon a hidden shrine deep within the forest. Its ancient presence called out to him, promising solace and restoration. He staggered towards it, his blood staining the ground beneath him. As he entered the sacred space, Shinigami could feel a surge of energy enveloping him. The shrine's mystical aura embraced him, mending his wounded throat and rejuvenating his weary body. The dark energy that had sustained him before now mingled with the sacred power of the shrine, creating a potent and formidable force. With renewed vigor, Shinigami emerged from the shrine. His wounds fully healed. He could sense Kichi's presence not too far away, and he knew that their fates were still intertwined. The battle was far from over, and he was determined to make her pay for her interference. Shinigami moved swiftly and silently through the forest, his senses honed to perfection. He could feel the presence of Kichi growing stronger, her energy drawing nearer. With each step, his anticipation and anger grew, fueling his desire to end her once and for all. Finally, Shinigami found Kichi standing by a moonlit clearing, her gaze fixed upon him. She held her katana with unwavering confidence, ready to face him head-on. The air crackled with tension as they locked eyes, both knowing that only one would emerge victorious from this encounter. Without a word, Shinigami lunged at Kichi, his katana gleaming in the moonlight. Kichi met his attack with equal ferocity, their blades clashing with thunderous force. The forest around them seemed to hold its breath, witnessing the clash of two powerful forces locked in a deadly dance. Their battle raged on, the clash of steel echoing through the night. Shinigami's dark powers surged once again, intertwining with Kichi's indomitable spirit. It was a battle of wills, as much as it was a fight for survival. Time seemed to stretch, each second filled with tension and intensity. Blow after blow, parry after parry, they pushed each other to their limits. Shinigami's laughter, tinged with madness and desperation, filled the air as he fought with relentless determination. But Kichi, driven by her own purpose and resolve, matched him at every turn. She tapped into the full extent of her skills and experience, fighting with a grace and precision that belied her appearance. As the moon reached its zenith, casting an ethereal glow upon the battlefield, the intensity of the battle reached its peak. Shinigami's attacks grew wilder, fueled by a combination of his dark powers and his growing frustration. Yet Kichi remained steadfast, her focus unyielding. With a final surge of strength, Kichi seized an opening in Shinigami's attack, seizing her opportunity with a powerful thrust of her sword. Chapter 18. Punishable by Death. It had been a week since returning home from the hospital, and Mary stood staring out the kitchen window toward Kevin's shop, more concerned than ever. Never before in their time together had they spoken to each other so little nor had such little time together. Worried about the unexplained darkened area on his CT scan, Mary wondered if it might be the reason for his behavioral change. Each free minute from working or doing homework for her doctorate degree was spent researching similar cases, but with very little results. Finally, she decided to try a different approach, and instead of letting him work through issues by spending most of his time in his shop, she would encourage him to do other things. Normally, as she approached, the large roll-up door would be open, and she had just recognized it had not been up all week. Everything that was normal to her, as she walked out to his workshop, was no longer normal, such as the sounds. There was always hammering, a machine running, or even music playing, only this time nothing, not even a bird chirping. Entering through the side door, Mary walked into the main part of the shop, which seemed void of life as though nobody had been there in years. Looking toward Kevin's finishing room where he spent most of his time working, Mary could see the top of his head through a window separating the two rooms. Making her way through the shop, she slowly opened the door to not startle him and entered. Sitting almost motionless at his workbench, she could see he had been sharpening a knife and cut himself, only instead of coming in to have it bandaged, he sat staring at it as it bled. "Did I cause that?" Mary asked, concerned. Kevin snapped out of his trance-like state, his eyes focusing on Mary as she approached him. He was surprised to see the cut on his hand, a small trail of blood trickling from the wound. It was as if he hadn't even registered the pain or the need to tend to it. "Oh, Mary," he muttered, his voice carrying a tinge of weariness. I didn't even notice." Worry etched across her face. Mary gently took Kevin's hand and examined the cut. It was a shallow gash, but it seemed to represent something deeper, a physical manifestation of the emotional turmoil that had engulfed him. "I think it's time we talked, Kevin," she said softly, her eyes searching his for any sign of recognition or understanding. "Something's not right, and I'm worried about you." Kevin's gaze dropped to the floor, his expression a mix of guilt and confusion. He knew deep down that something was off, that his behavior had changed, but he couldn't quite grasp why or how to fix it. Nightmare images of people having their heads removed and limbs severed constantly flashed through his thoughts, yet that wasn't anything he wanted to share. I don't know what's happening to me, Mary," he confessed, his voice filled with a hint of desperation. "Ever since that darkened spot showed up on my CT scan, everything feels different. I don't feel like myself anymore." Mary's heart sank, her concern deepening as she listened to Kevin's words. It was clear that his condition was affecting him in profound ways, and she knew they couldn't ignore it any longer. "We'll figure this out together, Kevin," she reassured him, gently squeezing his hand. "We won't give up until we find answers and get you the help you need." Kevin nodded, a mixture of fear and hope flickering in his eyes. With Mary by his side, he felt a glimmer of strength returning, a belief that they could face whatever lay ahead, no matter how uncertain or daunting. Together, they would navigate the mysteries that shrouded his changing behavior and uncover the truth that lurked within the shadows of their lives, though he still refused to speak of the nightmares or very real encounters with what seemed to be people from another realm. After having a long discussion regarding the dark spot on his CT scan and other changes, both went back into the house and worked together to cook an early dinner. Kevin and Mary had a pleasant dinner together, enjoying each other's company and savoring the flavors of their favorite dishes. Throughout the evening, however, Kevin's attention was constantly drawn to the invisible trail of cherry blossoms only he could see. It seemed to beckon him, urging him to follow its ethereal path and confront the man from the hospital who had abused his elderly mother. Despite his best efforts to focus on Mary and their time together, Kevin found it increasingly challenging to ignore the persistent pull of the cherry blossoms. They appeared everywhere they went, weaving through the yard and down the street, whispering promises of justice and retribution. Anger and determination welled up inside him, fueled by the horrific memories of what the man had done to her, memories transferred from his touch at the hospital. Unaware of Kevin's inner turmoil, Mary suggested they relax for the rest of the evening. She curled up on the couch, ready to enjoy a quiet moment together, while Kevin nodded and forced a smile. He knew he had to act, even if it meant keeping his intentions hidden from Mary. "I just remembered something I need to grab from my shop." Kevin said, his voice sounding a little distant. "I won't be long. I promise." Mary looked at him with concern, sensing something was amiss. "Is everything okay, Kevin?" He reached out and squeezed her hand gently. "Everything's fine, love. It's just a small task I forgot about. I'll be back before you know it." With those words, Kevin slipped out of the house, his steps filled with purpose. In his workshop, he retrieved the crimson katana, a symbol of his resolve, and felt the weight of responsibility settle upon his shoulders. The trail of cherry blossoms awaited him outside, shimmering in the moonlight, guiding him toward his mission. With determined steps, Kevin followed the invisible path, his heart pounding with a mix of fury and anticipation. Each step brought him closer to the man who had abused his own mother, the man who deserved to face the consequences of his actions. Through winding streets and deserted alleyways, Kevin pursued the trail of cherry blossoms, his senses heightened and his mind focused. The trail seemed to guide him effortlessly, as if it knew the depth of his determination. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the cherry blossoms led Kevin to a dimly lit street corner. There, standing in the shadows, was the man from the hospital, the perpetrator of his mother's pain. Rage surged through Kevin's veins, but he knew he had to remain composed to ensure justice was served. With a steady hand and a resolute gaze, Kevin confronted the man, his voice filled with quiet intensity. "You thought you could get away with what you did, but I won't let you harm anyone else. Move along, little man, before you are the one who gets hurt," the man said, stepping out from the shadow. Kevin reached down and drew the crimson-handled katana from its saya. Its presence alone carried a weight that resonated with both of them. As Kevin held the feather aloft, the cherry blossom surrounding him seemed to dance with anticipation. It was a moment of reckoning, a symbol of justice about to be served. Kevin's resolve and determination reached a crescendo as he became engulfed in swirling cherry blossoms with the katana held high. The swirling cherry blossoms surrounding him seemed to respond to his unwavering spirit, transforming the air around him into an aura of ancient power. In an instant, Kevin felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, and his form began to change. His clothes rippled and transformed into traditional samurai armor, intricately adorned with symbols of justice and honor. A gleaming katana materialized in his hand, its blade reflecting the moonlight with a mesmerizing glow. The weight of centuries of samurai lineage settled upon Kevin's shoulders as he embraced his newfound identity. When everything dissipated, the man's eyes widened with recognition, a mix of fear and confusion evident on his face. Before he could utter a word, the frightening sight of the samurai confronted him. The man from the hospital stared in disbelief, his face pale with fear. He stumbled backward, unable to comprehend the sight before him. The transformation of Kevin into a formidable samurai, accompanied by the swirling cherry blossoms, was a sight that defied explanation. With a swift motion, Kevin raised his katana, ready to dispense the justice the man's mother deserved. The cherry blossoms swirled around him, their delicate petals forming a cyclone of fury, amplifying his strength and determination. "Your actions have consequences," Kevin's voice resonated with authority, his words carrying the weight of generations of warriors. "You will pay for the crime and pain you caused your mother." The man trembled, his voice filled with remorse. I didn't realize." But Kevin was resolute, his eyes fierce and unyielding. The samurai within him was fueled by a sense of duty, a commitment to protect the innocent and avenge the wronged. "That sword isn't going to do shit against—" The man was left speechless after a decisive strike from samurais. Katana swiftly disarmed the man as he attempted to pull a pistol from his waistband. Now he was defenseless, and at the mercy of his judgment. All crimes are punishable by death, the samurai stated. In the face of his adversary's vulnerability, Kevin's heart softened. The cherry blossoms, now gentle and serene, gently cascaded around him, reminding him of the ephemeral beauty of life. In that moment, he realized that true justice wasn't just about punishment, but also about compassion and the hope for redemption. By the time Kevin had finished the thought which couldn't have been longer than blinking, he was standing in a pool of blood and body parts as the cherry blossoms continued to swirl around him. Kevin's samurai form gradually dissipated, his armor fading away, leaving him standing as himself once more. The air grew still, and the weight of the moment settled upon him as everything around smelled of old copper pennies. Kevin stared at the headless body, seemingly unmoved by the thought he had just moments ago had. The man from the hospital remained on his knees, with his head laying on the ground alongside his body. Cracks began forming in the concrete as thin roots emerged from the headless man's kneecaps, making their way through to the earth below. Kevin just watched as the body of such a terrible person turned into such a beautiful cherry tree with full blooms. Not giving the situation a second thought, Kevin turned and with a final glance over his shoulder, Kevin began his journey back home, his heart lighter, knowing that justice had been served and a path towards redemption had started to grow. Kevin hurriedly made his way to the store, the memory of his encounter with the man from the hospital still fresh in his mind. He knew he needed to bring something home for Mary, something to ease the tension that had been building between them. As he entered the store, he quickly scanned the floral section, searching for the perfect bouquet. Selecting a vibrant assortment of roses and lilies, Kevin paid for them and left, clutching the bouquet tightly in his hand. He couldn't shake off the adrenaline that still coursed through his veins, but he knew that his actions had been driven by a desire to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. Arriving home, he found Mary waiting for him, her expression a mix of worry and frustration. She crossed her arms, ready to voice her displeasure at his sudden departure earlier. Kevin took a deep breath, holding the bouquet behind his back. "I'm sorry, Mary," he began, his voice filled with sincerity. "I know I shouldn't have left like that without any explanation, but I went to the store to get these for you." With a flourish, he revealed the bouquet, the colorful flowers contrasting against the tension that had lingered in the air. Mary's anger softened, replaced by surprise and a glimmer of delight. Her eyes widened as she took in the sight of the beautiful blooms. A smile tugged at the corners of her lips, her frustration melting away. "Oh, Kevin," she whispered, her voice filled with affection. "They're gorgeous. Thank you." He reached out, gently placing the bouquet in her hands. Their fingers brushed, and in that moment, the lingering tension between them seemed to dissipate entirely. The love they shared was too strong to be overshadowed by a momentary disagreement. With a mixture of relief and gratitude, Mary stepped closer to Kevin, their bodies almost touching. Their eyes met, silently conveying the depth of their emotions. In that instant, any lingering resentment dissolved into a shared understanding of their unwavering bond. Passion ignited between them, fueled by the intense emotions that had swirled within their hearts. They embraced, their lips finding each other's, a tender and fervent connection that expressed their love and desire. Time seemed to stand still as they lost themselves in the intimacy of the moment, their bodies and souls entwined. In the warmth of their embrace, Kevin and Mary found solace and reassurance. The turbulent events of the day had led them to this moment of vulnerability and reconnection. As they surrendered to their passion, they rediscovered the strength that resided within their love, knowing that together they could weather any storm that came their way. And so, in the embrace of their shared love, they found healing, forgiveness, and a renewed commitment to cherish each other, not just in moments of passion, but throughout the ebb and flow of their lives together. As their bodies entwined, they felt a sense of renewal and unity. Their physical connection was a reflection of the deep emotional bond they shared during every touch, every kiss, and each was infused with a profound sense of connection. They reveled in the intimacy they had been missing, grateful for this opportunity to reaffirm their love. In the aftermath of their lovemaking, Kevin and Mary lay entwined, their bodies bathed in a gentle glow. They gazed into each other's eyes, their hearts filled with love and commitment. They knew challenges lay ahead, but their shared experience had reminded them of their resilience and the power of their connection. Chapter 19. Bloody Connections. Riley stood there, staring at Katie's badge that had been embedded in the tree, the sunlight reflecting off it, making it sparkle in an eerie way. He couldn't believe his eyes. How could a badge be fused with a tree? It was as if the tree had absorbed it and incorporated it into its structure. It was a bizarre sight, one that left Riley feeling unsettled. He took out his phone and snapped a few pictures of the badge and the tree. He knew he needed to document this strange phenomenon. Then he carefully cut the badge free, placing it in an evidence bag. He couldn't help but wonder if there were more hidden objects in the trees. He would have to examine them closely. Riley's mind was racing with questions and theories. How were the trees connected to the crime? Why were they blooming out of season? And most importantly, who was responsible for all of this? He knew he needed to find answers, and he needed to find them fast. Leaving the crime scene, Riley headed back to the police station. He wanted to consult with Officer James and Becky, the digital evidence technician, about the new developments. He hoped they might have some insights or theories that could help unravel the mystery. As Riley entered the station, he spotted James at his desk. "James, I found something at the crime scene. You need to see this," Riley said, excitement and urgency in his voice. James looked up, curious. "What is it, Detective?" Riley showed him the evidence bag containing Kate's badge with a few chunks of wood still lodged in grooves. "Look at this. It was embedded in one of the trees at the crime scene. I don't know how or why, but the tree absorbed it somehow." James's eyes widened in surprise. "That's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it. What does it mean?" "I don't know yet, but it's a significant piece of evidence. We need to figure out the connection between these trees and the crime," Riley replied. Just then, Becky walked over to join the conversation. "What's going on?" she asked, noticing the badge in Riley's hand. Riley filled her in on the discovery. "Becky, do you think there's any way the video footage could be related to these trees? Is there any chance it's been manipulated or tampered with?" Becky pondered for a moment. "It's unlikely, but not impossible. The encryption on the footage was strange, almost like someone intentionally scrambled it. We couldn't decipher it without knowing the encryption method." Riley nodded, deep in thought. "We need to find out more about these trees and their significance. James, I want you to dig into any information you can find on Japanese cherry trees, particularly the Shidarezakura variety. I want to know if there are any cultural or historical connections." James nodded, ready to take on the task. "Consider it done, Detective. I'll start the research right away." Riley turned to Becky. "And Becky, keep working on the video footage. We need to break that encryption. If there's anything else unusual or suspicious, let me know immediately." Becky nodded, her determination evident. "I won't give up until I crack it, or it cracks me, Detective. I'll keep you updated on any progress." With the team back in action, Riley felt a renewed sense of purpose. He knew they were onto something significant, something that could potentially lead them to the truth. As he sat at his desk, he couldn't help but feel a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The pieces of the puzzle were slowly coming together, but there were still many unknowns. Riley had a long road ahead. Riley and James delved into their research on the Shida-Rezakura cherry tree, exploring its cultural and historical significance. They discovered that this particular variety was known for its elegant weeping branches and vibrant pink blossoms. The tree was revered in Japanese culture, symbolizing beauty, transience, and the arrival of spring. Its blossoms were often associated with renewal and the fleeting nature of life, none of which gave them the slightest clue as to how they appeared from nowhere with a badge embedded in it. As they immersed themselves in their studies, the call came in about a gruesome discovery near a cherry tree on a street corner. Riley's heart sank as he realized the possible connection. He signaled to James, and both hurried to the crime scene. When they arrived, a small crowd had gathered around the area, kept at bay by police tape. The head, unmistakably detached from a human body, lay beside a blossoming Shida-Rezakura cherry tree. The scene was both horrifying and perplexing. Riley approached the head cautiously, his mind racing with questions. Who was this person, and how did they end up in such a gruesome manner? And more importantly, why was the head placed beside a cherry tree, just like Kate's, with his mind working through a crime scene, as it was just a puzzle that needed to have the pieces put together? This one was turning out to be a puzzle with new pieces being created as time passed. James followed closely behind, his face displaying a mix of shock and determination. He scanned the surroundings, looking for any potential clues or witnesses. It was then that he noticed something protruding from the trunk of the cherry tree. A wallet. "Detective, look over there!" James called out, pointing towards the tree. Riley's attention shifted to the wallet, partially embedded in the tree trunk, similar to how Kate's badge had been found. It was a chilling discovery, and the pieces of a very large puzzle were slowly coming together. This was an unmistakable pattern emerging, but was there also a connection between the victims other than the cherry trees? Riley wondered. Riley carefully extracted the wallet from the tree, placing it in an evidence bag. He examined its contents and found identification belonging to the reported elder abuser from the hospital over a week ago. The man had a troubled history, and his actions had raised alarms among the medical staff. But what led him to this gruesome fate? "This can't be a coincidence," Riley murmured, his voice filled with a mix of anger and despair. "There's a deliberate connection between these victims and the cherry trees. Someone is sending a message." James nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on the scene. "But what is the message, Detective? And who would go to such lengths? I mean, think about it. This tree has to be at least 15 feet tall. How would you even move it to plant it here? Hell, the roots seem to be growing down through the concrete. It shouldn't be possible." James stopped talking out of fear. Others might start to think he was losing his mind. Riley pondered for a moment, his eyes scanning the area for any other possible evidence. "We need to find more information on the victims, their backgrounds, and their possible connections to the cherry trees. There has to be something tying them together, something that can lead us to the perpetrator." As the forensic team arrived to process the crime scene, Riley and James took a step back, their minds racing with the urgent need to find answers. The stakes were high, and time was of the essence. They couldn't afford to let another victim fall prey to this twisted game. With the new discovery, the investigation took an even darker turn. Riley knew they were dealing with a cunning and dangerous individual who was orchestrating these macabre displays. The clock was ticking, and the pressure was mounting. They needed a breakthrough, and they needed it soon. Riley and James realized the importance of quickly gathering as much evidence as possible. They needed to uncover any surveillance footage that could shed light on the events surrounding the discovery of the severed head and the cherry tree. Riley turned to James and issued a clear directive. James, we need to pull video footage from any cameras in the vicinity, Riley said with urgency. Send them directly to Becky, our digital tech. She'll be able to analyze and enhance the footage for us. James nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. He swiftly contacted the local authorities responsible for the area's surveillance cameras, requesting access to the recordings from the designated time frame. Simultaneously, he reached out to Becky, their skilled digital technician, informing her of the incoming footage and its potential significance. Within minutes, Becky responded, assuring them that she was ready and waiting to receive the files. She had a reputation for her expertise in analyzing digital evidence, and her contributions had proved invaluable in previous cases. While James coordinated the acquisition of the video footage, Riley took a moment to survey the crime scene once again. He examined the surroundings, looking for any additional clues that might have been overlooked. His eyes scanned the area, searching for anything out of place or potentially linked to the grisly crime. As James obtained the footage, he ensured that all cameras within the vicinity were covered, including traffic cameras, nearby businesses, and even private residences with security systems. Every angle could provide a vital clue, and they couldn't afford to overlook anything. Once the video files were collected, James swiftly transmitted them to Becky, who was already set up in the digital analysis room at the precinct. She began the process of reviewing and enhancing the footage, employing her expertise to extract any relevant information. Hours passed as Becky meticulously examined the footage, enhancing the clarity and focusing on critical moments. The tension in the room was palpable as Riley and James awaited the digital tech's findings. Finally, Becky emerged from the analysis room, her face a mix of excitement and concern. Detective Riley, Officer James, I've made some intriguing discoveries in the footage, she reported, her voice betraying a sense of urgency. Riley and James exchanged glances, their anticipation growing. Tell us what you found, Becky, Riley urged, his voice filled with determination. Becky pulled up a series of enhanced images on the computer screen, pointing out a suspicious figure lurking near the cherry tree moments before the discovery of the severed head. The individual appeared to be wearing dark clothing, their face partially obscured by a hooded sweatshirt. Like video from Kate's murder, the killing itself is scrambled, working on decrypting it. However, this person seems to be connected to the crime scene, Becky explained. I'll continue enhancing the footage to gather more details, but it's clear that they played a significant role in this heinous act. Riley leaned in closer, studying the images intently. The emergence of a suspect provided a glimmer of hope in their pursuit of justice. With this crucial lead, they had a starting point for their investigation, someone to track down and interrogate. Becky, keep working on it, Riley instructed. We need to identify this person and uncover their motives. We won't rest until we bring them to justice. The race against time had intensified, but with Becky's digital expertise and the newly obtained footage, they had taken a crucial step forward. The shadows were beginning to reveal their secrets, and Riley and James were determined to unveil the truth behind these gruesome acts. Chapter 20. Hunting the Hunter. As Shinigami sensed the impending defeat, he made a split-second decision to retreat using his dark powers. With a burst of dark energy, he disengaged from the intense battle and vanished into the shadows, leaving Kichi ready for her next strike. Kichi, caught off guard by Shinigami's sudden disappearance, scanned the area, her senses heightened, but the elusive Shinigami had slipped away, leaving no trace behind. Frustration mixed with relief as Kichi realized her adversary had escaped, at least for now. "I'll never stop hunting you, Shinigami!" she shouted into the forest. Shinigami, hidden in the depths of darkness, assessed his situation. He knew he couldn't afford to engage Kichi in combat again without careful planning. Though he possessed formidable powers, he understood the need to regroup, strategize, and strike when the time was right. Retreating to his secret hideout, a secluded lair hidden deep within the forbidden forest, Shinigami set about his preparations. He delved into ancient texts and studied forbidden rituals, seeking to augment his dark powers even further. With each passing day, he grew stronger, honing his skills and expanding his arsenal of dark magic. While he trained, Shinigami also sought information about Kichi, her strengths, weaknesses, and any vulnerabilities he could exploit. He gathered intelligence from informants, spies, and his own supernatural abilities, piecing together a comprehensive profile of his opponent. Weeks turned into months as Shinigami plotted his revenge. He devised intricate traps, set up wards and enchantments, and forged deadly weapons infused with his dark powers. He left nothing to chance, meticulously planning each step of his next encounter with Kichi. Finally, the time came for Shinigami to make his move. He emerged from his hideout, a figure cloaked in darkness. His eyes burned with an unholy fire as he set out to confront Kichi once again, fully confident in his newfound power. Shinigami's vengeance burned brightly within him, consuming any remnants of doubt or fear. He knew that this time there would be no escape for Kichi. The battle that had started in the moonlit forest would reach its climactic conclusion, and Shinigami was determined to emerge as the victor. With his dark powers surging, his mind sharpened by meticulous planning, and his heart consumed by revenge, Shinigami set out to find Kichi and bring about the final reckoning. The long-awaited clash between these two formidable forces was about to unfold, and the outcome would shape the fate of their intertwined destinies. His search did not take long, since Kichi was near to finding him regardless. Wasting no time after each spotting the other, Shinigami unleashed all his newfound knowledge and deployed his dark weapons against Kichi. Their battle reached a fever pitch. However, to his dismay, Shinigami found that even with his enhanced powers, he was unable to defeat her. Kichi's strength and resilience seemed unwavering, and she pressed on with unwavering determination. Just as Kichi was about to deliver the final blow, Shinigami's attention was abruptly drawn to the fox that followed Kichi once again. Acting on instinct, he swiftly hurled his darkness-infused knife towards the creature, landing a precise strike on its rear. The fox let out a piercing cry of pain, its torment echoing through the forest. To Shinigami's astonishment, as the fox cried out, Kichi's energy visibly waned. She staggered back, clutching at her chest, where a bleeding wound appeared between her breasts. The wound seemed to sap her strength, and Kichi found herself weakening, falling to her knees from the sheer pain. Renewed with dark energy from his discovery, Shinigami rose to his feet, his determination reignited. With a wicked smile, he taunted Kichi, "So that overgrown rat is your weakness, is it?" His voice dripped with a mix of triumph and malice as he prepared to deliver the final blow. However, just as Shinigami moved in for the kill, a blinding red light engulfed the surroundings, momentarily blinding him. The light was so intense that it forced him to shield his eyes, momentarily halting his advance. Confusion washed over Shinigami as he tried to make sense of the blinding radiance. His mind raced with possibilities, wondering what unforeseen force could be at play. Unable to see clearly, he hesitated, unsure of what awaited him on the other side of that searing light. As the blinding red light subsided, Shinigami was confronted by the enigmatic figure he had encountered months ago. Dressed in strange attire and wielding a katana similar to his own, the mysterious man from the bamboo forest stood before him once again. Reacting swiftly, Shinigami raised his katana, intending to strike down this interloper, but to his surprise, the stranger skillfully blocked his attack, their swords clashing in a display of evenly matched combat. The fight between them was fierce but brief, showcasing their equal prowess. However, Shinigami's focus remained fixed on his ultimate objective, ending Kichi's life. With a determined resolve, he turned his back to the stranger and sprinted towards Kichi, his anticipation of her imminent demise fueling his every step. Yet as Shinigami neared Kichi and prepared to strike, an inexplicable force seized his body, freezing him in place. Try as he might, he could not bring his katana down upon her. Confusion and frustration gripped him, and he questioned aloud, "What is this?" Suddenly, a resounding voice emerged in Shinigami's mind, growing louder with each passing moment. It was the voice of Makoto, the one who had been silently observing and barring witness to his evil doings. The voice declared, "This is me putting an end to your evil." With the body no longer under his control, Shinigami helplessly watched as Makoto took back control of his body, and instead of striking a lethal blow against Kichi, Makoto turned the katana in his hands and drove it into his own stomach. Shock and pain coursed through his being as he sank to his knees. Dark streaks of smoke emerged from the fatal wound like tentacles. In that moment, Shinigami realized that he had been manipulated, deceived by his own darkness. The voice of Makoto continued, "I said I would remain silent, and you may have full control of my body, long as you kill Daimyo Nobunaga. You have not. Your promise has been broken, thanks to the man from the Red Sun. I am able to regain control of my body and hold you accountable." With a tight grip, Makoto twisted the katana, causing Shinigami to scream in anguish. As the Thea body trembled with the agony of Makoto's blood, mixing with Shinigami's own darkness, Shinigami was consumed by a desperate need for salvation. The ancient shrine, with its healing powers, beckoned to him like a distant beacon of hope, even for on with such darkness. Yet even in this moment of vulnerability, Shinigami found himself at odds with Makoto's lingering control. Moments passed with Shinigami struggling to regain control, then it happened. Makoto's soul, weary and burdened, finally departed from the body, finding solace and peace in the embrace of the beyond. With his departure, Shinigami regained full command of his being, the darkness within him coalescing into a formidable force. He knew that he had to endure, to press forward, regardless of the pain and the twisted reality that enveloped him. Ignoring Kichi's presence, her suffering reduced to mere background noise, Shinigami mustered every ounce of his dark power. With the sword still impaling his midsection, he rose to his feet, his movements filled with an otherworldly determination, his eyes fixated on the depths of the dense woods, with the majestic silhouette of Mount Fuji standing tall in the distance. Step by step, Shinigami ventured into the darkness of the forest, his path obscured by ancient trees and an ominous aura that seemed to emanate from the very essence of his being. The towering presence of Mount Fuji, a symbol of unyielding strength and resilience, served as a constant reminder of the challenges that lay ahead. For most, but to Shinigami, it was nothing more than a directional marker. In this fleeting journey, echoes of his footsteps mingled with the whispers of the wind, as if the universe itself awaited the outcome of his relentless pursuit. With each labored breath, Kichi summoned every ounce of strength within her frail body. The pain from the wound inflicted by Shinigami years prior now reopened, coursed through her being, threatening to extinguish her life force. But Kichi was not ready to succumb to the darkness that loomed over her. She knew that her own survival was intricately tied to the well-being of the Fox Witch, the one who had healed her once before. Crawling across the forest floor, her body trembling with exertion, Kichi approached the injured Fox Witch. The supernatural aura that once surrounded the Fox Witch flickered, weakened by the dark powers infused in Shinigami's knife. Time was of the essence, and Kichi was determined to fulfill her part in the intertwined fate of herself and the fox witch. From a small pouch strapped to her side, Kichi produced a dried koi fish, a precious offering known for its healing properties. With a last burst of energy, she placed the fish into the weakened fox witch's trembling paws. A faint glimmer of hope ignited within Kichi's weary heart as she watched the witch consume the offering. In an instant, the energy of the fish coursed through the fox witch's veins, revitalizing her fading powers. Kichi, her vision fading, felt a tingling sensation in her chest, and a renewed warmth spread through her body. As if guided by an unseen force, the wound between her breasts closed before her very eyes, leaving no trace of its existence. With the fox witch now healed and revitalized, the two joined forces, united by their shared purpose. With newfound determination, they set off on a quest to locate Shinigami, driven by the need to confront him and bring an end to the darkness that had plagued their lives for far too long. Chapter 21. Growing Darkness. Kevin sat at his workbench, his hands resting on the surface, his mind clouded with conflicting emotions. The memories of his recent encounter with the man from the hospital and the transformative power of the cherry blossoms lingered within him, leaving behind a sense of unease. As he reflected on his actions, a troubling realization began to take hold. There was a part of him, deep inside, that had found satisfaction in delivering justice and passing judgment on others. It was a side of himself he had never known before, and it unsettled him. Kevin had always been a compassionate and empathetic person, someone who believed in second chances and the power of forgiveness. But the recent events had awakened something darker within him, a desire for retribution that conflicted with his core values. He questioned himself, wondering if he had become a different person altogether. Had the encounter with the cherry blossoms and his newfound samurai persona unleashed a hidden aspect of his personality? Deep down, Kevin knew that the pursuit of justice shouldn't be driven by personal satisfaction or a thirst for vengeance. It should be guided by fairness, compassion, and a desire to protect the innocent. He realized that he needed to regain control of his emotions and find a way to reconcile his conflicting desires. The more his thoughts on the subject continued, the stronger his desire to hold the katana in his hands became. Reaching out to it, Kevin's fingers touched the white silk handle of the katana. A surge of energy coursed through his body. Everything around him seemed to blur, and in an instant, he found himself transported by a red light to a different realm or time. Standing before him was the same samurai he had encountered in his visions, a formidable opponent. Reacting on instinct, Kevin swiftly raised his katana, bringing it up just in time to block the incoming strike from the samurai. The clash of metal reverberated through the air, sending shivers down Kevin's spine. The weight of the encounter settled upon him, and he realized that he was now fighting for his life. The samurai pressed forward, launching a series of calculated attacks. Kevin focused, his mind clear and his movements precise. He parried, dodged, and countered with skill, each strike of his katana meeting the samurai's with unwavering determination. Kevin stood locked in combat with the samurai, and a sudden shift occurred. The air thickened, and a sinister presence engulfed the surroundings. The samurai's form became cloaked in an aura of malevolent darkness, his once noble countenance distorted by a sinister grin. The samurai's strikes became imbued with a malefic energy, leaving trails of shadowy tendrils in their wake. Kevin could feel the cold touch of the darkness as he parried each attack, but he refused to let it consume him. With every clash of their blades, he fought to push back the encroaching evil. As the battle raged on, the darkness intensified, attempting to break Kevin's resolve. Shadows swirled around him, whispering insidious doubts and fears, but he drew upon his inner strength, focusing his mind and heart on the light that burned within. Channeling his determination, Kevin unleashed a burst of radiant energy from his katana, piercing through the darkness and illuminating the battlefield. The light drove back the malevolent shadows, revealing glimpses of the samurai's true self beneath the veil of darkness. Suddenly, the samurai broke contact with Kevin and turned his attention to a woman in a purple dress with a bleeding stab wound in her chest. Kevin watched helplessly as he charged for her with katana held high to strike, but as he approached, his katana turned and came down into his stomach, shortly followed by dropping to his knees. Amazed by what had just happened, Kevin felt a pull from behind and a sound that seemed to be Mary's voice. As Kevin's vision cleared, he realized he was no longer in his shop, but back in the hospital. A sense of unease settled in his chest as he observed Mary and a doctor deep in conversation, their attention focused on images of his brain displayed on a monitor. The atmosphere in the room felt heavy with concern. Kevin's heart sank as he overheard the doctor's words. "It looks as though the dark area is getting darker, and it has only been a few weeks." The gravity of the situation struck him, and a wave of fear washed over him. He knew that this development couldn't be good news. Mary's expression mirrored his own worry as she turned to him, her eyes filled with a mix of concern and empathy. Kevin felt a lump forming in his throat as he tried to find the strength to ask the question that hung heavily in the air. "What does this mean?" Kevin managed to utter, his voice trembling. The doctor sighed, his face reflecting the seriousness of the situation. "I'm afraid it indicates a progression in the condition we've been monitoring. The dark area in your brain, which we initially believed to be stable, is now showing signs of worsening." Kevin's mind raced, trying to process the implications of the doctor's words. It felt as if the ground beneath him was crumbling, and a profound sense of vulnerability consumed him. He had hoped for a different outcome, a glimmer of hope that the situation would improve. The doctor continued, his voice compassionate, yet tinged with a somber tone. "We will need to conduct further tests and consultations with specialists to better understand the progression and determine the best course of action. We'll do everything we can to provide you with the most effective treatment options." Kevin nodded, his thoughts swirling with a mix of fear, confusion, and determination. He glanced at Mary, finding solace in her presence, knowing that they would face this new challenge together. They had been through so much already, and he drew strength from the bond they shared. As the doctor and Mary delved into a discussion about the next steps, Kevin's mind wandered. He thought back to the encounter with the samurai and the crimson katana, the surge of power he had felt. It now seemed like a distant memory, a momentary respite from the harsh reality he faced. Was it real, or was my mind playing tricks on me? He thought, given the new information. Kevin refused to succumb to despair. Deep within him, a flicker of resilience ignited. He resolved to fight, not just against the physical ailment that threatened his well-being, but also against the despair that could consume his spirit. He would seek every available option, explore alternative treatments, and hold on to hope with unwavering determination. While the conversation between the doctor and Mary continued, Kevin took a deep breath, steeling himself for the challenging journey that lay ahead. Though the road seemed uncertain and the darkness threatened to engulf him, he clung to the belief that within him there was a strength that could withstand even the most formidable trials. Chapter 22. Rivalries. Becky's digital expertise proved invaluable once again, as she managed to retrieve missing footage from a camera located farthest from the crime scene. Becky informed the others of her observation about the video corruption becoming worse near the crime scene, instantly caught the attention of both Riley and James. They listened intently as she explained her findings, suggesting that it wasn't a mere encryption issue, but rather a form of magnetic interference. Guys, I've been analyzing the video footage we collected, and something interesting stood out to me. Becky began, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and curiosity. As I closed in on the footage taken closer to the crime scene, the video corruptions became more severe. It's not just a matter of encryption, it's as if some form of magnetic interference is causing the distortion. Riley and James exchanged puzzled glances, intrigued by Becky's discovery. Magnetic interference was not something they had considered before, and it opened a new avenue of investigation. "What do you mean by magnetic interference, Becky?" James asked, his curiosity evident. Becky paused for a moment, organizing her thoughts. "Well, it's just a theory at this point, but I believe there might be some electromagnetic field or magnetic anomaly in the vicinity of the crime scene. This could explain the video corruptions, as magnetic fields can disrupt electronic signals and data transmission." Riley nodded, understanding the implications. "So, you're suggesting that this magnetic interference is intentionally disrupting the video footage, possibly as a means to conceal something or create confusion?" Becky nodded in agreement. "Exactly. It's like someone or something doesn't want us to see what's really happening near the crime scene. The closer we get, the stronger the magnetic interference becomes, distorting the videos beyond decryption." James chimed in, adding his own thoughts. "If that's the case, then it could be a deliberate attempt to hinder our investigation. They know we rely on video evidence, and this interference is meant to throw us off track." The trio fell into a contemplative silence, absorbing the implications of Becky's findings. The idea of a magnetic interference intentionally obstructing their investigation added a layer of mystery and urgency to their work. "We need to find the source of this magnetic interference," Riley declared, breaking the silence. "If we can neutralize it or understand its purpose, it might lead us closer to the truth." Becky and James nodded in agreement, determined to unravel the enigma of the magnetic interference and uncover the hidden secrets it sought to protect. "Here is what I have from a camera that was quite a good distance away, outside a storefront facing this way. I zoomed in on the relevant spot and enhanced." The footage she uncovered revealed a startling sequence of events that added yet another layer of mystery to the case. Riley, James, and Becky gathered around the computer screen, their eyes fixed on the playback of the retrieved footage. The scene depicted a figure emerging from an alleyway, following wisps of black smoke. The streams of smoke seemed to guide the individual, leading them directly to the cherry tree where the victim had been found. "Was there any reports of fire near the scene?" Riley inquired. "None that I have found," Officer James responded. As the victim stepped into the light, it became apparent that he was not alone. Another person, the presumed perpetrator, trailed closely behind the streams of black smoke. The security video captured their every move, displaying the eerie dance of darkness and light. Suddenly, the figure following the streams of smoke became enveloped in the black mist. It swirled around them, obscuring their form from view. Riley, James, and Becky watched in awe and anticipation as the mysterious scene unfolded before them. Then, as if conjured by some spectral force, a sword emerged from the dissipating black smoke. The blade gleamed in the light, reflecting an ominous aura. When the smoke cleared completely, the figure who had been following the streams of black smoke had vanished, replaced by someone dressed in a traditional samurai outfit. The room fell silent as the weight of this revelation settled upon them. A samurai, a symbol of skilled combat, now seemed to be connected to both murders they were investigating. The chilling events captured on the security footage suggested an otherworldly presence at play. Riley, breaking the silence, spoke with a mix of determination and disbelief as the video became scrambled and unviewable once again. A samurai serial killer in our modern city? This case keeps taking unexpected turns. We need to find out who this individual is and what their connection is to these deaths. Becky, her eyes still fixed on the screen, nodded in agreement. I'll enhance the footage further, focusing on any distinguishing features or identifiers that can help us identify this samurai. We may be dealing with someone who is deliberately using theatrical elements to carry out these acts. As the investigation delved deeper into the realm of the inexplicable, Riley and his team realized that they were up against a cunning and elusive adversary. Unmasking the samurai and unraveling the motives behind these gruesome crimes became their primary objective. With each new piece of information, the puzzle grew more complex, shrouded in an air of mystique. As the bewildering sequence played out on the security video, Detective Riley, Officer James, and Becky found themselves confronted with an enigma that defied rational explanation after seeing the sight of the samurai, the strange black smoke. "The tree wasn't there!" Officer James exclaimed, breaking the stunned silence that had enveloped them. Riley nodded in agreement, his mind racing to make sense of the situation. "Just like with Kate's murder," he added. "It wasn't there, and then it appeared out of nowhere." Becky, the astute digital technician, shared their confusion. How is it possible to move and plant such a large tree in a matter of an hour? She pondered, her voice filled with genuine bewilderment. Their attention was once again drawn to the video as the image cleared, revealing the aftermath of the bizarre occurrence. The tree stood tall and vibrant, while the body of the perpetrator had vanished without a trace. Riley's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the scene. "It happened in much less than an hour," he pointed out, his voice filled with a mixture of concern and determination. "By the time we arrived, the tree was already there, and the body was gone. We need to find out how this was done," and the appearance of the cherry tree left them grasping for answers. Officer James noticed something else in the video and couldn't contain his curiosity. "What's that? Is that a dog?" he asked, pointing at the screen. Becky's gaze followed James's finger, and she quickly realized what he was referring to, then saw a person into the screen. It was the guy approaching in the hoodie from the screenshot image she had shown them earlier. "That's no guy, and that isn't a dog," she remarked, her voice tinged with intrigue. "By the way that person walks, it's a woman with a fox." Riley's eyes widened as he observed the mysterious figure on the screen. "That's the same person we saw in the other video," Becky added, her excitement palpable. "Find a camera with a better angle," Riley commanded, his voice filled with urgency. "We need to see her face and figure out who she is." Becky immediately set to work, scouring through the available footage, searching for a camera that could provide a clearer view of the woman and her fox companion. As the seconds ticked by, she found a potential angle that might reveal the identity they were desperately seeking. With bated breath, Riley, James, and Becky gathered around the screen displaying the newly found camera footage. The image sharpened, and they could see the woman standing beside the cherry tree, her hand touching its trunk with an air of purpose. "It's almost as if she's searching for something," Riley observed, studying the woman's actions intently. "We need a better look at her face. We need to find her and unravel this mystery." Becky continued her search, hoping to locate another camera angle that would provide a clearer view. Time was of the essence, and every passing moment increased the urgency to identify and apprehend this woman and her elusive fox companion. As they watched the surveillance video, one thing became clear. This woman held the key to understanding the strange events surrounding the cherry tree and the murders. Determined to uncover the truth, Riley, James, and Becky prepared to delve deeper into the mystery and embark on a relentless pursuit of the mysterious woman and the secrets she held. Taking in account all the strange, unanswered events they have witnessed, Riley knew others would think them crazy. We need to keep some of this between us three. No need to put magical smoke or killer samurais in our reports. You know how that could end one's career, or cause others to think you are losing your mind over something you know you have seen. Agreed? Riley's words resonated with both James and Becky, who had also witnessed the unexplainable events that unfolded before them. They understood the potential consequences of sharing their experiences with others who may not believe or comprehend the supernatural elements they had encountered. The fear of being labeled as delusional or jeopardizing their professional careers was a legitimate concern. James and Becky nodded in agreement, acknowledging the need for discretion. They knew that their shared knowledge would forge a strong bond among them, a secret pact to protect their sanity and reputation. The truth would remain known only to them, allowing them to navigate the complexities of their everyday lives without the burden of skepticism and doubt. "We'll keep it between us," James affirmed, his voice filled with determination. Becky nodded in agreement, a solemn expression on her face. "Agreed. It's our secret for now, but it won't be able to stay that way." Riley felt a sense of relief, knowing that they were all on the same page at least for now. With this understanding, they could support each other through the aftermath of their extraordinary encounters and continue to lead their investigation without the weight of disbelief bearing down on them. Riley knew Becky was correct, that sooner or later they would have to inform others of the events, but he wanted more information and understanding of what was taking place before that time came. Chapter 23. Dark Future. A few weeks had passed since Kevin received the unsettling news about the progression of his condition. Despite the initial shock and fear, he found himself gradually regaining a sense of normalcy in his life. With the support of Mary and a renewed determination to cherish each moment, Kevin focused on the things that brought him joy. He threw himself back into his work, pouring his energy into projects that excited him. The familiar rhythm of creating and designing new knives helped to alleviate some of the anxieties that had plagued him since his hospitalization. Kevin found comfort in the process of bringing his ideas to life, immersing himself in the world of creativity. Even the time he and Mary spent together in the evening meant more to him as they would retreat to their cozy living room, indulging in their favorite TV shows. They would laugh together, getting lost in the fictional worlds on the screen, momentarily escaping the weight of their reality. In these moments, Kevin cherished the simple pleasures, finding comfort in the presence of his loved one and the shared moments of happiness they experienced together. Even their playful banter returned, as Mary would shout to Kevin in the other room, after pausing their show, to retrieve something from the kitchen or use the restroom. "Better not hear you truck start up," referring to Kevin mysteriously leaving without warning. Her playful remarks followed up by Kevin picking up and throwing his key back down on the table for her to hear, before replying, "Wasn't thinking about it." The humor was their way of dealing with the uncertainty of Kevin's condition that still lingered in the background. He refused to let it consume him entirely. He chose to focus on the present, savoring each day as it came, and finding serenity in the activities that brought him a sense of purpose. It was a conscious effort to balance the awareness of his health with the desire to live a fulfilling life. As he lay in bed most nights, he knew that his journey was far from over. There would be more doctor's appointments, tests, and difficult decisions to make. But for now, in this pocket of time, he embraced the gift of stability and used it to fuel his passion and strengthen his relationship with Mary. He always remained grateful for the support of Mary, who stood by his side with unwavering love and understanding. Together, they faced the challenges as a united front, navigating the uncertainties of the future with courage and a commitment to living their lives to the fullest. The uncertainty that the last few months brought gave Kevin an appreciation for the beauty of the ordinary. The laughter, the shared moments, and the pursuit of passions became his anchors, reminding him that even in the face of uncertainty, life could still hold meaning and joy. Even with all the good he experienced over the last few weeks, Kevin still felt the pull of the crimson katana. However, when he picked it up, he no longer found himself battling samurais or following trails of cherry blossoms. Now the sword held a different allure. It beckoned him with an insatiable desire to use it. Kevin couldn't shake the feeling that the katana held a power over him, one that stirred within him a dark fascination. The sword seemed to whisper to him, tempting him to embrace its potential for destruction. It was as if the weapon had taken on a life of its own, drawing Kevin further into its grasp. These desires troubled Kevin deeply. He recognized the danger they posed, fearing the consequences of succumbing to the allure of the katana. He struggled to comprehend why this newfound attraction had surfaced and what it meant. Kevin grappled with conflicting emotions and thoughts. Was the katana merely a symbolism of something dark inside me that only now surfaced? What is its significance? Was it a reflection of my inner turmoil, a manifestation of the darkness within me? Or was it a catalyst for self-discovery, pushing me to confront the shadows he had long ignored? These questions weighed heavily on Kevin's mind, challenging his resolve and pushing him to confront uncomfortable truths. He delved deep into introspection, determined to decipher the nature of his attraction to the crimson katana. With the crimson katana always at the forefront of thought, Kevin came to the conclusion that it represented a duality, an embodiment of both light and darkness. It symbolized not only strength and empowerment, but also the potential for destruction and harm. The draw of the sword was a test of his character, a reminder of the choices he had to make and the path he wished to follow. At least, that was his conscientious after listening to countless podcasts on spirituality and the human psyche. While hammering away on a hot piece of metal, Kevin caught a sight of something moving in his peripheral. Upon taking a closer look, he couldn't restrain the smile upon his face. Mary. Standing in the doorway, Mary had been quietly watching him work. "It is so good to see you working hard. How you feeling?" she inquired. Before she had started speaking, Kevin had placed his hammer on the anvil and began removing his gloves as he walked in her direction. "Well, let me show you beautiful," Kevin said, sliding one hand around her waist, with the other caressing her cheek as he went in for a kiss. "No, no, no, you are all dirty and that isn't why I came out here. Back off, Buster." Mary giggled after giving him a kiss and pushing him back. "Oh, you never let me have any fun," Kevin pouted. Oh, then what do you call last night?" Mary said, while crossing her arms. Rubbing his head as if attempting to remember something just out of reach, Kevin replied, "I don't know. Not sure if you know this or not, but I have a dark spot on my brain, and well, I have a difficult time remembering things. Care to refresh my memory?" He followed it up with a wink. "Well, that isn't going to happen. The reason I came out was to get you so we can go get groceries. You haven't been out since returning home from the hospital, and it's not good to just stay here all the time. Plus, we are out of treats for tonight," Mary informed him, while showing a little sassiness. Kevin agreed, appreciating the idea of spending time outside the confines of their home. It seemed like a simple yet delightful plan to reconnect with the world beyond his projects. They made their way to the grocery store, enjoying each other's company while strolling through the aisles. As they reached the dairy section, a man accidentally bumped into Kevin. In that instant, Kevin was overwhelmed by a flood of visions, each one depicting heinous crime committed by the man. The sudden onslaught of darkness caused Kevin to feel faint, and Mary, ever observant, noticed his distress. However, Instead of voicing her concerns, Mary chose to remain silent, unsure of what had triggered Kevin's reaction. She decided to proceed with their shopping, not wanting to draw attention to the unsettling incident, but by observing his medical condition. As they continued shopping, Kevin's gaze remained fixated on the man, who was now moving away. "All crimes are punishable by death," Kevin said lightly. Mary grew very concerned at what she thought she had just heard, but wasn't sure if that is what she heard or just looking for signs of something wrong. She began to wonder if taking him away from the house had been a good idea. Kevin watched as the man walked away. Cherry blossoms fell in his wake, creating an eerie and unsettling atmosphere. In that moment, a sinister smile crept across Kevin's face, an expression that Mary had never seen before. It sent a chill down her spine, leaving her with a sense of unease. Mary's mind raced with questions, unsure of what had transpired and what it meant for Kevin. She knew that something had shifted within him, awakened by the encounter in the dairy section. As they completed their shopping and returned home, Mary couldn't shake off the feeling of apprehension after witnessing the smile Kevin had presented, one that looked so unnatural it couldn't have been made by a human face. Unbeknownst to Mary, Kevin's mind had been stirred by the visions and the revelation of the man's dark past. To Kevin, the secret trail of cherry blossoms that followed the man symbolized that of consequences left in his wake. The sinister smile on Kevin's face hinted at a newfound fascination with the darkness, an inclination to explore the shadows lurking within his own soul. As they settled in to watch TV and indulge in the favorite snacks of chip and dip, everything seemingly eased and became enjoyable. Oblivious to the deep desire brewing within Kevin, Mary found solace in the comfort of their shared moments. As the night progressed, fatigue took hold of them, and they retired to bed. Mary drifted off into a peaceful slumber, unaware of the restless thoughts plaguing Kevin's mind. Under the guise of darkness and silence, Kevin quietly slipped out of their bedroom, tiptoeing his way to get dressed, then out to his workshop to fulfill the strong desire to hold the crimson katana that had wielded a strange power over him. Its attraction had transformed from battles with samurais and trails of cherry blossoms to a burning desire for justice against someone Kevin deemed deserving. Little did he know that the supposed connection he felt with the katana was built upon falsehoods and deception. With the sword in hand, Kevin climbed into his truck, the engine roaring like lions as he set off on a path guided by the cherry blossoms. Oblivious to the treacherous journey he had embarked upon, Kevin's determination grew stronger with each passing mile. Unrecognizable to him, the katana held secrets untold, secrets that would unravel the very fabric of his beliefs about their relationship. The true nature of the sword and its intentions remained concealed, leaving Kevin oblivious to the dark forces he was to soon discover. For now, Kevin ventured into the night, chasing the cherry blossoms that danced in his wake. Mary slumbered peacefully, unaware of the path Kevin had chosen, fueled by a distorted sense of justice. The night was pungent with uncertainty, and as Kevin pursued what he believed to be an honorable quest, the truth lay dormant, waiting to be unraveled, and the consequences of his actions loomed ominously on the horizon. Chapter 24. Uncovering Clues. Riley had the forensic team try and pull fingerprints from the trunk of the cherry tree, even though he knew it was a long shot, and this wasn't a crime series TV show where they do impossible tasks. The forensics team was able to get a partial print not from the tree, but a small piece of paper that they had spotted falling out of the mysterious women's pocket in the crime scene video. Detective Riley wasted no time in involving the forensic team to examine the cherry tree trunk for fingerprints, where the unidentified woman had touched. While it seemed like an unconventional request, and that he knew it was a long shot, and this wasn't a crime series TV show where they do impossible tasks, Riley understood that in a case as puzzling as this, every lead had the potential to unravel the mystery. Reluctantly, the forensics team carefully processed the area where the woman had touched the tree trunk. To their surprise, they discovered a partial fingerprint. However, it wasn't on the tree itself, but on a small piece of paper that had fallen out of the mysterious woman's pocket in the crime scene video. Riley's excitement grew as he realized that this tiny piece of evidence could hold valuable information. He urged the forensics team to prioritize the analysis of the fingerprint, hopeful that it could lead them closer to identifying the woman and uncovering the truth behind the inexplicable events. Meanwhile, Becky, the skilled digital technician, worked tirelessly to enhance the video footage, zooming in on the moment the paper fell from the woman's hoodie pocket. By enhancing the image quality and adjusting the contrast, she aimed to provide a clearer view of the rest of the paper their fragment was part of and its contents. After a considerable effort, Becky managed to reveal some writing on the paper. The text appeared to be a short note, but its meaning remained unclear. It seemed to contain a combination of symbols and cryptic phrases, making it difficult to decipher. Realizing that they might need additional expertise to crack the code, Riley contacted a renowned cryptographer, Dr. Sarah Collins. Dr. Collins was well known for her ability to unravel complex puzzles and decipher encrypted messages. Riley shared the enhanced video footage, the note, and the partial fingerprint with Dr. Collins, hoping that her expertise would shed light on the mysterious woman's identity and intentions. Dr. Collins analyzed the note, her eyes widened with intrigue. She recognized the symbols as a form of ancient Japanese script used in secretive society known for their esoteric knowledge. Although the meaning of the message remained elusive, Dr. Collins assured Riley and the team that with time and careful analysis, they could uncover its secrets. With the investigation reaching a critical juncture, Riley, Officer James, Becky, and Dr. Collins joined forces. They explored deeper into the ancient symbols, fingerprints, and video footage. Detective Riley, we finally have a hit on the fingerprints, Officer James informed him while handing him a vanilla envelope. Detective Riley couldn't believe his eyes when he received the results of the fingerprint analysis. After running the print through local and national databases, they found no matches. However, it was when the print was run through the Interpol database that they made a chilling discovery. Unbelievable. Well, the twists just keep coming. The fingerprint belonged to a little girl who died in 1986 in Japan. It also says her passport was just used to enter the country just a few months ago, Riley informed James, as the revelation sent a shiver through Riley's body. Intrigued and unnerved by this revelation, Riley delved deeper into the girl's background. He learned that her name was Akiko Yamamoto, and she had tragically passed away at a very young age. The circumstances surrounding her death were unclear, but it appeared to be an isolated incident that remained unsolved. Further investigation revealed a surprising twist. Despite her death, there were records indicating that Akiko had been traveling extensively in recent years. She had visited multiple countries across the globe, seemingly defying the boundaries of life and death. Riley couldn't ignore the possibility that Akiko's connection to the mysterious events involving the cherry tree and the samurai figure might be more than mere coincidence. There was a supernatural aura surrounding this case that defied rational explanation, and that was something most of them struggled to accept. To gain a better understanding of Akiko's travels and her recent entry into the United States, Riley reached out to law enforcement agencies in Japan, seeking their assistance and expertise. He requested access to any relevant information regarding Akiko's posthumous activities and her possible connection to supernatural occurrences, a request that drew snickers from the person on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, Riley assigned Officer James to dig deeper into Akiko's background, including her family, friends, and any possible links to the current events they may have. He hoped that by examining her past, they could uncover clues that would shed light on her mysterious journey and the significance of the cherry tree in this strange case. The pieces of the puzzle started to come together. Riley couldn't help but wonder, what caused Akiko's posthumous travels? Was there a malevolent force at play, manipulating the boundaries between life and death? And what was the connection between Akiko, the samurai figure, and the cherry tree? The investigation kept taking many unexpected turns into the realm of the supernatural. It challenged everything Riley and his team thought they knew. With every revelation, the mystery deepened, and they began to believe they were dealing with forces beyond their comprehension. With each having a growing sense of unease, Riley, Officer James, and their team prepared to delve deeper into the ancient legends, occult practices, and dark secrets that lay hidden beneath the surface. They were about to confront a thing that would shake their understanding of the world and push their investigative skills to the limit. After a few days, Riley and his team received a response from the Japanese law enforcement regarding their request for information on Akiko Yamamoto. To their disappointment, the Japanese authorities found the idea of a connection to the supernatural laughable. According to the Japanese law enforcement, Akiko Yamamoto had indeed passed away as a child. They had spoken with her elderly mother, who confirmed that Akiko had been a victim of unexploded ordnance left over from World War II. It was a tragic incident, but there was nothing otherworldly about it. Riley contemplated this new information, realizing that their initial assumptions might have been misguided. The mysterious woman using Akiko's identity might not be supernatural at all, but rather an imposter taking advantage of the deceased girl's records. There seemed to be a more rational explanation behind the strange events, and he started to believe they may have allowed themselves to be misled by a few albeit strange events. While disappointed that their supernatural leads had turned out to be false, Riley understood the importance of following every lead, even if it led them in unexpected directions. He resolved to shift his focus back to the investigation with a renewed sense of determination. Riley and his team turned their attention to identifying the imposter who had assumed Akiko Yamamoto's identity and traveled to the United States. They delved into the girl's short life, looking for any clues that could help them uncover the imposter's motives and connections. As they dug deeper, they discovered that Akiko's family had a history of involvement in cultural and historical preservation initiatives. Her mother, in particular, had been actively engaged in documenting the impact of World War II on local communities. This information sparked a new line of investigation for Riley and his team. They started exploring the possibility that someone connected to the historical preservation initiatives had orchestrated this elaborate scheme, using Akiko's identity as a means to achieve their objectives. The imposter might have exploited the girl's tragic past to further their own agenda. Riley reached out to cultural preservation organizations, historians, and experts who had knowledge of the local area in Japan where Akiko had lived. He sought their assistance in identifying any individuals or groups who might have a vested interest in using Akiko's identity for their own purposes. As the investigation progressed, a pattern began to emerge. Riley discovered that the imposter had been using Akiko's identity to gain access to historical sites, particularly those associated with World War II. It seemed that the imposter's intentions were intricately tied to the historical events, but for what reason? With many strange questions that needed answered, Riley found himself faced with a perplexing challenge. The imposter using Akiko's identity had seemingly disappeared, leaving behind only a small piece of paper with symbols resembling ancient Japanese script. Dr. Collins had identified the script as belonging to secretive societies, known for their esoteric knowledge. This discovery added yet another layer of complexity to the investigation. Realizing the importance of deciphering the symbols on the paper, Riley sought the assistance of experts in ancient Japanese script and secretive societies. He reached out to linguists, historians, and scholars with specialized knowledge in these areas. Their expertise could be crucial in unraveling the mystery and uncovering the imposter's whereabouts. While waiting for the experts' analysis, Riley researched on secretive societies in Japan. He discovered that these organizations had existed for centuries, safeguarding esoteric knowledge and maintaining a clandestine existence. Their members were known for their deep understanding of ancient scripts and symbols. With frustration setting in and days turning into weeks as Riley tirelessly worked to gather information and collaborate with experts, they could do nothing more than wait for the next murder or lead. Good morning, everyone. As you know, I am Dr. Sarah Collins, and after working with other colleagues, we have made wonderful breakthrough in regard to the script on the paper and what can be identified in the video. The analysis identified the script as belonging to a specific secretive society that had ties to historical preservation and cultural heritage known as Shinobi no Kage, loosely translated to Shadow of the Ninja. Great. First samurais, and now freaking ninjas. What's next, Godzilla? Riley said, full of sarcasm and contempt, not towards the doctor, but how strange the case had become. I'm sorry, Dr. Collins, please continue. It is quite okay, Detective. I understand. We also discovered... Dr. Collins carried on her presentation, provide all the information she and her colleagues were able to find. Armed with this new knowledge, Riley focused his efforts on tracking down any individuals associated with this secretive society. He reached out to cultural preservation organizations, historical societies, and even consulted with Japanese law enforcement agencies again, emphasizing the significance of the symbols and their potential connection to the imposter. One of the experts informed Riley that certain secretive societies had unique meeting places known only to their members. These locations were often hidden within historical sites or disguised as ordinary buildings. The imposter might be utilizing such a place as a hideout or base of operations. With that in mind, Riley and his team conducted extensive investigations, scouring historical sites, examining records, and interviewing individuals with knowledge of these societies. They followed every lead, hoping to uncover a hidden location or gain insight into the imposter's movements. Just as they began to think they were heading down a dead end on one of the interviews, a historian mentioned a rumored meeting place associated with the Shinobi no Kage secretive society in question. It was said to be located within a seemingly ordinary building in a small remote town on the outskirts of Tokyo. The building's facade disguised its true purpose, making it difficult to identify. Eager to investigate this lead, Riley and his team traveled to Japan and made their way to the remote town. They discreetly explored the area, gathering information from locals and conducting surveillance. After a few days, through what they figured was more luck than anything, discovered the inconspicuous building rumored to house the secretive society's meeting place. With caution and meticulous planning, Riley and his team approached the building. They coordinated with Japanese law enforcement to secure premises and ensure a smooth operation. The anticipation was palpable as they prepared to uncover the imposter's lair and bring an end to this elaborate charade. Entering the building, Riley couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation mixed with determination. The investigation had taken them on a journey filled with unexpected twists and turns, but now they were on the cusp of discovering the truth. Quickly, along with the Japanese law enforcement, they locked down the area. Though Riley and his team were searching for answers to murders, the Japanese law enforcement were there with others from Ministry of Culture to secure any illegal historical artifacts. Inside, they found a hidden chamber adorned with ancient artifacts, books, and documents, all hinting at the secretive society's involvement in historical preservation and esoteric knowledge. It was a labyrinth of hidden truths and concealed identities. Among the artifacts and documents, they stumbled upon a photograph of the imposter, a woman dressed in traditional Japanese attire, her face partially obscured. It was clear that she had meticulously planned her deception, assuming Akiko's identity to further her own agenda. With the imposter's identity finally revealed, Riley and his team focused their efforts on apprehending her and bringing her to justice. They coordinated with Japanese law enforcement, ensuring that all necessary measures were taken to capture the imposter without endangering innocent lives. Unfortunately for Riley and his team, it appeared those of the Shinobi no Kage had been informed of their discovery and left the facility long before their arrival. Though after a short search of documents with Akiko's name, Riley received crucial information indicating that the imposter was not in Japan, but had returned to Rockbrook City. The revelation surprised the investigative team. Before departing, Riley shared his concerns about Akiko's, but when he mentioned she had a pet fox, all Japanese officers' eyes looked in his direction. "What? There's something I should know about her pet fox?" Riley asked, concerned by their reaction. One older officer reluctantly began to speak. In Japanese folklore, foxes were often associated with trickery and mischief. As you can tell, that many still regard some as much more. Some also believe there are two separate types of fox witches, the Kitsune-Tsukai and the Kitsune-Mochi. The witch foxes offer magical services. They are a powerful trickster, imbued with powers of shape-changing, possession, and illusion. They are very nefarious, many times disguising themselves as women in order to trap men. It is also believed that once a fox enters the employ of a human, it almost exclusively becomes a force of evil to be feared. If this woman you seek has a fox companion, well, I suggest you find a new job. Oh, and don't call our office. The officer and his men had already began leaving before he added the "don't call" remark, finding it difficult to process what he had just learned from the officer, that there were legends and beliefs surrounding fox spirits known as kitsune. Riley used his time on the flight back home to research farther. He discovered the kitsune were believed to possess supernatural abilities and could assume human form. These creatures were associated with both positive and negative traits, depending on their intentions. With this new information, Riley realized that the imposter may have been utilizing the fox companion as a means of deception or disguise. He understood that they needed to be cautious and prepared for many possibilities, but shape-shifting fox witch caused him to laugh. Upon Riley and his team returning to Rockbrook City, they intensified their efforts, gathering additional evidence and working closely with locals to track down any leads related to the imposter's whereabouts, feeling that she was the best way to discover who the murderer in the samurai armor could be. Still, Riley couldn't totally disregard the fox angle of the case, so he reached out to experts in Japanese folklore and consulted with individuals who possessed knowledge of kitsune. Their insights provided valuable guidance that he felt could help shape the investigation. With pieces of the puzzle starting to come together, the team discovered a series of sightings and reports indicating the presence of a woman accompanied by a fox-like creature in various parts of Rockbrook City. Witnesses described unusual occurrences and unexplained phenomena surrounding these sightings, deepening the air of mystery and intrigue. Riley and his team realized that they were dealing with more than just an imposter. They were entangled in a web of supernatural beliefs and misdirects. But for what reason? Determined to confront this formidable adversary, they prepared themselves for a unique and challenging encounter. As they closed in on their suspect, Riley and his team coordinated with others in law enforcement and devised a plan to corner the imposter and her fox companion. They set up surveillance, hoping to catch her off guard and apprehend her before she could escape. The stage was set, and tension hung heavy in the air as they closed in on the imposter's location. Riley knew that the final confrontation would require quick thinking. Riley and his team found it difficult to fully accept the existence of supernatural elements in their investigation. As law enforcement officers, they were trained to rely on evidence, facts, and logical explanations. The idea of encountering supernatural forces challenged their understanding of the world and tested their ability to separate reality from the realm of the unknown. However, as the evidence continued to point towards the involvement of supernatural elements, Riley and others on his team had begun to feel the need to confront their skepticism and expand their perspectives. They unconsciously began to believe in order to solve the case and bring justice to the victims, they may need to embrace the possibility that there was more to the situation than met the eye. While Riley and his team continued their investigation, they found themselves immersed in a world that blurred the line between reality and myth, where ancient symbols, secretive societies, and supernatural forces may intertwine, yet neither wanted to speak the words. The case became a test of their resilience, adaptability, and willingness to accept the unknown, ultimately leading them closer to uncovering the truth behind the imposter's motives and the mysterious world they found themselves entangled in. Chapter 25. Emergence. Kevin's pursuit of the cherry blossom trail mirrored the desperation of a cocaine addict grasping for their next fix. Gripping the steering wheel tightly with one hand and clutching the crimson katana in the other, he felt an insatiable hunger to reach his destination, consumed by the singular purpose of following the ethereal path. Blinded by obsession, everything else in Kevin's world faded into insignificance. Time lost meaning as he raced down the road, his heart pounding with anticipation, and his mind clouded by a mixture of adrenaline and longing. The white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel symbolized his relentless determination, driving him forward despite any rationality or concern for the consequences that lay ahead. The charm of the cherry blossoms was intoxicating, their delicate petals acting as a guide, leading him deeper into the night. Each turn of the wheel brought him closer to his destination, a destination he believed held answers and the justice he sought. In his darkened pursuit, Kevin's senses were heightened, his focus razor-sharp. The katana, a symbol of power and potential retribution, served as both his guiding light and a dangerous weapon in his hands. It represented a twisted connection, a bond that fueled his actions, blurring the lines between right and wrong. As the road stretched out before him, Kevin's determination grew stronger with every passing mile. He had become a vessel of singular purpose, propelled forward by an uncontrollable urge, sacrificing everything in pursuit of the unknown. Kevin had now become a slave to his desires, his actions propelled by an addiction-like craving for resolution. The consequences of his choices were distant echoes, drowned out by the roaring intensity of his pursuit. The road stretched on, and Kevin became more consumed by the cherry blossoms, pressed on relentlessly. Little did he know that the path he treaded would lead him to the precipice of his own self-discovery, where the true nature of his connection with the crimson katana and the consequences of his actions awaited him. The blossom trail led him to a large building where he quickly stopped and exited his truck. Kevin now stood outside the large building alongside a sign that read, State Corrections Halfway House, his grip tightening around the crimson katana, as if it were an extension of his own being. The end of the Cherry Blossom Trail had led him here, to this place of potential justice and retribution. With a determined stride, Kevin entered the building, his senses heightened and the cherry blossoms swirling around him like an ethereal dance. He sought out the man. He had visions of committing heinous acts, his heart pounding with a mix of anticipation. As Kevin approached the man's room, a shroud of darkness began to descend upon him. The once vibrant cherry blossoms turned sinister, their petals morphing into an ominous black hue. It was as if the very essence of the katana, once a source of power and purpose, had been corrupted, transforming Kevin's world into a nightmarish realm. Gripping the katana tightly, he could feel a surge of power coursing through his veins. But this time, there was an eerie absence of control. As Kevin entered the room, his surroundings seemed to shift. The air thickened with an unsettling aura. The once vibrant cherry blossoms transformed before his eyes, their beauty now tainted by a suffocating darkness. The whispers that had accompanied him in the realm of the samurai echoed once again, insidious voices that reminded him of his previous battles. Confusion and doubt filled Kevin's mind. Hadn't he been defeated? Was my struggle against the samurai a lost cause? The realization that he had unwittingly surrendered himself to the influence of the katana sent shivers down his spine. He had become a mere vessel, a pawn in a game he could no longer control. Helplessly, he watched the transformation unfolding before him, signaling a shift in the balance of power. The facade of justice had twisted into something far more sinister, and Kevin could only bear witness to the darkness that now consumed him. The katana, once a symbol of potential righteousness, had become an instrument of his own demise. All around him, whispers grew louder, merging with the blackened cherry blossoms. Kevin grappled with the realization that he had been lured into a trap. The forces he thought he could wield had turned against him, snaring him in their wicked grip. In this moment of despair, he questioned if his defeat against the samurai had been just the beginning of a far more sinister journey. Caught in the throes of his own powerlessness, Kevin could only watch as the blackened cherry blossoms swirled around him, their once gentle presence now a harbinger of his own descent into darkness. The outcome of his encounter with the sleeping man remained uncertain, as the consequences of his actions and the true purpose of the crimson katana revealed themselves in the shadows. Kevin stared into a nearby mirror. Horror and disbelief washed over him as he witnessed his own transformation. His body twisted and contorted, morphing into the form of a demon masquerading as a samurai. The realization that he had become a vessel for this demonic entity sent chills down his spine. "How did this happen?" Kevin's voice trembled as he voiced his inner turmoil, seeking answers that seemed elusive. Yet, the demon samurai, now in control of his being, responded with sinister satisfaction, his voice dripping with malice. "I knew, even during our previous encounter centuries ago, that my katana would eventually find its way into your hands," the demon sneered, his eyes gleaming with wicked intent. "Makoto, brave as he was, foolishly believed he could defeat me. Little did he know that in his desperate struggle, he unwittingly tore his own soul from his body." The demon's words sent shivers down Kevin's spine. The realization dawned upon him that the spirit of the demon had been forged into the very blade he held. Bound to the katana, the demon's essence had remained intertwined with its lethal metal, waiting for an unsuspecting host to unleash its dark power once more. Kevin's mind raced with a maelstrom of emotions. Betrayed by the promise of justice, he had unknowingly fallen into a trap, becoming a vessel for the very darkness he sought to combat. The katana, once thought to be a force of righteousness, had instead become a conduit for a malevolent being, manipulating Kevin's fate. The demon samurai, reveling in his newfound control, continued to taunt Kevin, relishing the torment he now held over his host. The struggle for control became a battle of wills, as Kevin fought against the overwhelming influence that threatened to consume him entirely. Caught between his own desires and the sinister force that held him captive, Kevin's future hung in the balance. The twisted dance of the demon samurai within his own body was horrifying, and caused him to want nothing but to retreat to the farthest reaches of his own mind to escape. Even more so when he realized the extent of his helplessness. The once beautiful cherry blossoms now formed into black smoke tendrils, dragging the occupants of each room into the hallway. Within minutes, 18 men had been lined up on their knees, held captive in a vice-like grip, their heads forced to bow to one side, leaving them completely at the mercy of the demon samurai. The scene played out like a macabre ritual, with the demon samurai placing the edge of the crimson katana to the first man's neck, applying enough pressure to cut deep into his flesh. Slowly, the demonic samurai began to walk alongside his captives, slowly and deliberately allowing the katana to make contact with each one. Showers of blood spread from each neck as the blade passed, while sounds of laughter echoed throughout the halls. "All crime is punishable by death. Well, no need for a crime, just need to quench the thirst of my blade, and it's thirsty," the demon said, letting out a frighting laugh. Dread washed over Kevin as the demon's voice boomed through the hallway, a chilling proclamation that sent shivers down his spine. "I am Shinigami," the demon declared, his voice echoing with a haunting resonance. The weight of those words hung heavy in the air, carrying an ominous significance. Shinigami, the Japanese word for the god of death, evoked a sense of terror and finality. Kevin's mind raced, trying to comprehend the true nature of the demon he had unknowingly unleashed. He grasped at the fading fragments of his own identity, desperately seeking a way to resist the darkness that threatened to consume him entirely. But with each passing moment, the demon's control over him tightened, leaving Kevin to confront the harsh reality that he had become an instrument of death and despair. Chapter 26. Untold Struggles. Kichi, whose name meant good fortune, carried a heavy burden throughout the centuries. Despite her name and the fortunate circumstances she struggled with the inability to bid her father, Daimyo Hideyoshi, a proper farewell, or express her gratitude to him. History only remembered her father as an old man who passed away while sitting at the entrance of a cave, his lands slowly deteriorating. The reason behind his actions remained a mystery to the world, but Kichi held the answer. In truth, Kichi knew that her father had saved her life by seeking the aid of the Fox Witch. However, what her father didn't realize was that the pact he made with the Fox Witch came at a steep cost. Subsequently, Kichi was forever forbidden from seeing or communicating with him again. The separation was a painful one, as Kichi cherished her father and longed to express her love and appreciation for his sacrifice. Though Kichi carried the knowledge of her father's selflessness, she was unable to alter the recorded history or reveal the truth to the world. Instead, she endured the weight of her secret and the eternal void left by her father's absence. The struggle of not being able to say goodbye or convey her feelings tormented her over the great many centuries. Nevertheless, Kichi carried on, determined to make the most of her life and honor her father's sacrifice in her own way. After enduring the heart-wrenching loss of her father and experiencing a perilous encounter with the Shinigami, Kichi's life took a new turn, fueled by a deep desire to protect and preserve the esoteric knowledge that was at risk of being lost or misused. She founded a secret organization known as Shinobi no Kage, meaning Shadow of the Ninja, was established with the purpose of safeguarding ancient wisdom, mystical arts, and secret teachings. It served as a clandestine repository of knowledge, dedicated to maintaining its secrecy from those who might seek to exploit it. The organization comprised a select group of skilled individuals who possessed exceptional abilities, both in combat and in the realms of hidden knowledge. Under Kichi's leadership, Shinobi no Kage operated from the shadows, ensuring that important artifacts, scrolls, and texts were protected and kept away from those who could use them for nefarious purposes. They sought to maintain balance in the world, using their skills and knowledge discreetly to intervene when necessary. Her drive to protect the secrets of the past became the driving force behind Shinobi no Kage. The organization operated with utmost secrecy, employing covert methods and maintaining a network of trustworthy individuals who shared their mission. While Kichi couldn't rewrite history or alter the records of her father's life, she found solace and purpose in the establishment of Shinobi no Kage. Through this organization, she honored her father's memory by dedicating herself to the preservation of knowledge and the protection of the hidden arts, ensuring that they would endure for generations to come. As the modern age of technology dawned upon the world, maintaining secrecy for Shinobi no Kage and concealing Kichi's identity became increasingly challenging. The advancements in surveillance and information sharing made it more difficult for clandestine organizations to operate covertly. Despite their best efforts, Kichi received a secret encoded message revealing that their facilities in Japan had been raided not only by Japanese law enforcement, but also by American authorities. The realization that their operations had been compromised meant that Kichi's time as Akiko's, the alias she used to conceal her true identity, was drawing to a close. The pressure of being exposed to the world weighed heavily on her, but in that moment, another revelation consumed her thoughts. After nearly 5 centuries of tireless searching, she had discovered evidence that Shinigami, the entity responsible for her father's death and her subsequent separation, still walked the earth. This revelation shook Kichi to her core. Throughout her long and eventful life, her deepest desire had been to remove Shinigami from history and existence, to ensure that no other lives would be lost or families torn apart by its malevolence. This newfound evidence ignited a burning determination within her, overshadowing the imminent threat to her organization and her own identity. With her focus solely fixated on her ultimate goal, Kichi resolved to confront Shinigami once and for all. She knew that this quest would be the culmination of her life's journey, the pinnacle of her existence. Everything else paled in comparison to the opportunity to rid the world of the entity that had caused her immeasurable pain and suffering. With the weight of centuries on her shoulders and a resolute fire in her heart, Kichi set out, driven by a determination that surpassed the obstacles in her path. The modern age of technology may have made secrecy more difficult, but nothing could deter her from her singular purpose: to remove Shinigami from existence, bringing closure to her own tragic tale and potentially protecting countless others from its malevolent grasp. Despite the peculiarities surrounding the crime scenes, Kichi's intuition and accumulated knowledge led her to firmly believe that Shinigami was indeed responsible for the events. The presence of cherry trees and the relatively low number of victims perplexed her, but she couldn't shake the feeling that these details were intentionally crafted by Shinigami to confound and misdirect. She knew all too well that Shinigami possessed otherworldly powers and a penchant for manipulating reality to suit his desires. It was possible that the cherry trees held symbolic significance or served as a deliberate clue left behind by Shinigami. Their presence might have been a subtle way for Shinigami to taunt Kichi or create a sense of unease, knowing that she would be drawn to investigate the connection. As for the seemingly low number of victims, Kichi understood that Shinigami was a cunning and methodical entity. He was known to carefully choose his targets and strike with precision, maximizing impact while minimizing the chances of being discovered. Shinigami's ability to manipulate circumstances and selectively choose victims might explain the limited casualties at the crime scenes. Though the specifics puzzled her, Kichi remained resolute in her conviction. She had encountered the evil presence of Shinigami in the past and witnessed the devastation it caused firsthand. The patterns and underlying darkness she sensed at the crime scenes resonated with her past encounters, leading her to conclude that Shinigami's influence loomed over the events. Driven by her deep-rooted desire to rid the world of Shinigami's existence, Kichi would continue her investigation probe deeper into the mysteries surrounding the cherry trees and the connection to the limited number of victims. She knew that uncovering the truth behind these enigmatic elements would bring her closer to her goal of confronting and defeating Shinigami once and for all. Utilizing her vast network created over centuries, Kichi sent messages out to all aspects of the Shinobi no Kage, looking for any information or events that may be related to Shinigami within the last year. With it having been more than 100 years since she had requested such information, many know nothing of him. After a few days with not even a hint of information, her phone range, even though it was heavily encrypted, she still wanted verification that the correct person was at the other end. Ring, ring, ring. "What year did it snow?" Kichi asked when answering the phone. Knowing to most it would sound like a ridiculous question, but Kichi had devised a mathematical answer to any word she asked about. Only trusted members knew the process of finding the correct answer. 7,742, the voice on the other end of the call stated. "What do you have for me?" Kichi asked, trying to not show her excitement. "It's good to hear your voice again. Haven't heard from you in many years. Hell, I am surprised I even remember the formula for the code." The man at the other end of the line laughed. "It is good to hear from you as well, Chris. Sorry we haven't been able to chat in a while. Time gets away from me." "As it does for us all, but no apologizing, life is good. I understand. Not sure how much this helps, but an older gentleman that operates a shop in Tokyo sold an old rusty sword through an online auction. It was so purely rusted even the Japanese Minister of Culture denied issue it and registration card. It was in that poor of shape with rust holes from one side to the other." Chris paused to look at his notes. "A sword in that condition couldn't possibly have done any of the murders I have been looking into," Kichi suggested. "Wait, this is where it gets interesting. A few weeks after the buyer received it, he called asking a question about where it was found. The store owner thought he was calling to complain about the condition it was in. Instead, he sent the store owner a picture of the blade, said he was a bladesmith and that all it had needed was repolished. Sorry, forgive me for being so disorganized. I have notes everywhere. You know I hate typing and write everything down. Price of being old." Chris paused once more. "Was there any proof to this?" Kichi requested. "Oh, here it is. Yes, the guy sent him a picture of the sword. Told the man that wasn't the sword he purchased. But here is the kicker, and you will find interest in this. The shopkeeper's daughter admitted to finding it in the Forest of Death, or Suicide Forest. You always believed that place was where Shinigami had died, causing his black powers to continue their reign of death. Also, before this, almost 100 people a year commit suicide there. Since this sword was removed, there have been none," Chris stated emphatically, believing he had discovered very useful information. After thanking her longtime friend for the information, Kichi hangs up and thought about everything he had said, and found it very intriguing. All these centuries hunting Shinigami, and it appears he had died near the spot they had last battled. Kichi recognized the significance of the little girl's discovery in the suicide forest near Mount Fuji. The fact that this location held a connection to her previous encounter with Shinigami piqued her curiosity even further. She understood that the sword found by the little girl might hold clues or possess unique properties that warranted further investigation. Equipped with the details of the bladesmith who had purchased the sword online, Kichi embarked on her investigation. She researched the bladesmith's background, looking for any connections to the world of esoteric knowledge or previous encounters with supernatural entities, and found none. She sought to understand why the bladesmith's description of the sword didn't match the rusty and hole-ridden one he had obtained. From all the knowledge she had acquired through her long life and study, the only conclusion she could ascertain is that Shinigami survived, as his spirit was one with the sword, such as it was with samurai lure. The only way he would be capable of walking the earth again is if someone willingly allow him in. Kichi decided to follow the bladesmith after observing him leaving his workshop with a katana late at night. Believing that the bladesmith's actions might provide valuable insight into the mysterious sword's nature, she discreetly trailed him through the darkened streets. Maintaining a safe distance, Kichi carefully observed the bladesmith's movements, noting any suspicious or unusual behavior. As they traversed the city's streets, she noticed a sense of urgency in the bladesmith's driving, fueling her curiosity and solidifying her belief that there was more to the sword than met the eye. The bladesmith's path eventually led him to an state corrections halfway house, a place just on the outskirts of the city. Witnessing the bladesmith's arrival at a halfway house for criminals out on parole, Kichi's senses heightened, and her anticipation turned into alarm. As she listened attentively from a concealed position outside, a thunderous cry reverberated through the air, echoing the words, "I am Shinigami." The chilling proclamation caused a sharp pain in her chest, confirming her suspicions that Shinigami was directly involved in the events surrounding the mysterious sword. The convergence of the bladesmith and Shinigami within the halfway house brought forth a pressing sense of urgency and the realization that she had stumbled upon a pivotal moment in her quest. Now faced with the reality of Shinigami's presence, Kichi understood that she had to act swiftly and cautiously. She weighed her options, considering the potential risks and the delicate nature of the situation. Engaging with an entity as powerful as Shinigami required careful strategy and an understanding of its capabilities. As Kichi bravely entered the halfway house, her grip tightening around her trusty katana, the very same one she had done battle with the last time they had met. "Stop!" she tried yelling, but quickly realized it was too late. As she stood, she spotted Shinigami, his sword slicing into the neck of the last man in a long line, on their knees. The image was just as his evil actions had been centuries ago. Without hesitation, she charged forward, determined to confront this demonic entity. The clash of their katanas sent sparks flying, illuminating the tension and intensity of their battle. "You need to learn how to die, Shinigami," Kichi said, as her skill and agility was matched by Shinigami's otherworldly strength and cunning. With every clash, she felt the weight of centuries of pain and longing fueling her strikes, driving her forward in her quest. "Where is the bladesmith, Shinigami? What have you done with him?" Kichi asked, knowing she saw him enter with the very red katana Shinigami was wielding. After a long, evil laugh, Shinigami replied, "The peasant is no more. He gave himself over to me. You kill me, you kill him." Again, letting out an even louder laugh. The room filled with the sound of their blades colliding, each strike carrying the weight of their respective histories. Kichi's resolve remained unyielding as she fought with unwavering determination, seeking to overcome the darkness embodied by Shinigami. She deflected his strikes with precision, countering with her own calculated movements, striving to find an opening that would allow her to strike a decisive blow. Their battle was an intricate dance, a clash of wills and powers. The atmosphere crackled with energy as their swords met time and time again. Kichi's focus remained sharp, her mind honed on her objective, to remove Shinigami from existence and bring an end to his evil reign of death. With every exchange, Kichi drew upon her centuries of training and experience, adapting to Shinigami's tactics and anticipating his moves. She knew that this confrontation would test her to the very core, but she was determined to emerge victorious. "Where is your pet rat? It must have survived our last encounter, or you wouldn't be here now." Shinigami growled in an attempt to agitate his opponent. Ignoring his attempts, she remained focused and stayed on task as their battle raged, with the outcome hanging in the balance. Kichi's determination, skill, and unyielding spirit clashed with Shinigami's ancient power and wicked intentions. In this moment, she fought not only for herself and her father, but for all those who had suffered at the hands of this demonic entity. The room became a battleground of conflicting forces, and Kichi's every strike resonated with a resolve that defied the weight of time itself. With every clash of their blades, she inched closer to fulfilling her ultimate goal and freeing herself and countless others from the grasp of Shinigami's darkness. While their intense battle raged, her trusted fox witch companion, vigilant and adept in the art of magic, utilized its supernatural abilities to aid her in the fight. The fox witch, a master of illusion and manipulation, skillfully maneuvered in the shadows, casting spells and deploying its arcane powers to counter Shinigami's own abilities. It weaved a web of enchantments and distractions, diverting the attention of Shinigami and disrupting its attacks, careful not to be surprised by an attack, such as it was in their last encounter. With each stroke of Kichi's katana, the fox witch's magic wove around her, shielding her from Shinigami's malefic influence and augmenting her own skills. It harmonized its powers with Kichi's prowess, blending their strengths together to create a formidable force against the entity. Through the fox witch's assistance, Kichi gained a strategic advantage. Illusions and phantasmal elements confused Shinigami, momentarily throwing him off balance. The magic of the fox witch served as a counterpoint to Shinigami's darkness, providing Kichi with the opportunity to exploit its vulnerabilities and strike decisive blows. Collaboration between Kichi and the fox witch exemplified the synergy between human skill and supernatural forces. Their combined efforts created a dynamic interplay of swordplay and magic, each complementing and bolstering the other. As the battle unfolded, the presence of the fox witch infused Kichi with a renewed sense of strength and resilience. It acted as her unseen ally, ever watchful and ready to intervene when needed. The intricate dance between Kichi's katana and the fox witch's enchantments brought them closer to their shared objective of overcoming Shinigami's influence. With the fox witch's magical prowess supporting her every move, Kichi fought with renewed determination, fueled by the knowledge that she was not alone in her quest. Together, they formed a formidable team, their unity serving as a testament to their unwavering dedication in the face of darkness. In the midst of their synchronized battle, Kichi and the fox witch pressed forward, their combined efforts serving as a beacon of hope in the struggle against Shinigami. They fought with a fierce resolve, their synchronized actions aimed at vanquishing the demonic samurai for good and ensuring that the legacy of suffering it had left behind would be no more. Intensity grew by the seconded between Kichi, the fox witch, and Shinigami as it unfolded. Little did they know that an outsider had alerted the authorities. The strangeness of the 911 call had caught the attention of Detective Riley, who was promptly dispatched to the scene. Accompanied by Officer James, they rushed to the halfway house, unaware of the supernatural forces at play. Upon entering the chaotic scene, Detective Riley and Officer James both began shouting commands. "Everyone down! Get down now! I said, get—" Little did they know they were now thrusted into a realm far beyond their understanding. The clash between Kichi and Shinigami momentarily halted as Shinigami turned its attention toward the newcomers. In a swift and violent motion, Shinigami extended a dark, ominous tentacle, hurling Detective Riley against the wall with an unfathomable force. The detective's body collided with the solid surface, leaving him dazed and momentarily incapacitated. Officer James, witnessing the devastating attack on his fellow officer, reacted with a mixture of shock and horror. Before he could even process what was happening, Shinigami swiftly closed the distance, impaling Officer James with its katana. The blade pierced through his body, leaving him grievously wounded and gasping for breath as blood gushed from the wound. Kichi, fueled by urgency, witnessed the brutal assault on the officers. The revelation that innocent lives were now caught in the crossfire added another layer of weight to her mission. As Detective Riley struggled to regain his senses and Officer James fought for his life, Kichi braced herself to resume battle with Shinigami. The gravity of the situation intensified, as the fight not only carried the weight of her personal vendetta, but also the responsibility to save the lives of those affected by Shinigami's ruthless actions. Kichi swiftly positioned herself between Officer James, lying wounded on the floor, and Detective Riley, still recovering from the forceful impact against the wall. With unwavering determination, she shielded them from any further attacks by Shinigami, her katana held poised and ready. In a critical moment, 2 additional police officers burst through the doorway, their guns drawn. Reacting swiftly to the dangerous situation, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon Shinigami. The bullets found their mark, creating dark voids of smoke wherever they struck. The onslaught of bullets forced Shinigami to retreat, the intensity of the gunfire momentarily disrupting its advances. However, even as Shinigami recoiled, an eerie transformation began to take place. Cherry trees, symbols of life and beauty, emerged from the bodies of those he had slain. The juxtaposition of life springing forth from death sent chills down the spines of those present, a haunting example of supernatural power at play. While the officer's intervention provided a temporary respite, the situation remained perilous, as the newly arrived officers now turned their attention to her, screaming for her to get down on the floor. Kichi recognized that the battle was far from over. She understood the ephemeral nature of Shinigami's retreat and the necessity to press on, to continue the pursuit of justice and the eradication of this entity. With a steady resolve, Kichi stood firm, her eyes scanning the transformed surroundings. The presence of the cherry trees and the lingering threat of Shinigami served as a stark reminder that the fight would not end until the roots of darkness were completely severed. Chapter 27. Interrogation. Detective Riley sat in the police car, his mind still reeling from the chaos and violence he had witnessed at the halfway house. His concern for Officer James weighed heavily on his heart. Despite his persistent inquiries, the other officers accompanying him remained tight-lipped, refusing to provide any updates on James's condition. As they drove back to the police station, a sense of unease settled upon Riley. Something felt amiss, and his instincts told him that the silence surrounding Officer James was not a good sign. His gaze wandered aimlessly, seeking answers, until his eyes locked onto a beautifully grim sight. Through the window of the police car, Riley spotted a scene that further deepened his apprehension. Surrounding an ambulance, cop cars were positioned haphazardly, their flashing lights illuminating the night. but it was the sight that awaited him beyond the chaos that caused his heart to sink. A massive cherry tree, its branches penetrating the very roof of the ambulance. A chilling realization washed over Riley as he connected the dots. The presence of the cherry tree, a macabre symbol of Shinigami's influence, confirmed his worst fears. The tree's intrusion into the ambulance painted a grim picture of what had befallen Officer James. A heavy silence fell over the police car as the truth hung heavily in the air. Riley's mind raced with a mix of grief, anger, and determination. He knew that he had to uncover the full extent of what had transpired, to seek justice for Officer James, and all the lives affected by the person in the samurai armor. But at this point, Riley wasn't even sure that it was a person. As the police car continued its journey to the station, the weight of the situation intensified. Riley's resolve hardened, fueled by the loss of his comrade and the knowledge that the battle against the samurai was far from over. He understood that they were facing an enemy that defied conventional understanding, an adversary that threatened the fabric of reality itself. Riley vowed to uncover the truth, to expose the darkness that had plagued their lives, and to bring an end to the samurai. Detective Riley stepped out of the police car and entered the familiar surroundings of the police station. A wave of disorientation washed over him. The concussion he had sustained during the encounter with the samurai left him with a throbbing headache and a persistent feeling of unease. He struggled to maintain composure and suppress the disquieting thoughts swirling in his mind. Looking back to the officer driving, Riley attempted to keep his composure and veil of authority. "Edward, when you're finished parking, bring the prisoner to the interrogation room." "You got it," Edwards replied without hesitation. Walking through the halls, Riley couldn't shake off the vivid memories of the battle that had unfolded. The images of black smoke, the clash of swords, and the haunting presence of the cherry trees were etched deeply into his consciousness. It felt like a waking nightmare, and he questioned his own sanity in the face of such surreal experiences. He knew that he had to gather information, to find answers to the unsettling events that had transpired. However, he also grappled with the fear of sounding unhinged or delusional when sharing his account with his colleagues. How can I explain the involvement of this mysterious woman wielding a sword, the supernatural abilities displayed by the samurai, or even the fact that there was a samurai? No, now he even thought he might be crazy. Doubts and apprehension gnawed at Riley, threatening to unravel his resolve. The line between reality and fantasy blurred, leaving him trapped in a disorienting limbo. He felt an urgency to uncover the truth, yet the fear of being labeled insane or dismissed as a conspiracy theorist loomed large. Taking a deep breath, Riley attempted to calm himself, seeking comfort in the familiarity of his surroundings. He knew that he couldn't let his own uncertainties hinder his investigation. He had seen the strange events firsthand, and he understood the gravity of the threat they were facing. Wait, there were 2 other cops there. They even shot the samurai, Riley thought, feeling a little bit more secure that others wouldn't think him crazy about what he saw. Riley sought out the other 2 officers to get their thoughts on the encounter. Detective Riley sat down with the 2 officers who had been present during the encounter. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. The knowledge that he wasn't alone in witnessing the inexplicable events bolstered his confidence and validated his own perceptions of the supernatural. As they began to recount their version of the events, Riley listened intently, eager to hear their perspective. "Detective, we are sorry we couldn't get there sooner. Wish we could have done more." Officer Schneider expressed, "Yeah, James was a great guy. We know he greatly enjoyed working with you," affirmed Officer Brammer. Quickly, Riley turned his attention to Brammer. "So you 2 spoke of the case we were working on?" With a look as though he had been caught doing something wrong, Brammer snapped back. No, no. James never divulged any information about the case, just expressed his delight working with you. That's it. It was easy for Riley to sense they were uncomfortable speaking of anything to do with the case, even outside of what had occurred hours ago. Can you give me your official account of the evening's event? Schneider was the first to speak. Yes, we got the call at 0131. We both, Brammer and I, arrive and make entry. Upon entry, we saw you at the base of a wall, moving, and Officer James clutching his chest. Standing on the other side of the room stood a person in armor wielding a sword. Between him and the two of you stood a woman facing the armor-clad person. Identifying the one in armor as the greatest threat, we opened fire, striking the assailant's armor, causing him to flee, Schneider stated, looking to Brammer for approval of his story. Riley's initial excitement of two others sharing his experience turned into dismay as he realized that their recollection omitted anything that deviated from the ordinary. Their narrative focused solely on the presence of a woman standing before Riley and his partner, the man in armor who had seemingly shrugged off their gunfire, and the subsequent escape of the assailant. It became apparent to Riley that the officers were deliberately withholding the details that would expose the true nature of the encounter. Fear of being labeled as crazy or facing disbelief from their colleagues had driven them to sanitize their accounts, conforming to the boundaries of conventional reality. Determined to uncover the full truth of the situation, Riley knew he had to gain their trust. He approached the officers in a more informal setting, speaking with them off the record. Leaning back slightly in his chair, Riley reached into his desk drawer, pulling out a pack of cigarettes and lighter. You smoke? Schneider immediately said, yes, as if he was just seconds away from lighting up himself. Officer Brammer, no, I really don't. Riley stopped him before he could go into a rant. Yeah. Today you do, let's go. Minutes later, they were outside, away from the station, and far enough away from anyone that could hear their conversation. After lighting their cigarettes, Riley looked to the two officers. Okay, let's have it. I know the shit was crazy, but tell me. The two officers looked at each other as if they both were silently telling the other, you do it, not me. Okay, I'll start. You shot a smoky samurai, Riley said, attempting to not roll his eyes or laugh as he did. In this safe space, away from the judgmental eyes of their peers, the officers began to open, revealing the extraordinary aspects of what they had witnessed. Riley listened attentively, realizing the immense significance of their shared experiences. The supernatural abilities displayed by the samurai, the clash of swords, and the presence of the mysterious woman were no longer confined to his own perception. They were tangible events that had left an indelible mark on the lives of those involved. The officers' reluctance to repeat their account to others spoke volumes about the extraordinary nature of their encounter. They understood the potential consequences of openly discussing the inexplicable, yet their willingness to confide in Riley indicated a shared experience between them. Sir, Detective Riley, Officer Edwards shouted from the back door of the station to where the three of them stood. As Riley looked over Edwards, then shouted, Interrogation Room 2. Quickly, Riley dismissed the two officers and made his way to conduct his interrogation of the person he believed to go by the alias Akiko. As he neared, he attempted to do his best to steady his nerves and calm himself. Entered Interrogation Room 2, his eyes fixated on Kichi, who was handcuffed to the table, awaiting the interrogation. A mix of curiosity, frustration, and a deep desire for answers churned within him. As he entered, Kichi asked, "What is the condition of the officer who was stabbed?" He couldn't help but voice his burning answer to that question as to the condition of his fallen comrade. Officer James. Riley's voice was filled with a heavy sadness. "He's turned into a goddamn tree," he uttered, his tone filled with anguish and disbelief. The reality of James's transformation into one of the samurai's cherry trees weighed heavily on his heart. Seeking to gain information from Kichi, Riley pushed forward with the interrogation. He inquired about her connection to the supernatural, specifically focusing on the Fox Witch. "So, we were able to bring you in, but what we couldn't locate is your Fox Witch companion." "Yeah, I know all about it, Akiko Yamamoto." "Well, at least that is who you want us to believe you are, isn't it?" Riley could see her surprise that he even knew about the existence of the Fox Witch, but his thirst for knowledge and the need to uncover the truth propelled him forward. "Are you not supposed to ask one question at a time during an interrogation? In order to get clear answers to specific questions that is, no overlap," Kichi asked calmly, to throw Riley off his game more than anything else. However, before Riley could respond, the room was suddenly engulfed in darkness as the lights went out. A chilling silence descended, punctuated only by the faint sound of their breathing. Riley's heart quickened, realizing that this sudden disruption could be more than just a mere electrical malfunction. In the darkness, Riley's training kicked in. He reached for his flashlight, hastily flicking it on to shed some light on the situation. Illuminated by the beam, he could make out Kichi's figure, her features masked by shadows. The intensity of the moment heightened his senses as he braced himself for the unknown. With caution in his voice, Riley called out, "What the hell is going on? Is this your doing, Akiko?" He was determined to find answers, to uncover the truth hidden within the darkness that had enveloped them, but the room remained silent, Kichi offering no immediate response. The air was thick with anticipation, and Riley knew that he had to remain vigilant, ready to face whatever awaited them in the darkness. The battle against Shinigami had escalated, and he realized that the forces they were dealing with were far beyond his comprehension. As Riley waited for Kichi's answer, his grip tightened around his flashlight. The flickering beam cast eerie shadows, dancing across the room's walls, as if mirroring the uncertainty and danger that lay ahead. With each passing second, the weight of the supernatural world pressed upon. With the lights out in the interrogation room, Detective Riley could not see the transformation of the Fox Witch into Officer Edwards. Instead, he heard a familiar voice that seemed to belong to Officer Edwards, asking, "Everything okay in here, Detective? Seems we are having an issue with the power." Riley, taken aback by the situation but needing to act swiftly, responded, "I need you to stay with Akiko and keep her secure. I'm going to find out what the hell is happening and try to restore the power." He trusted that Officer Edwards would fulfill the duty of securing Kichi while he investigated the cause of the blackout. With that, Riley quickly left the interrogation room, determined to bring an end to the current situation. Rounding the corner at the end of the long hall, Detective Riley's heart raced as he collided with Officer Edwards. The shock on Riley's face was evident as he stammered, "I told you to stay with the prisoner." Officer Edwards, equally perplexed, responded with an air of confusion, "No, you asked me to place the prisoner into the interrogation room and then come find you, which I did." His voice carried a tone of honesty and bewilderment, indicating that he had followed Riley's instructions as they were given. Realization hit Riley like a jolt of electricity. He had been tricked, deceived by an unknown force masquerading as Officer Edwards. Panic surged through his veins as he quickly assessed the situation. With a sense of urgency, he sprinted back to Interrogation Room 2, his heart pounding in his chest. He entered the room, his eyes scanned the area, searching for Akiko and the entity posing as Officer Edwards. To his dismay, all he found were open handcuffs, resting innocently on the table. The room was devoid of any sign of the prisoner or the mysterious entity that had taken Edwards' form. A sense of dread washed over Riley as he realized the gravity of the situation. He had failed to secure their only witness, and she was now missing, potentially at the mercy of the supernatural forces that had infiltrated the police station. As he left the interrogation room, the weight of responsibility settled heavily on Riley's shoulders. He was determined to locate Kichi and uncover the truth behind the enigma that had engulfed them all. Chapter 28. A Dance with Shadows. Kevin stood in the moonlight shadow of the halfway house, his body no longer his own. The once vibrant cherry blossoms that had led him here now swirled around him, their petals dark and ominous. The whispers grew louder, resonating within his mind, as Shinigami, the entity that had taken control, reveled in its newfound power. Kevin's consciousness remained trapped within the recesses of his own mind, a mere observer to the unfolding events. He watched helplessly as Shinigami, wielding the crimson katana with ruthless precision, made its way through the necks of the hallway's house residents. Shinigami moved silently. The air seemed to grow heavier with an oppressive presence. The whispers transformed into eerie laughter, as if the darkness itself relished in the impending chaos. Kevin's heart ached with each life extinguished, his inner voice screaming in protest, but he remained powerless, a prisoner within his own body, forced to witness the atrocities committed by the entity that now controlled him. While the massacre continued, Shinigami's presence grew stronger, feeding off the fear and despair that permeated the atmosphere. It reveled in the chaos, embracing its role as an agent of destruction. Yet, amidst the horror, a glimmer of resistance flickered within Kevin's consciousness. He refused to relinquish himself entirely to the darkness. With every ounce of his will, he fought against the grip of Shinigami, struggling to regain control over his own body and destiny. Through sheer determination, Kevin managed to breach the barrier that separated him from his physical form. Slowly, he began to wrestle back control, bit by bit, inching closer to liberation. In a final surge of defiance, Kevin's consciousness collided with Shinigami's, sparking a fierce internal battle. Memories of his love for Mary, the joy they had shared, and the life they had built together surged forth, illuminating the darkness that threatened to consume him. Drawing upon the power of his love for Mary and his unwavering will, Kevin fought against the suffocating grip of Shinigami. With each blow, he chipped away at the darkness, weakening its hold over him. The battle raged on, both forces locked in a struggle for dominance. Sweat dripped down Kevin's brow as he exerted every ounce of his strength, refusing to succumb to the temptation of power and destruction. In a moment of clarity, Kevin's resolve solidified. He would not be defined by the darkness that had temporarily consumed him. With a final surge of energy, Kevin expelled Shinigami from his being, reclaiming control over his body. The crimson katana clattered to the ground. Breathing heavily, Kevin surveyed the aftermath of the carnage, his heart heavy with guilt and sorrow. The cherry blossoms, once symbols of beauty and tranquility, lay scattered on the ground, their essence tainted by the darkness that had unfolded. Kevin's heart raced as he hurriedly made his way back to his truck, mindful of avoiding any encounters with the police. The night air felt heavy with tension, and the weight of his recent actions bore down on him with every step. With a mix of relief, Kevin slipped into the driver's seat and started the engine. The engine's rumble seemed to drown out the turmoil within him, offering a temporary respite from the chaos that had unfolded. On the drive home, Kevin's mind raced, replaying the events at the halfway house over and over. The guilt and regret gnawed at him, threatening to consume his thoughts. He couldn't shake off the images of the innocent lives lost and the havoc wreaked by Shinigami's dark presence. Arriving back at his house, Kevin parked the truck and sat in silence for a moment, contemplating his next move. The weight of the truth hung heavily in the air, and he knew that he would have to face the consequences. Kevin reached for his phone and dialed Mary's number. The phone rang, each ring echoing in the empty space. After a few moments, Mary's voice filled the line, laced with concern, confusion, and sleepiness. "Kevin, is everything okay?" she asked, her voice tinged with worry. Taking a deep breath, Kevin's voice trembled slightly as he responded, "Mary, we need to talk. There are things I need to tell you. I've made some terrible mistakes." Sensing the urgency in his voice, Mary's concern deepened. "Kevin, what happened? Where are you? Are you in danger?" "I'm safe for now, but I need your support," Kevin replied, his voice filled with remorse. "I've been consumed by darkness, Mary. I lost control of myself, and people were hurt because of me." Mary listened in disbelief and stunned silence, her mind racing to comprehend the gravity of Kevin's words. She had sensed a change in him, but the extent of his confession left her reeling. With a voice filled with compassion, she responded, "Kevin, I don't understand everything right now, but I believe in you. We'll face this together. Now where are you?" "In my truck. I'll be in just a second." Shortly after entering their home, Mary gave him a hug and kiss before putting on a pot of coffee. Kevin poured his heart out to Mary. He held nothing back. He recounted the surreal experiences, the visions, and the battles that had consumed him over the past few months. He shared the struggle he had faced with the Crimson Katana and how it had seemingly taken control over him, leading him down a dark and dangerous path. With each word, Kevin's voice trembled with a mixture of fear, vulnerability, and a desperate need for understanding. He watched Mary's face closely, hoping to find a flicker of belief or empathy amidst the incredulity that he expected. Mary listened intently, her eyes widening with each revelation. It was an extraordinary tale, one that tested the boundaries of her own understanding of reality. Conflicting emotions played across her features: concern, confusion, and a hint of disbelief. Silence hung in the air for a moment as Mary absorbed the weight of Kevin's words. Then, with a calmness that surprised even Kevin, she reached out and gently took his hand. "Kevin," Mary said softly, her voice filled with compassion, "I can't say that I fully understand everything you've experienced. It's unlike anything I could have ever imagined. But I do know one thing. I love you, and I want to believe. I also know you are struggling greatly with this. I don't have all the answers," Mary continued, her voice steady. "But we can face this together. We'll find a way to navigate through the unknown and to seek help." Tears welled up in Kevin's eyes as he realized the significance of Mary's words. He hadn't expected Mary to understand everything, but her unwavering support and belief in him brought a glimmer of hope to his shattered world. If this is true, then where is the sword? Mary thought suddenly, beginning to grow very concerned about the location of the katana. "Is the katana in your truck?" Mary asked. With a look of shame, Kevin replied, "I dropped it on the ground and left." Mary's eyes widened at Kevin's revelation about the Crimson Katana. She knew that leaving such a powerful and potentially dangerous weapon unattended could have unforeseen consequences. Concern etched on her face. She grasped Kevin's hand tightly. "Kevin, we need to go back," Mary urged, her voice filled with urgency. "Leaving that katana behind, without proper handling or containment, could pose a risk to others. We have to ensure it's secured and safely dealt with." Kevin nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Together, they made the decision to return to the halfway house and retrieve the Crimson Katana. They knew they couldn't ignore the potential danger it posed, both to themselves and to anyone who might come across it. Under the cover of darkness, Kevin and Mary arrived back at the halfway house. The air was heavy with anticipation as they approached the spot where Kevin believed he had dropped the katana. Their hearts pounded in their chests, the weight of the unknown pressing upon them. Reaching the designated area, Kevin's eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for any sign of the katana. To their surprise, it was no longer there. The ground was empty, devoid of the powerful weapon that had once held such sway over Kevin. Mary's concerns for Kevin's well-being intensified as she observed the unexplainable changes in his condition. She couldn't shake off the nagging worry that perhaps the katana and the visions associated with it had taken a toll on Kevin's mind. As a nurse, she was trained to approach situations from a medical perspective, and she felt compelled to seek answers and potential solutions. Mary convinced Kevin to accompany her to the hospital for further evaluation. She explained to the doctor about Kevin's recent experiences, emphasizing the lucid visions he had been having and the potential correlation with the dark spot on his brain scans, all the while keeping the details of his visions between her and Kevin. The medical team conducted a series of tests, including a new CT scan, to assess any changes in the mysterious dark area. The results left everyone surprised. The dark spot had not only decreased in size, but it had shrunk significantly since the last scan, reducing from the size of a baseball to that of a marble in just 2 weeks. The doctors were puzzled by this unexpected development. The initial concern had been the progression and potential implications of the dark area, but its regression defied their understanding. They ran additional tests, searching for any signs of abnormalities or underlying causes for this unexplained phenomenon. As Kevin and Mary anxiously awaited the results, they held on to a glimmer of hope. The possibility that the visions and the crimson katana were somehow linked to the changes in Kevin's brain provided a sliver of optimism. Could it be that confronting and facing the darkness head-on had sparked a healing process within him? Hours passed, filled with uncertainty. Finally, the doctors approached Kevin and Mary with their findings. Okay, great news. It turns out that the dark spot was not a sign of a progressive illness or a malignancy, but rather a localized inflammation that has mysteriously begun to subside. We are going to put you on some antibiotics and observation for a few days. See if we can eliminate this issue. Mary, can I speak with you for a minute? Dr. Ray asked. He and Mary stepped out of the room before Mary asked, a localized inflammation? That would have been checked for right off the bat. He would have also had other signs such as... Dr. Ray raised his hand, motioning for her to wait. That is why I asked you out here. I know that diagnosis is bullshit, but it's the best bullshit we have to explain this situation. We're going to use the antibiotic. It isn't going to hurt. Best case scenario, it continues to go away until it gets smaller. Fine. Well, it won't be the first time this route has been taken. Just make sure he doesn't end up like Mrs. Richardson last week, Mary said with a grim look on her face. She went fast after I plugged in her new bag of medication. At least they fired the pharmacy tech that screwed those labels up. Yeah, I'll make sure it's someone that has been here a while pulling the meds. Well, let's get started and hope for the good news to keep on coming. While the medical professionals couldn't definitively explain the connection between Kevin's visions and the regression of the inflammation, they surmised that the mind's intricate and complex interplay with the body might have played a role in this unanticipated healing. Relief washed over Kevin and Mary as if a weight had been lifted off their shoulders. It was a bittersweet realization that even though they may never fully comprehend the events they had experienced, Kevin's health was improving. Chapter 29. The Escape. In the darkness that enveloped the interrogation room, Kichi could sense the presence of the Fox Witch. Though unable to see, her instincts told her that the entity was there to aid her. With each passing second, Her determination grew stronger, fueled by a burning desire to escape the clutches of the police station and find Shinigami. The Fox Witch, its ethereal form weaving through the shadows, extended a paw-like appendage towards the handcuffs restraining Kichi. With a surge of mystical energy, the metal binding snapped open, freeing her wrists. Kichi's heart quickened with newfound hope as she rose from the table, her senses heightened, ready for what lay ahead. Silently, the Fox Witch guided Kichi through the dimly lit corridors of the police station, avoiding any potential encounters with officers or security personnel. Its ability to blend seamlessly with the darkness provided them with a distinct advantage as they stealthily navigated through the building. Kichi and the Fox Witch moved with purpose. Their objective was clear: to retrieve Kichi's katana, the weapon that had been her loyal companion throughout her centuries-long journey. The evidence room was a labyrinth of shelves, filled with boxes and crates, containing a multitude of items seized from various investigations. With the Fox Witch's assistance, Kichi navigated the maze-like room, their steps careful and quiet. The Fox Witch's supernatural abilities allowed it to detect the specific energy resonating from Kichi's katana, guiding them towards its location amidst the sea of confiscated objects. Finally, they reached a dimly lit corner of the room, where Kichi's katana rested inside a secured case. The Fox Witch focused its ethereal power, manipulating the lock mechanism with a touch of its paw. The case clicked open, revealing the gleaming blade that had accompanied Kichi through countless battles. Grasping the katana firmly in her hands, Kichi felt a surge of familiar energy coursing through her veins. The weight of the weapon was both comforting and empowering, instilling her with a renewed sense of purpose. She knew that with her katana in hand, she possessed the means to confront Shinigami once and for all. As they made their way back through the police station, Kichi and the Fox Witch moved swiftly and discreetly, avoiding any potential obstacles or encounters with officers. Their escape was aided by the chaos and confusion that had descended upon the facility. The darkness that had cloaked the interrogation room during their encounter had left the building in disarray, providing them with the perfect cover. Emerging into the night, Kichi and the Fox Witch disappeared into the shadows, their steps guided by a singular determination to find Shinigami. Together they decided that tracking down the bladesmith was the key to finding Shinigami once again. They staked out his home and shop, patiently waiting for any sign of his return. After hours of surveillance, Kichi received a call from her network within Shinobi no Kage, providing them with crucial information about the bladesmith's whereabouts. After going through the verification process, Kichi began speaking. "What do you have for me, Elizabeth?" one of Kichi's most trusted computer trackers. "Oh, this was an easy one, darling. A one Kevin J. Blake was admitted for hallucinations and something about spots on his brain. Sounds like you might be tracking a nutter there, Keck. Your nutter is located at Rockbrook Regional Hospital, second floor room 2910. Elizabeth was great at hacking computers for information but annoying at conversationalist. "Thanks much, we'll get together sometime soon, okay? Hopefully, I can tell you how the 500-year-old story ends." Even though Kichi found her annoying to have a conversation with, she couldn't help but enjoy them. "Ooh, my girl is finally going to get her daddy some sweet revenge. You go kick his ass, Keck. You need anything, just hit those buttons. Later." Elizabeth wasted no time hanging up to allow Kichi to utilize the new information. Racing against time, Kichi and the Fox Witch made their way to Rockbrook Regional Hospital, where the bladesmith was reportedly admitted. The hospital bustled with activity as they navigated its corridors, their determination driving them forward. Soon as they approached the hospital, they were met with a flurry of police activity surrounding the building. Realizing that entering the hospital would be risky due to ongoing police operations, Kichi and the Fox Witch had to adjust their plans. They decided to keep a discreet watch on the hospital from a safe distance, observing any comings and goings that might provide them with clues. As they observed, Kichi used her network connections to dig deeper into the situation. She discovered that the police presence was related to the aftermath of the recent encounter with Shinigami, where officers had been injured or killed. The authorities were now focused on securing the area and gathering evidence. Kichi was determined to gather more information about the recent police encounter with Shinigami. She knew that understanding the events surrounding their confrontation could provide valuable insights into his motives and behavior. Utilizing her network within Shinobi no Kage, Kichi once again called on Elizabeth. "Well shit, Kek. Don't tell me after 500 years you finished him off that fast. Wasn't even enough time to suffer." Elizabeth opened. "No, listen. There was an encounter with Shinigami. How long will it take to get me information on that event?" Kichi requested, hoping to have it in a few hours. "Done. I threw a digital net over your location that would— oh, hell, let's just say some fish swam in my net. They aren't saying a great deal. Looks like most are afraid to say what they witnessed. According to their text messages, they definitely don't want to enter something about leaving black smoke and people turning into trees. Well, they don't want to put any of it into reports. Sending you the address now. Looks like the guy might be dead. Died of an overdose? Sure, this is your guy?" "I was until you said he might be dead of an overdose. Got your text. Thanks, let me know if you get another hit like that. Thanks." Kichi replied, grateful for members that could anticipate. Whoa, what do we have here? Someone just filed a report. It reads, "The encounter had taken place in a secluded area, shrouded in darkness. Several officers had responded to a distress call, reporting suspicious activity. As they arrived at the scene, they were met with a chilling sight, the figure of a samurai figure, cloaked in black smoke that seemed to move at his direction, his presence emanating an aura of death. The confrontation had escalated quickly, with the person announcing loudly, 'I am Shinigami,' and 'All crime is punishable by death.' Oh, it's your boy Kek. Sorry, displaying supernatural abilities that defied explanation. He had effortlessly evaded gunfire, moving with an otherworldly grace. The officers had fought valiantly, but their weapons seemed futile against his seemingly invincible armor. After 15 minutes of fighting and 4 officers fallen, the perpetrator fell to the ground, becoming unresponsive. Sorry, Kek. It doesn't look like you get to kill this bad guy. Kichi remained silent and thought hard about the information she had just received. This isn't right, it can't be. An entity such as Shinigami doesn't just fall over dead. Wait, does it say, what happened to the crimson katana? Elizabeth could be heard humming while her fingers danced over her keyboard. Yes, evidence locker. Logged in 3 minutes ago. Boom, that'll play. Hey, is Red with you? Tell her I have a fridge full of koi for her next visit. Looking over at the Fox Witch, who could hear everything, Kichi knew she would be addressing Elizabeth, and she did. Dear, I have gone thousands of years with no name, and will not go by one that is merely descriptive now. However, depending on how fresh the koi is, we can talk. Elizabeth could be heard gasping for air on the other end of the line. Oh, Red, it will be in a bucket of the freshest water. See you soon, Red. Thanks again, Elizabeth. Couldn't do it without you. Not waiting for a goodbye, Kichi hung up. Because though the Fox Witch didn't speak much, Elizabeth could get her talking non-stop. As Elizabeth relayed the report for them, Kichi's mind raced, piecing together the puzzle. She realized that Shinigami's powers surpassed the capabilities of a mere mortal. His armor and resilience hinted at a deeper, ancient connection. one that held the key to his immortality and dark powers. With that knowledge, Kichi thought, how is it he would drop dead from an overdose? He wouldn't have allowed his host to have that type of control. No, he wouldn't have, Red answered, since she had the ability to share Kichi's thoughts from the day they bounded. Didn't Shinigami say the bladesmith gave control over to him? Something must have not worked since the bladesmith is here, and Shinigami is killing on the other side of the city. Kichi found everything very intriguing. The one thing that connects the two events is the Shinigami's crimson katana. A drug addict must have found it, and Shinigami was able to take over until the addict's body overdosed. We must find that sword. Chapter 30. Unraveling the Clues. Detective Riley received an unexpected call from Becky, a diligent colleague who had been tirelessly sifting through video surveillance footage from the crime scene and nearby businesses, where Officer James had tragically lost his life. Intrigued by the prospect of new leads, Riley anxiously picked up the phone. Becky informed Riley, "Hey, I think we have something here, a recently obtained video clip from a nearby business. With the footage showcased a red truck parked near the halfway house. It's a short distance away from the building, but it looks like something you will be very interested in seeing." Riley's curiosity was piqued as he listened intently. "Have it ready to play? I'll be right there." Before he had fully hung up the phone, he was heading to the lab. Once he entered Becky's work area, Riley spotted her standing with the remote, ready to press play for the video on the monitor. Becky did just that, and the two stood silent, studying the screen, while Riley's anticipation grew. The video started off with a grainy quality, making it challenging to discern any meaningful details. However, the image gradually began to clear, revealing a man walking toward the red truck, while appearing to struggle to free himself from a cloud of black smoke. The sight struck a chord deep within Riley. The dark presence evoked memories of his previous encounter with the samurai, sending shivers down his spine. He watched intently as the figure dropped an object, which upon closer examination appeared to be a sword. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Riley stared at the screen as the man, finally free of the binding smoke, walked over, got in the driver's side, and sat there for a minute before leaving. Unfortunately, there are no identifying marks. The guy is grainy after enhancing, and the license plate can't be seen, Riley said disappointedly. "Wait for it," Becky said, with a smile, knowing what was about to show on the screen. During the second part of the video, Riley's keen eye caught a glimpse of the red truck once again, prompting him to make the connection. He could hardly believe it. The red truck belonged to... Isn't that the same red truck from the video in the first murder? Wait, the witness to a hit and run was in the security video sitting in the parking lot, just outside the bar where the driver of the car, Willard, frequented. The pieces of the puzzle were finally falling into place. Riley's mind raced, drawing connections between the red truck, the mysterious figure shrouded in black smoke, and the recent wave of violence. The evidence was aligning, leading him closer to the truth behind the enigmatic bladesmith and demonic-looking samurai. While Riley continued to watch, he was astonished to see Mrs. Blake exit the red truck alongside Kevin. A mix of confusion and concern washed over him as he tried to make sense of the unexpected event. Normally, wives don't go to crime scene with a murderous husband, Riley thought. Detective Riley's continued to watch the video footage provided by Becky. What are they doing together? Riley wondered aloud, his mind racing with possibilities. As the footage played on, another detail caught Riley's attention. He recalled seeing Kevin drop what appeared to be a sword after appearing from the black smoke. The question burned in his mind, eager for an answer. What happened to the sword he dropped? He asked Becky, hoping for a clue that might shed light on the mysterious disappearance. Becky's response was disheartening. "I don't know," she admitted. "There isn't any video footage of what happened to the sword, and when investigators went back to the scene to look for it, it was nowhere to be found." Riley's frustration grew as he absorbed this information. The missing sword held potential answers, a crucial piece of evidence that could have provided vital clues in their pursuit of the demonic samurai. The fact that it had vanished only deepened the enigma surrounding their investigation. It became clear to Riley that there were hidden forces at play, manipulating events and ensuring that crucial evidence remained out of reach. Someone or something had orchestrated the removal of the sword, leaving them with more questions than answers. Determined not to let this setback derail their investigation, Riley resolved to focus on what they did have: surveillance footage linking Mary and Kevin. There was more to uncover, and he knew they had to dig deeper to unravel the truth behind their involvement. Riley turned his attention back to the investigation, mapping out the connections and brainstorming new leads. The disappearance of the sword only fueled his resolve, as he realized that getting to the bottom of this mystery would require him to navigate the treacherous paths of both reality and supernatural. Detective Riley's heart raced as he put out an APB on the bladesmith, Kevin J. Blake. He knew that finding Kevin was crucial to uncovering the truth behind the recent string of events. With each passing moment, the weight of the investigation bore down on him, urging him to move faster. Arriving at Kevin's house, Riley felt a surge of disappointment as he found nothing of interest. The trail seemed to grow colder with each passing minute. However, just as he was about to leave, a message from the station flashed across his screen. Kevin was currently a patient at the local hospital. Without wasting another moment, Riley turned his vehicle toward the hospital, determined to confront Kevin and find the answers he sought. But fate had other plans in store for him. As he sped through the streets, his focus was interrupted by a call reporting a possible suspect matching the description of the individual responsible for Officer James's murder. Riley's instincts kicked into high gear as he realized the urgency of the situation. Balancing the two pressing matters, he pushed his vehicle and his driving skills to their limits, racing toward the scene of the possible suspect sighting. Every second counted, and the fate of innocent lives hung in the balance, because he now understood the supernatural capabilities of the samurai. Pulling up to the location, his worst fears were confirmed. The sight before him was nothing short of a nightmare. 4 cherry trees stood tall, their haunting presence serving as a grim reminder of the fallen officers. The devastation was unimaginable, with injured comrades scattered around, some missing limbs, and a few officers still unaccounted for. Shock and grief mingled within Riley as he surveyed the scene. The ruthless brutality of the assailant was evident, and the urgency to bring them to justice intensified. Stepping cautiously through the aftermath of the fierce battle that had taken place between Shinigami and his fellow officers, the scene was both gruesome and perplexing, with the cherry trees serving as a stark reminder of the brutality that had unfolded. Amidst the chaos, Riley's eyes caught sight of a sword lying beside the perpetrator's lifeless body as the forensics team was taking photos of it for evidence. It appeared to be the same sword that Kevin had dropped in the surveillance video. The discovery sparked a new line of inquiry in Riley's mind. What was Kevin's connection to this mysterious figure known as Shinigami? Was he involved in these heinous crimes beyond being in possession of the sword? As Riley examined the surroundings, he couldn't help but question the identity of the man before him. The lifeless body didn't resemble the armored figure that had attacked him and the others back at the halfway house. Where was the samurai armor? What had transpired to bring about this transformation? His mind was filled with a multitude of unanswered questions, and he knew that only 2 people held the key to unraveling the enigma: Kevin and Akiko. Their perspectives and knowledge were crucial in understanding the truth behind Shinigami's identity and motives. Riley's first priority was to track down Kevin and confront him about the sword and his involvement in recent events. With the evidence now in his possession, he hoped to piece together the puzzle and shed light on the mysteries that shrouded the case. Simultaneously, his thoughts turned to Akiko, the mysterious figure who had crossed paths with Shinigami in the past. She held secrets that could unravel the truth and provide vital insights into the nature of their adversary. Riley knew that seeking her out was imperative in his quest for answers. As he navigated the aftermath, Riley's determination grew stronger. The pursuit of justice demanded unwavering commitment, and he was prepared to do whatever it took to bring clarity to the chaos that had consumed their lives. With the sword as evidence and the weight of his experiences guiding him, Riley embarked on a dual journey, to find Kevin and to seek out Akiko. The pieces of the puzzle were scattered before him, waiting to be assembled. Chapter 31. Illusions. Kichi and Red, working on the information provided by Elizabeth, devised a plan to gather more clues. Red utilized her powers as a fox witch to create a convincing illusion, transforming Kichi into the likeness of Detective Riley. Disguised as Riley, Kichi ventured into the police station, her appearance allowing her to move unnoticed among the officers. Taking advantage of the illusion, Kichi made her way to the evidence room, where she located and checked out the crimson katana. The weapon, with its mysterious aura, seemed to hold vital clues that could lead them closer to uncovering the truth behind Shinigami's existence. Now in possession of the crimson katana, Kichi, still disguised as Riley, headed to the morgue. She needed to investigate the body of the man who had last wielded the sword, as it held potential answers to her suspicions. The man's sudden death had raised questions, and Kichi was determined to uncover the truth behind his demise. Examining the body, Kichi's intuition proved correct. The man had indeed been a drug addict and had succumbed to a heart attack. Things began to fit together, revealing a more complex web of events. It became apparent that Shinigami's influence extended beyond the realm of supernatural battles and rooted into the lives of ordinary individuals. Kichi and Red knew they were on the right path to discovering Shinigami's weakness and destroying him. Now they felt their next step was to question the bladesmith, find out just how he conjured Shinigami. They arrived at Rockbrook Regional Hospital, their anticipation mounting as they got closer to their goal of questioning the bladesmith. With the crimson katana in hand, they felt a renewed sense of purpose, knowing that they were one step closer to discovering Shinigami's weakness and ultimately bringing an end to his reign of darkness. Navigating through the hospital, they encountered numerous police officers who were still awaiting updates on the condition of their comrades who had encountered Shinigami earlier. The weight of the ongoing battle hung heavy in the air, but they remained focused on their mission. Reaching the vicinity of the bladesmith's room, they paused to listen to the conversation between him and his wife. The sound of their cheerful exchange piqued their curiosity, raising questions about the bladesmith's involvement in conjuring Shinigami and the true nature of his connection to the enigmatic figure. Taking a deep breath, Kichi and Red stepped forward, entering the room. The bladesmith and his wife turned their attention towards them, their expressions shifting from joy to surprise. Kichi maintained her disguise as Detective Riley, her voice reflecting the authority and determination of the character she was impersonating. "Good evening," Kichi greeted them, her voice mirroring the cadence and tone of Detective Riley. "I hope I'm not interrupting anything important." The bladesmith's eyes widened in recognition, his wife glancing back and forth between Kichi and Red, a flicker of concern crossing her face. Kichi knew that their presence in the room would raise suspicions, but time was of the essence, and they needed answers. "I believe you have something of great significance," Kichi continued, her gaze fixed on the bladesmith. "Something that may hold the key to understanding the dark forces at play. We need to know how you conjured Shinigami and what it will take to end him." The bladesmith's expression shifted from surprise to guarded caution. He exchanged a glance with his wife, their unspoken communication hinting at a deeper connection and a shared secret. "I never intended for any of this," the bladesmith finally spoke, his voice tinged with remorse. "I purchased that sword out of curiosity and restored it, never knowing the darkness it would unleash," Kevin said to whom he thought to be Detective Riley. Kichi's eyes narrowed, her resolve intensifying. She sensed that the bladesmith held vital information, and it was up to her to coax the truth out of him. "Tell us everything," Kichi urged, her voice laced with urgency. "We need to understand how to put an end to Shinigami's reign. Lives are at stake, including those of my fellow officers." The room fell into a heavy silence as the bladesmith began to recount his experiences, the ancient rituals he unknowingly stumbled upon, and the consequences that followed. His words painted a vivid picture of the web of darkness that had ensnared them all. As the bladesmith's story unfolded, Kichi and Red listened intently, absorbing every detail. Directing their full attention to what Kevin was saying, they didn't see the startled expression on Mary's face. Mary's sudden realization at the appearance of another Detective Riley threatened to expose their ruse. They knew they had to act swiftly to evade capture. Suddenly, Red felt a tug on her arm, and she looked back to see Kevin, the bladesmith, clutching the crimson katana that had been hidden by her invisibility spell. Realizing that their pursuit had taken an unexpected turn, they knew they had to escape the hospital quickly and regroup to reassess their plan. With determination in their eyes, they dashed out of the hospital room, leaving Mary bewildered behind them. The hospital corridor stretched before them, filled with anxious police officers awaiting news of their injured comrades. Kichi and Red maneuvered through the crowd, blending in as best they could, while keeping an eye out for any sign of Detective Riley. They accelerated their pace, sprinting through the corridors, with Detective Riley now hot on their heels. The sound of his footsteps echoed behind them, urging them to push harder. With each turn, they hoped to gain distance and find a means of eluding their pursuer. Spotting an exit sign up ahead, Kichi and Red followed its lead, their hearts pounding with adrenaline. They burst through the hospital doors, entering the bright daylight outside. The sprawling cityscape stretched out before them, offering possibilities and hiding places. Without a moment's hesitation, they hailed a passing taxi, their eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of Detective Riley. As the cab sped away, Kichi and Red let out a collective sigh of relief, momentarily safe from their pursuer's grasp. In the back seat of the taxi, Kichi and Red took a moment to catch their breath and regroup. The taxi dropped them off at a discreet location, where they rendezvoused with their trusted allies from the Shinobi no Kage network. They shared their findings about Kevin, the bladesmith, and the strange connection between him, Shinigami, and the crimson katana. It became clear that Kevin held crucial information and ability to see through the Reds, the Fox Witch's illusions. Chapter 32. Unraveling Secrets. Detective Riley, still reeling from the bizarre encounter with his doppelganger, frantically searched for any trace of Kichi and Red, who had managed to elude him. Seeking answers, he questioned the officers waiting around the hospital, hoping someone had noticed their escape. To his dismay, most of them found his inquiry amusing, and one officer even remarked about seeing him get into a cab. Realizing that he couldn't call out an all-points bulletin on himself, Riley had to recalibrate his approach. He knew he needed to gather more information and find a way to locate Kichi and Red without drawing unnecessary attention. With a determined mindset, he decided to return to the second floor and confront Kevin, the bladesmith, and his wife, Mary. Entering their hospital room, Riley's eyes scanned the surroundings, his instincts on high alert. Mary greeted him with a puzzled expression, unaware of the chaos that had unfolded moments ago. Kevin, on the other hand, seemed uneasy, his demeanor betraying a hidden secret. Riley began his questioning, trying to piece together the events and the connection between Kevin, the Crimson Katana, and the mysterious Shinigami. He carefully observed their reactions, searching for any signs of deception or hidden knowledge. Mary, oblivious to Kevin's possession of the sword once again, provided Riley with limited information. Her answers were vague, and Riley sensed that she was withholding something crucial. Deep down, he knew that Kevin held the key to unraveling the mysteries surrounding Shinigami's existence and the true nature of their encounters. As Riley pressed further, a tension filled the room. It became clear that Mary was aware of something she was not sharing. The air grew heavy with unspoken truths, and Riley realized he needed to approach this from a different angle. Deciding to take a more subtle approach, Riley shifted his focus to Mary, attempting to establish a rapport and gain her trust. He gently probed into her thoughts, hoping to uncover the secrets she held within. Gradually, the walls began to crumble, and Mary's guarded facade began to crack. With each word exchanged, Riley became increasingly convinced that Mary possessed vital information that could lead them closer to Shinigami's true identity and his connection to the bladesmith. He couldn't help but wonder if Kevin's involvement in the creation of Shinigami was more complex than initially suspected. Detective Riley, unsettled by the strange turn of events at the hospital, decided it was time to return to the police station and review the evidence collected from the recent encounter with Shinigami. He thanked Kevin and Mary for their time, assuring them that he would be in touch for further questioning. Suspicion weighed heavily on his mind as he made his way back to the familiar surroundings of the station. Sitting at his desk, Riley began sifting through his notes, seeking any connections or clues that might shed light on the figure known as Shinigami. However, something felt amiss, as if his workspace had been tampered with. Items seemed out of place, and an unsettling feeling settled upon him. Turning to his colleague Shepard, Riley inquired if anyone had been near his desk while he was away. Shepard responded casually, stating, "No one except for yourself." Sensing something deeper at play, Riley feigned a light-hearted tone, mentioning, "I lost my keys and retracing my steps." Shepard, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, mentioned, "Maybe you forgot them with the dead guy where you were at the morgue earlier." The mention of the morgue caught Riley off guard, his mind racing to understand the significance of that particular location. Realizing the implications, he knew that someone had been impersonating him, attempting to cover their tracks and manipulate the evidence. Seeking more information, Riley engaged the forensic expert, who informed him that he had indeed visited the cop killer's body and had also been to the evidence room. The pieces of the puzzle started to come together, revealing a cunning plot to divert suspicion and manipulate the investigation. With a renewed sense of urgency, Riley knew that time was of the essence. He had to uncover the identity of the imposter and understand their connection to the events surrounding Shinigami. The web of deception was growing wider, and he was determined to untangle it. Gathering his team, Riley shared his suspicions and instructed them to comb through the station's surveillance footage, searching for any clues or unusual activities during his absence. Every detail mattered, and the surveillance footage from the police station revealed a shocking revelation. It was not Detective Riley captured on camera, but the cunning Akiko assuming his identity, seamlessly moving from one location to another freely within the station. The intricate web of deception deepened as Akiko surreptitiously investigated the murder weapon and left with it, leaving Riley and his team astounded. Watching the surveillance footage, Riley's mind raced with questions. How the hell did Akiko manage to infiltrate the station undetected, and what was her true connection to Shinigami? Riley knew he needed help and was determined to find the officers who had witnessed the terrifying encounter with Shinigami firsthand. He knew that they alone could provide him with the assistance he desperately needed, as they had also seen the supernatural darkness that consumed their comrades. His search for the two didn't take long before discovering the officers were considered missing in action during the recent battle with Shinigami. The whispers of their fate echoed through the corridors, with others recounting how they had witnessed the officers being struck down by the crimson katana, transforming into cherry trees in a chilling display of Shinigami's power. Every minute that went by instilled greater fear of the next call coming in, the next call for anything strange. With the number of people he could confide in dwindling, Riley turned to Becky, the digital forensic expert. He knew that her expertise and meticulous approach would be crucial in uncovering any overlooked evidence or leads. Riley pleaded with her to revisit the surveillance footage and leave no stone unturned. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Becky dedicated herself to the task at hand. She meticulously analyzed the footage, scrutinizing every frame for any hints or clues that might have been missed. Hours passed as she pored over the vast amount of data, determined to find a breakthrough. While Becky delved into the digital realm, Riley himself returned to the crime scene where Officer James had tragically lost his life. It was a somber and haunting place, marked by the memories of the battle that had taken place. With a careful eye, Riley combed through the area, searching for any overlooked evidence that could shed light on the case. As he examined the scene, Riley's instincts kicked in, honed by years of experience. He noticed subtle details that others might have missed: the scuff marks on the pavement, the faint trace of something unusual in the air. Each discovery fueled his determination to uncover the secrets hidden within this macabre puzzle. For hours, both Riley and Becky continued their relentless pursuit for a break in the case. Riley's heart raced as he received the call from Becky. She had made a breakthrough in their investigation, and the screenshots she sent promised to unravel the mystery that had plagued them for so long. With a mix of anticipation and dread, Riley opened the files and saw the segment of the security video that captured the struggle between Kevin and the black smoke. As he studied the screenshots, his eyes widened in realization. During the chaos, the image of the samurai faded away into the very essence of the dark smoke itself. A wave of shock washed over Riley, followed by a surge of disbelief. The pieces of the puzzle were falling into place, forming a picture that was both horrifying and surreal. Kevin J. Blake, the seemingly ordinary bladesmith, was the very embodiment of the demonic mass-murdering samurai known as Shinigami. The implications of this revelation were staggering. It meant that their search for Shinigami had led them directly to the one they least suspected. The man who had possibly crafted the crimson katana had become consumed by the darkness it possessed, transforming him into the very entity he had unleashed upon the world. Riley and Becky exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting great unease. They knew that their task had become even more daunting, for now they had to confront the bladesmith-turned-demon himself. But they were not alone in this fight. They had each other, and together they would uncover the truth. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Riley and Becky set their sights on Kevin J. Blake, now known as Shinigami. They would use every resource at their disposal, employing their skills, intellect, and unwavering resolve to expose his identity and put an end to his rampage. Detective Riley's heart pounded in his chest as he made the decision to confront the bladesmith turned demon, Shinigami, alone. He knew that calling for backup would only put more lives at risk, as the supernatural powers possessed by Kevin J. Blake made him an incredibly dangerous adversary. As he walked the dimly lit halls of the hospital, the weight of his mission pressed upon him. Screams echoed through the corridors, fueling his determination to put an end to the terror once and for all. The hospital seemed eerily quiet, adding to the tension that hung in the air. Following the sound of the scream, Riley quickened his pace, his senses heightened. He knew that time was of the essence, and every second counted. The hallway led him to a room bathed in shadows, and as he cautiously entered, his eyes widened at the sight before him. There, in the center of the room, stood Shinigami, his form distorted by the dark smoke that enveloped him. The crimson katana gleamed ominously in his hand, a weapon of pure evil. A young nurse trembled in fear, her eyes locked on the figure before her. Riley's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the incredible battle unfolding before him. Kichi, empowered by the assistance of Red, the Fox Witch, fought with unmatched speed and skill against the formidable Shinigami. The clash of their weapons reverberated through the hallway, and the air crackled with an otherworldly energy. The black, smoky tentacles that emanated from Shinigami writhed and twisted, reaching out to ensnare Kichi, but she moved with a grace and agility that defied human limits, evading the tentacles with expert precision. With each swing of her katana, she sent arcs of white cloud-like smoke towards Shinigami, pushing back against his darkness. Red, her eyes glowing with determination, channeled her Fox Witch powers, summoning the protective white smoke that aided Kichi in her battle. The ethereal mist swirled around Kichi, acting as a shield against Shinigami's relentless attacks. It seemed to possess an ancient power, pushing back against the dark forces that threatened to consume them all. Riley, transfixed by the spectacle, understood the magnitude of the battle unfolding before him. Kichi, with her unwavering determination and the aid of the Fox Witch, stood as humanity's last hope against the malevolent Shinigami. It was a clash between light and darkness, and the outcome would shape the destiny of their city. As the battle raged on, Kichi's movements became even more fluid, her strikes imbued with an inner strength that seemed to defy the limits of her mortal body. She fought with a fierce resolve, fueled by her determination to protect the innocent and bring an end to the reign of terror. Meanwhile, Shinigami grew increasingly desperate, his attacks becoming more erratic and wilder. The black smoky tendrils thrashed and twisted, attempting to overpower Kichi and break through the defense of the white cloud-like smoke. But Kichi's skill and the protective aura of the Fox Witch held strong. Time seemed to stand still as the clash of forces reached its peak. Each strike, parry, and evasive maneuver carried immense weight, their significance felt by every onlooker. The fate of the city hung in the balance, the battle serving as a pivotal moment in the struggle between light and darkness. Riley's mind raced as he entered the smoke-filled room, his gun drawn and his determination unwavering. His primary focus was to protect Mrs. Blake and the young nurse caught in the chaos. With each shot fired, he hoped to strike Shinigami and provide a window of escape for the women. However, unbeknownst to Riley, Shinigami possessed a power that allowed him to manipulate the trajectory of the bullets. In a twisted turn of events, the very bullets meant for Shinigami found their mark in the vulnerable form of Red, the Fox Witch. As Red screeched in agony, Kichi, gripped by a sudden pain, screamed in despair, giving Shinigami the opportunity to escape that he had been searching for. Realizing his grave mistake, Riley froze, his heart sinking with regret. He rushed to Kichi's side, a mix of concern and confusion etched on his face. "What have I done? Kichi, I didn't mean for this to happen. Is there anything I can do?" Kichi, still in the grip of pain, her voice strained, responded with a mixture of anger and sadness. "It's too late, Riley. The bond between Red and me, it was deeper than you could have known. She's dying, and I don't have what I need to save her. Without her to shield us from Shinigami's darkness, he can't be defeated." Riley's eyes widened in realization as he witnessed the profound connection between Kichi and Red. "There has to be something that can be done," Riley exclaimed in sorrow, steel clutching the now open stab wound in her chest, same one suffered at the hands of Shinigami 500 years ago and healed by the now dying Fox Witch. "No, I am afraid I am without my pouch, and there isn't enough time." Kichi spoke, reaching out, petting Red, who had reverted into her fox form. "What is it? Tell me, let me try," Riley pleaded. Shaking her head, Kichi spoke, "Fresh koi fish." Riley could see how that would surprise him any other time, but sure the life-saves power of koi, why not, he thought. "Wait, hold on you foxy fox, I'll be right back." Riley desperately sought a solution to save the injured fox witch, Red. With time slipping away and Kichi's anguished cries echoing in his ears, he remembered an unusual detail from his routine visits to his annual physical examination. Without hesitation, Riley sprinted down the hospital corridors, weaving through the bustling crowds and disregarding the puzzled looks of staff and patients. He had a singular goal in mind: to reach the waiting room of his doctor's office. Riley burst into the doctor's office, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew time was of the essence, and he needed something, anything, that could help Kichi in her current state. Ignoring the bewildered stares of the medical staff, he flashed his badge and declared, "Official police business, I need those carp." Confusion and disbelief hung in the air, but Riley's determination was unwavering. He swiftly reached into the aquarium, his hand plunging into the water, grasping 2 large carp. With a firm grip, he lifted them out, their scales glistening in the harsh hospital lighting. As he ran back to Kichi's side, cradling the struggling fish, he knew he had taken an unconventional and desperate approach, but he remembered tales of ancient healing practices and the mystical properties associated with certain creatures. In his mind, he saw a glimmer of hope, a possibility that these carp held a key to saving Red and Kichi. Running down the hall, he rushed into the room where the fox laid with breath slow and gasping, Mary and the young nurse attempting to slow the loss of blood from Kichi's chest. Carefully, Riley placed the carp near the fox, and nothing happened. Seeing that he had returned, Kichi reached out to him. "Give them to me. I must feed her." Doing as she requested, Riley handed her the 2 flopping fish. With little to no strength, Kichi slid them across the floor to Red. Slowly, she used all her remaining energy and took a bite. With each bite, more energy was gained. By the time she got to the second, she had swallowed it whole. The medical staff exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what to make of this unexpected turn of events. But Riley, fueled by a combination of instinct and hope, believed that these carp carried within them a unique power to heal, at least for Red and Kichi. As minutes passed, the room fell into an intense silence, broken only by the sound of Kichi's labored breaths. The atmosphere seemed to shift, a tangible tension filling the air, and then, as if by some miraculous force, a faint glow emanated from her chest. Riley watched in awe as the glow intensified, enveloping Kichi in a warm, healing light. He could sense a surge of energy, as if Red were transferring their vitality to her. It was an extraordinary sight, a testament to the inexplicable forces that existed beyond the realm of rationality. Slowly, Kichi's pain began to subside. Her breathing steadied, and a newfound strength coursed through her veins. The wounds inflicted by Shinigami's darkness started to heal, as if touched by a miraculous intervention. The medical staff, witnesses to this extraordinary event, were left speechless, their skepticism shattered in the face of the inexplicable. Riley, too, stood in awe, his belief in the power of hope and the resilience of the human spirit renewed. With the immediate danger averted and Kichi on the path to recovery, Riley knew they still had much to do. But in that moment, he couldn't help but feel a glimmer of optimism. The carp had become symbols of resilience and unexpected miracles, a testament to the extraordinary lengths one would go to protect those they cared about. Riley couldn't help but chuckle at Red's complaint, relieved to see her in her human form once again. The tension that had filled the room moments ago began to dissipate, replaced by a sense of light-heartedness brought on by Red's candid remark. "Apologies for the taste, Red," Riley replied with a grin, his voice tinged with a mix of amusement and gratitude. "I guess desperate times call for desperate measures, but hey, at least they did the trick, right?" Red let out a playful scoff, her eyes still twinkling with a mischievous glint. "Those are the nastiest tasting swamp koi I have ever had," speaking as she spit profusely. "Next time just let us die before feeding me those." I suppose they did, but next time let's hope for a more palatable solution. The momentary reprieve from the intensity of their mission allowed Riley to appreciate the camaraderie he had formed with Red and Kichi within a very short amount of time. Their banter provided a brief respite, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, there was room for laughter and light-heartedness. As Red continued to complain about the taste of the carp, Kichi's strength steadily returned. She sat up, her eyes filled with determination, and turned to Riley. "We must work together to find and defeat Shinigami." Chapter 33. Next Step. Riley listened carefully as Kichi and Red explained their encounter with Kevin and the events that led to their suspicions. They described how they had infiltrated the police station, with Kichi assuming Riley's identity using her illusion magic, and how Kevin had unknowingly revealed his connection to Shinigami by taking the crimson katana from Red. "Riley, during our disguise as you, we observed Kevin's behavior closely," Kichi explained. "He displayed knowledge and abilities that were beyond ordinary human capabilities. It was clear that there was more to him than meets the eye." Red nodded in agreement. "Indeed. When Kevin took the crimson katana, he could see through my magic and detect its presence. That was the moment we realized he was linked to Shinigami on a deeper level. It was as if the sword resonated with him, drawing out the darkness within." Riley absorbed their words, connecting the dots in his mind. So, when Kevin had the sword in his possession, it somehow activated his connection to Shinigami. It explains how Shinigami got past dozens of police, and why it doesn't look like Kevin. It's like Shinigami's essence infused him, giving him otherworldly abilities. Kichi nodded solemnly. "Exactly. This connection between Kevin and Shinigami is what we must understand and exploit to our advantage. By severing that link, we can weaken Shinigami and empower Kevin to regain control over his own body." With this new information, Riley's determination grew stronger. "We need to find a way to break that connection, to separate Kevin from the influence of Shinigami. It won't be easy, but with our combined efforts and the knowledge we acquire, we can uncover a way to free Kevin from this darkness." Riley, Kichi, and Red exchanged worried glances as Mary revealed that Kevin had once again obtained the crimson katana and had intended to harm her. "He has never raised a hand at me. Raised a 3-foot razor bladed up to hit me with it while saying all crimes are punishable by death." "What did I do?" Mary began to cry. The room filled with an unsettling tension, and were filled with compassion for Mary, but they could sense the imminent danger that lurked around them. Kichi, you and Red stopped him. How did you manage to prevent Kevin, sorry Shinigami, from carrying out his intentions? Red took a deep breath before responding. When I sensed the dark presence consuming Kevin, I used my powers to create a barrier, shielding Mary from harm. The black smoke emanating from Shinigami was powerful, but I managed to hold it back temporarily. It bought us some time, but it's clear that Kevin's connection to Shinigami is very strong. Holding her katana up, Kichi spoke while running her finger up and down the spine softly. This blade has been with me from the start of my life. My father was a... She looked to Red to seek permission. For the first time in over 500 years, Red granted her permission to tell others about her father. Even the briefest story, she felt allowed his history to span eternity. My father was Daimyo Hideyoshi. At that time, having a son was a must, and wanting his son to have the best and newest katana, Daimyo Hideyoshi sent his most trusted guards to retrieve a sword, crafted by the best swordmaker of the time. But it had been forged for a rival samurai family. The guards were killed by that sword, but not after gravely wounding the swordmaker. For that, my father was cursed. He lost his wife and son during birth. Every child he had thereafter was female. When my mother was pregnant with me, my father felt very strongly I would be a boy and relinquished his sword so that his child's soul could bound with the soul of the katana at birth. Since I was female given a samurai birth and bounded with a katana, I was not given a name, and my father sent me away to live and train as a samurai. This sword was crafted 1304 AD, Kamakura period, by Goro Nyudo Masamune. We share a soul and the magical gift of life provided to me by the bounding with the fox witch. It was not until I was mortally wounded by Shinigami that I received my name from my father. Though she stood strong and tall, Kichi felt tears run over her cheeks for the first time in over 500 years. I have the blade to kill Shinigami. So what is the story behind Shinigami's blade? Riley asked. Red hung her head, feeling disgrace for what she was about to say. My sister was the one the dying swordmaker called upon to avenge him. She tricked him into believing he would be the katana's soul, but instead it was Shinigami. She ensured the baby would die during birth, but the boy's spirit was too strong. Shinigami couldn't take complete control. In the end, Makoto surrendered to the darkness, and the Shinigami used the sword to collect souls. Well, this might be a crazy question, but where is your sister? Can she stop him? Riley asked. Tired of speaking of the past, Red ignored his inquiry, her voice laced with urgency. We need to act quickly. If Kevin fully succumbs to Shinigami's influence, he will become even more powerful. Sensing Red's discomfort surrounding the topic of her sister Kichi, intervened. Okay, we're going to head out and reach out to some of our contacts for clues. Let us know when you have something. So, with a heavy heart, Riley took Mary and made their way back to the police station. He sought out Becky, the digital forensic expert, who had proven to be a valuable asset in their investigation thus far. He knew that her skills would be crucial in screening incoming calls for any signs of Shinigami's influence or unusual activity. Entering Becky's workspace, Riley found her diligently analyzing data and monitoring the station's communication systems. He approached her with a sense of urgency, explaining the gravity of the situation and the need to stay vigilant for any strange or out-of-the-ordinary calls. Becky, we can't afford to let anything slip past us, Riley said, his voice containing a hint of fear. Shinigami is resourceful and unpredictable. We need to be one step ahead of him. If anyone contacts the station with information related to Shinigami, we must identify it immediately. Becky nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Don't worry. I'll set up filters to flag any suspicious calls. We won't let anything slip through the cracks. Riley returned back to his desk, where Mary was waiting, and asked before seating, "You good? Need anything?" "No thanks, Detective. What's our next step?" Mary asked, eager to do something. "Research," Riley said softly, as he sat and began sifting through the information, feeling frustrated by the lack of progress. Mary leaned over his shoulder, her eyes scanning the documents and images spread out on the desk. She observed the notes, crime scene images, and map locations, trying to make sense of the puzzle. After some time ticked by without any new leads, Mary spoke. "Riley, I think I see something," Mary said, her voice filled with anticipation. "Look at these crime scene locations and the sections you've marked. They all seem to converge towards this building downtown." Riley's eyes followed Mary's finger, tracing the lines and connections she pointed out. Suddenly, it all clicked into place. The pieces of the investigation were coming together, forming a pattern that led them to a specific location. "You're right, Mary," Riley exclaimed, a spark of excitement igniting within him. "This building seems to be the focal point of Shinigami's activities. It must be where he's hiding or planning his next move." The newfound revelation injected renewed energy into their pursuit. Riley quickly gathered his notes, photographs, and maps, organizing them with a newfound purpose. The building downtown became the primary target, the focal point of their investigation. "We need to assemble a team and prepare for an operation," Riley declared, his voice filled with determination. "Shinigami won't escape this time." "Wait," Mary said. "You can go in with a large force of police. They will just be slaughtered." Riley paused, his hand hovering over the phone on his desk. Mary's words resonated with him, reminding him of the danger they faced. He had momentarily overlooked the supernatural capabilities of their adversary and the futility of facing him with a large force of police. "You're right, Mary," he admitted, a sense of gratitude washing over him for her timely reminder. "Sending in a large force would only result in more casualties. We need to approach this strategically and with the right resources." Riley picked up the phone and dialed a number, his fingers tapping against the desk in anticipation. After a brief conversation, he ended the call and turned to Mary. "I'll contact our new partners," Riley informed her, speaking softly to prevent others from hearing. "We need to rely on Kichi and Red's expertise in dealing with supernatural entities. They've been through this before and understand the danger we're facing." Without wasting any time, Riley reached for his phone and dialed Kichi's number. The phone rang, and after a few moments, Kichi's voice came through. "Kichi, it's Riley. We've made a significant discovery, and we believe we've located Shinigami's hideout. We need your assistance. Can you and Red meet us downtown? It's crucial." There was a brief pause on the other end of the line before Kichi responded. "We're on our way, Riley. Tell us the location, and we'll be there." Riley provided Kichi with the address of the building downtown, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He knew that with Kichi and Red's unique abilities and knowledge, they stood a better chance of facing Shinigami and neutralizing the threat he posed. As Riley hung up the phone, he turned to Mary. "We'll proceed with caution and rely on Kichi and Red for direction," Riley said. "Together, we'll confront Shinigami and put an end to his reign of terror. This is our best chance to save innocent lives." Mary nodded in agreement, her trust in Kichi and Red evident. They had formed an unlikely alliance, driven by a shared purpose and the resolve to protect others from the darkness that lurked within Shinigami. Chapter 34. Shinigami. Mary sat at Riley's desk, her thoughts consumed by worry for Kevin. She couldn't shake the image of his inner struggle, torn between his humanity and the dark influence of Shinigami. The torment he must be enduring weighed heavily on her heart. Within the chaos surrounding them, Mary found solace in the familiarity of the police station. The busy atmosphere provided a sense of normalcy, even in the face of the supernatural threats they were up against. Lost in her thoughts, Mary traced her fingers over the surface of Riley's desk, a small gesture of comfort. She longed for the safety and security of having Kevin by her side, his presence a source of strength and protection. But now they were separated by forces beyond their control, and she felt a deep sense of helplessness. Mary clenched her fists, determination fueling her resolve. She wouldn't simply wait idly by. She would do whatever she could to support Riley and the team, to ensure that Kevin's torment would come to an end and that they could be reunited once again. Mary noticed a sense of urgency among the officers moving through the station. There was an air of tension and purpose in their movements, as if they were preparing for something significant. Curiosity piqued within Mary. Determined to uncover the truth, Mary approached one of the officers who seemed particularly distressed. She reached out to him, her voice filled with concern, and asked what was happening. The officer's expression spoke volumes, a mixture of fear and apprehension, rendering him speechless. Mary's worry deepened as the officer pulled away from her abruptly, his eyes wide with terror. Without a word, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, leaving Mary standing there, stunned and bewildered. Her instincts told her that danger was imminent, and her thoughts immediately turned to Riley and the others. She couldn't shake the feeling that their mission had taken a dark and unexpected turn. Whatever was happening, it had sent the entire police station into a frenzy. Fear and uncertainty gripped Mary's heart, but she refused to let it paralyze her. She knew she had to find Riley and the team, to warn them of the impending danger. Unwilling to allow fear to ruin her efforts, Mary hurried through the station, her senses heightened. As she made her way through the corridors, Mary's mind raced with questions. What had triggered this sudden wave of fear? Was it a result of Shinigami's presence, or was there another threat lurking in the shadows? Overwhelmed by the sound of gunshots and screams echoing through the police station, Mary's instincts kicked in, urging her to seek safety and distance herself from the chaos. Fear tightened its grip on her. Without a moment's hesitation, she made the difficult decision to flee from the unfolding violence. With each passing moment, the desperate cries and the unmistakable sound of gunfire grew louder, fueling Mary's determination to escape the imminent danger. She ran through the maze-like corridors, desperately searching for an exit, her heart pounding in her chest. The hallways were filled with panicked officers, some rushing in the same direction as Mary, while others scrambled in different directions, trying to find safety or confront the threat head-on. Mary's mind raced with thoughts of the team she had left behind, hoping they too would find a way to survive the chaos and regroup. As she neared an exit, Mary caught a glimpse of the outside world through the glass doors. The sight that greeted her as she glanced outside was a chilling juxtaposition of beauty and horror. The parking lot, once a mundane space for vehicles, now resembled a grotesque cherry orchard. Long-limbed cherry trees stood tall, their branches adorned with delicate pink blooms, swaying gently in the breeze. It was a scene that would have been serene and picturesque, if not for the gruesome reality that lay beneath. Strewn across the ground were severed arms, legs, and heads, their presence staining the once pristine blossoms with red. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood, mingling with the delicate fragrance of the cherry blossoms. The surreal contrast of life and death, beauty and brutality, left Mary momentarily frozen with shock and revulsion. It was a stark reminder of the ruthless power and violence that Shinigami possessed. The innocent cherry trees, once symbols of renewal and hope, had become macabre witnesses to his merciless rampage. The grotesque display served as a haunting testament to the devastation he could inflict. Despite the horror that unfolded before her eyes, Mary knew she couldn't afford to be paralyzed by fear. She had to keep moving, find a way to regroup with Riley and the others. The image of the blood-stained cherry blossoms fueled her determination, reminding her of the innocent lives that had been taken. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Mary steeled her resolve and stepped out into the surreal landscape before her. She navigated through the eerie scene, careful not to let the gruesome sights distract her. It was unknown if each step carried her closer to her allies, or closer to the confrontation that would determine the fate of not only herself, but also countless others. Sirens wailed in the distance, indicating that help was on its way, but the immediate danger still lingered within or around the station's walls. As the gunfire gradually subsided and the wind howled through the macabre cherry orchard, Mary's heart raced with fear. She found herself disoriented, the twisted trees and scattered body parts blurring her sense of direction. The eerie stillness that followed the chaos only intensified the weight of the situation. Then, as if emerging from the depths of her worst nightmares, Mary came face to face with Shinigami himself. The embodiment of darkness and evil stood before her, his presence exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. His piercing gaze bore into her soul, an unyielding force that seemed to strip away her defenses. In that moment, Mary's mind raced, searching for any semblance of a plan. She knew that she stood alone against a formidable adversary, one who had already shown the capacity for merciless violence. She clung to the sliver of hope that her allies would soon arrive, but for now, she had to rely on her own instincts and courage. Summoning her inner strength, Mary mustered the courage to confront Shinigami. Her voice quivered, but her determination burned brightly within. "Shinigami!" she called out, her voice filled with all the defiance she could muster. "This ends here. Your reign of terror stops now. Give me back my husband." Shinigami's lips curled into a cold, wicked smile, his eyes gleaming with sinister delight. "Ah, Mary," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. "You have no idea the power that resides within me. The darkness that consumes me is unstoppable. You and your allies are mere insects in the face of my wrath. I have justice on my side. You killed a patient. That is a crime punishable by death, no matter how many have to die for the sentence to be carried out." Although shocked by what he had said, Mary still refused to back down. She took a step forward, her gaze unwavering. "I may have been involved, but it was not my doing, Shinigami," she declared, her voice filled with anger. "I stand for justice, for the lives you have stolen and the pain and crime you have caused. You are the one that needs to be punished for your crimes." Shinigami's laughter echoed through the twisted cherry orchard, reverberating with a haunting resonance. "Foolish mortal," he sneered, "your bravery is futile. You cannot comprehend the depths of darkness that I command." He raised the crimson katana for his next kill. With her heart pounding in her chest, Mary braced herself for the imminent slash of his blade. As the crimson katana swung through the air, its lethal trajectory aimed at ending Mary's life, an unexpected interruption shattered the tense atmosphere. The sound of a familiar voice pierced through the chaos, commanding attention and freezing time for an instant. "Stop!" In that fleeting moment, sparks ignited as the crimson katana clashed against an opposing force. Kichi, with unwavering resolve and impeccable timing, had intercepted the strike just before it could fulfill its deadly purpose. The clash of the blades sent ripples of energy through the air, creating an ethereal display of power and determination. "No! You have interfered with my plans for the last time, Shinigami shouted. Mary's eyes widened in shock and relief as she realized she had been saved from certain demise. Kichi stood tall, her katana locked against Shinigami's, their strength locked in a fierce struggle. The force of their collision reverberated through the cherry orchard, amplifying the intensity of their confrontation. Kichi's voice, firm and resolute, rang out once again. Shinigami, your reign ends here. You will not lay another hand on the innocent. Shinigami, his expression a twisted blend of fury and surprise, pushed against Kichi's resistance, his dark aura pulsating with every ounce of his malevolence. You dare to stand against me, Kichi? You know not the depths of the power I possess. This is futile. Kichi's gaze remained steady, undeterred by Shinigami's threats. With a fierce determination burning in her eyes, she pushed back against the darkness, her resolve unyielding. Mary watched the deadly dance of the blades unfold before her, torn between awe and fear. As Kichi and Shinigami's blades clashed with a resounding force, a smile crept across Kichi's face, an echo of the memories of their first encounter. She recalled the fateful moment when she had deftly sliced his throat, an act that had left an indelible mark on them both. It fueled her taunting laughter, a daring challenge to Shinigami's fury. The sound of Kichi's laughter cut through the air, a sharp contrast to the intensity of their battle. Her voice carried a mix of amusement and confidence. The knowledge that she had once bested him ignited a fire within her, intensifying her determination to prevail. Shinigami's anger flared, his eyes narrowing in hatred and frustration. The darkness that swirled around him grew more volatile, as if feeding off his rage and amplifying his evil. You dare mock me, Kichi? Shinigami's voice dripped with venom. He lunged forward, redoubling his efforts to overpower her. The force of his strikes became more ferocious, each swing fueled by a burning desire to regain his lost dominance. Kichi maintained her composure. Her laughter ceased, replaced by a steely resolve that matched the determination in her eyes. She could feel the warmth being emitted from the white smoke stream Red was conjuring, protecting her from the cold, dark smoke of death emanating from Shinigami. She danced with fluid grace, parrying each of Shinigami's attacks with precise precision, a testament to her mastery of the blade and Red's magic. With a flicker of her katana, Kichi deflected a particularly powerful strike, redirecting the force back towards Shinigami. She seized the opportunity to deliver her retort, her voice dripping with a mix of confidence and defiance. Your anger betrays your weakness, Shinigami. You are consumed by your need for vengeance, blind to the truth. The strength I possess surpasses the darkness that engulfs you. Shinigami's face contorted with fury and desperation. The reality of his defeat began to sink in, further fueling his rage. His attacks grew more frenzied, each swing imbued with a reckless abandon. Yet, despite his onslaught, Kichi remained calm and focused, her movements fluid and deliberate. As their battle continued, Kichi's taunts and unyielding demeanor chipped away at Shinigami's resolve. The once all-consuming darkness within him flickered, momentarily giving way to doubt. Kichi seized upon this opening, exploiting the cracks in his armor with each deft strike. Having learned from their previous battles, Shinigami knew the best attack on Kichi was an attack on the Fox Witch. With a swift motion, Shinigami took a few calculated steps backward, creating a small distance between himself and Kichi. His hand darted to his waist, where a wicked dagger gleamed menacingly in the dim light. Gripping the weapon tightly, he prepared to strike, focusing his attention on Red. Seizing the opportunity to strike at Red, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The atmosphere grew tense as the dagger soared through the air, its trajectory aimed directly at Red, who was in deep meditation. Time seemed to slow down as Kichi and Mary's eyes widened in horror, realizing the imminent danger. Riley's instincts kicked in. With unwavering bravery, he swiftly positioned himself between Red and the incoming dagger. The blade found its mark, piercing through Riley's chest instead of finding its intended target. A surge of energy coursed through Riley's body, his form becoming ethereal and translucent. As the dagger penetrated his chest, a remarkable metamorphosis occurred. Riley's body began to transform, his limbs elongating and branching out, his skin transforming into bark. In a matter of moments, where Riley once stood, there stood a majestic cherry tree, blossoming with vibrant crimson flowers. The dagger, now embedded within the trunk of the tree, seemed inconsequential against the magnificent transformation that had taken place. The tree radiated an aura of strength and resilience, its branches reaching towards the sky, the cherry blossoms whispering in the wind. Red, who had been caught in deep meditation, opened her eyes in shock and horror at the sight before her. She realized that Riley had sacrificed himself to protect her, willingly accepting the blow that would have struck her down. Tears welled up in her eyes as she witnessed the profound act of selflessness. Shinigami, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, stared at the cherry tree in disbelief. His malicious grin faltered, replaced by a flicker of uncertainty. Kichi, her heart heavy with sorrow, stepped forward. "Your actions have consequences, Shinigami. The light will always find a way to prevail, even in the face of darkness. Remember this as you face your ultimate fate." As Kichi's blade found its mark, piercing through the gap in Shinigami's armor and into his chest, a gasp of pain escaped his lips. The dark energy surrounding him flickered and wavered, as if weakened by the strike. Shinigami dropped to his knees, his once formidable presence now diminished. Kichi stood tall, her katana still embedded in Shinigami's chest, her gaze unwavering. She could feel the ebbing power of her adversary, his grip on the physical realm slipping away. But she knew better than to underestimate him. With a final burst of strength, Shinigami unleashed a desperate attack, swinging his crimson katana towards Kichi. But Kichi was ready. She swiftly withdrew her katana from his chest and deflected his strike with a fluid motion. As the clash of their blades echoed through the cherry orchard, a determined expression crossed Kichi's face. She had come too far, endured too much, to let Shinigami prevail. Drawing upon her inner strength and the support of her allies, she launched a fierce counterattack. Blow after blow, Kichi's katana danced through the air, each strike infused with her unwavering resolve. Shinigami struggled to match her speed and precision, his movements growing sluggish and erratic. The battle reached its climax as Kichi delivered a devastating final blow, maneuvering herself behind Shinigami and plunging her katana alongside his neck, through his heart, into his stomach. The realization hit Mary like a bolt of lightning, and her scream of anguish echoed through the cherry orchard. Kichi's eyes widened as she withdrew her katana from Kevin's chest, witnessing the transformation of the bladesmith back into his human form. Tears streamed down Mary's face as she fell to her knees beside her fallen husband. She cradled his lifeless body in her arms, her heart heavy with grief. The weight of the truth crashed upon her. Kevin had been consumed by the darkness of Shinigami, forced to commit heinous acts against his will. Kichi, her own emotions raw and conflicted, approached Mary with a heavy heart. She knelt beside her, offering a comforting presence and a hand to hold. Red, emerging from her meditation, joined them, her eyes filled with sorrow. Mary clung to the memories of the man she loved. After a minute, she felt a twitch in his arm, then another. Mary began gasping with joy at the thought of Kevin still being alive. "Kevin! Kevin! Can you hear me?" she frantically asked. Kichi remained on guard for the unexpected. Suddenly, Mary felt Kevin's hand caressing her thigh, then gently rubbing. Kevin barely audibly whispered, "I love you." Mary's heart swelled with a mix of relief and happiness, and tears streamed down her face as she held onto him tightly. "I love you too, Kevin," she whispered back. Kichi, witnessing the reunion, smiled softly, knowing that they had overcome the darkness and found a glimmer of hope. Together they helped Kevin to his feet, supporting him. As he stood, black smoke began to encircle Kevin once again, and a sense of uneasiness filled the air. Mary, Kichi, and Red exchanged worried glances, realizing that their battle was not yet over. The remnants of Shinigami's influence still lingered within Kevin, threatening to consume him once more. Kichi swiftly raised her katana, prepared to defend against any threat. Red focused her magical powers, ready to lend her support. Mary, torn between fear and determination, clutched onto Kevin, refusing to let go. The black smoke coalesced into a familiar form, and Shinigami's menacing presence returned. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity as he sneered at the group, relishing in their despair. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Shinigami taunted. "I am not so easily defeated. Kevin is mine, and I will reclaim him." Suddenly, Kevin screamed, "I love you, Mary!" Then he plunged the crimson katana into his chest. The orchard fell into stunned silence. Mary's heart shattered. She could only watch in horror as the katana pierced Kevin's chest, ending his life. Shinigami's howl echoed through the air, filled with anguish and fury. As the wail subsided, an eerie calm settled. Shinigami's malevolent presence dissipated. In his place, a magnificent cherry tree stood, its branches adorned with vibrant red blossoms. Tears streamed down Mary's face as she reached out to touch the trunk of the cherry tree. She whispered Kevin's name, her voice filled with grief and love. Though he was gone, his sacrifice had vanquished the darkness that plagued their lives. Kichi and Red stood beside Mary, offering their silent support. They understood the weight of the moment, the pain of losing someone dear. They also recognized the significance of Kevin's sacrifice and the victory they had achieved. Together, they had defeated Shinigami, freeing Kevin from his torment, and exposed the involvement of a shadowy fox witch that they would most certainly hear from once more. Chapter 34. Sister, Sister. Kichi and Red exchanged glances as they stood outside Kevin and Mary's home. The house appeared undisturbed, giving no indication of the supernatural events that had unfolded. However, their instincts urged them to explore further, suspecting that Kevin's shop might hold valuable clues. Making their way to the shop, Kichi and Red noticed signs of recent activity. The doors were slightly ajar, and a great amount of heat could still be felt as they stepped inside. They also saw tools scattered about, as if many people had been working with great haste, exchanging a glance, sensing that they were getting closer to uncovering the truth behind Shinigami's activities. The sudden surge of activity in Kevin's shop piqued their curiosity, hinting at the possibility of something significant happening there. Carefully, they explored deeper within the shop, keeping their senses alert for any signs of danger. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by the smell of burning metal and the sound of clashing tools. It was evident that someone had been diligently working on forging something, despite Kevin and Mary's absence. The scene before them revealed a frenzy of activity. Tools were scattered across the workbench, and the forge blazed with intense heat. Kichi and Red examined the materials and work in progress, trying to discern what Kevin had been creating. Red's eyes widened as she noticed a partially completed blade lying on the table. Its craftsmanship was extraordinary, and she recognized the intricate details reminiscent of the crimson katana. "Kichi, Look at this, Red whispered, pointing at the blade. It's the same style as the crimson katana. Kevin was forging another one. Her expression grew serious as she studied the unfinished weapon. It seemed that he had been entangled in a deeper connection with Shinigami and the dark forces that lurked within the blade than they had understood. We need to find Kevin and confront him, Kichi said, her voice laced with determination. Wait, how many of these do you think he has made? Red looked around the large shop. From what I can sense and the number of shoe prints on the floor, it wasn't just him. With renewed urgency, Kichi and Red left Kevin's shop, their minds racing with questions. They needed to locate Kevin and extract the truth from him, even if it meant facing the dangers that lay ahead. Ring, 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 it's Riley, Kichi informed Red, who was sniffing the air and other sections of Kevin's shop. We're on our way, Riley. Tell us the location, and we'll be there. Right after hanging up with Riley, Kichi asked, What is it? Red sniffed for a bit longer before replying. Not sure, but probably just a coincidence. Something I don't think I have smelled in hundreds of years, but it really couldn't be. Where are we going? She asked to change the topic. Letting the matter go, Kichi informed Red that Riley may have a location Shinigami is held up in. Red's curiosity piqued by the familiar scent. She couldn't help but be in disbelief. She couldn't believe that the smell is what she believed it to be. However, wanting Kichis to focus on their current mission rather than what she may or may not smell, she changed the subject and asked about their next destination. Kichi glanced at Red, her eyes reflecting a mix of concern. Riley mentioned a possible location where Shinigami might be hiding. We're heading there now, she replied. Kichi led the way towards the designated location. They navigated the city streets, their senses heightened and ready for any unforeseen challenges that lay ahead. The urgency of their mission weighed heavily on their shoulders, knowing that the fate of countless lives rested in their hands. Nearing the destination, Kichi's mind raced with thoughts about their plan of action. They needed to approach the situation cautiously, gathering as much information as possible before making their move. Reaching the location, Kichi and Red prepared themselves mentally for what they might encounter. They stepped out of their vehicle, taking a moment to survey the surroundings, searching for any signs of Shinigami's presence. Their instincts guided them, leading them towards a seemingly inconspicuous building. There it is, Kichi said, pointing towards the structure. According to Riley, this is where Shinigami might be hiding. Red nodded, her eyes sharpening as she focused, her senses heightened as she detected a familiar fragrance in the air, causing her anxiety to surge. It was the same scent she had encountered at Kevin's shop, and it triggered memories from over 500 years ago. Her heart sank as she recognized the scent as belonging to her evil sister, another fox witch. But it couldn't be, because she had been vanquished for creating such unforgivable evil. The realization struck her with a mix of fear and uncertainty. How was it possible that her sister was involved in this situation? What role did she play in the emergence of Shinigami? Red's mind raced with questions, but she knew that now was not the time to dwell on the past. Suppressing her apprehension, Red shared her discovery with Kichi. Kichi, there's something you need to know, she said, her voice tinged with concern. The fragrance in the air, it's the same as the one I encountered at Kevin's shop. It belongs to my sister, another fox witch. She's involved in this somehow. Kichi's eyes widened with surprise and concern. She had heard stories of the treacherous nature of fox witches and the power struggles that often ensued between them. The revelation added another layer of complexity to their mission, but Kichi was determined not to let it deter them. Stay alert, Red, Kichi warned. We can't let anything or anyone distract us from our goal. We'll face whatever challenges come our way, including your sister. But for now, We must focus on finding Shinigami and stopping him." Red nodded, her gaze fixed on the entrance of the building. She knew that confronting her sister would bring forth a multitude of emotions and memories, but she also understood the importance of prioritizing the immediate threat at hand. Together, they steadied themselves for the battle ahead, ready to face the darkness lurking within the building and uncover the truth that lay hidden. Leaving Mary safe at the police station, Riley pulled up and greeted Kichi and Red before entering what they thought was the building Shinigami was hiding out in. With a determined expression, Riley turned his attention towards the building. Its exterior appeared nondescript, blending in with the surrounding structures. However, they knew that danger lurked within those walls, and they were prepared to face it head-on. Kichi stood before the large door to Shinigami's hideout. She felt a surge of determination coursing through her veins. With her katana gripped tightly in her hand, she braced herself for what lay beyond. Riley and Red positioned themselves closely behind Kichi, their presence a source of strength and support. They knew that the battle ahead would be fierce and unforgiving, but they were resolved to face it together. Red, utilizing her magical abilities, summoned a swirling white cloud of smoke that enveloped the large door to Shinigami's hideout. With a wave of her hand, the smoke twisted and contorted, wrapping around the door and exerting a force that pushed it open. As the door swung inward, revealing the darkness within, a chilling gust of wind rushed out, causing Kichi's hair to flutter and her senses to heighten. The darkness inside seemed to writhe and pulse, giving the impression of a living entity. Yet Kichi stood her ground, unyielding in the face of the unknown. The room before them was shrouded in darkness, making it difficult to discern its dimensions and contents. While the chaotic scene unfolded, Riley, Red, and Kichi were confronted by the shadowy figure of the Fox Witch. The eerie atmosphere was tinged with tension as their conversation took a dark turn. "Oh shit, don't tell me your sister?" Riley said, looking over to Red. Riley's shocked exclamation about the identity of the figure echoed through the chamber, highlighting the unexpected presence of Red's sister. The triangular ears and large tail marked her as a supernatural being, further confirming her connection to the Fox Witch lineage. The shadowy Fox Witch addressed Red. "I see your creation has come to challenge mine, sister." "How are you still alive?" "Never mind that. It would simply bore you, darling sister. Let's just say I saw your trap coming. I always was the more powerful one." "When are you going to stop playing your evil and tormented games with humans?" Red asked her sister. "When am I? Looks to me you have a pet of your own," the shadowy Fox Witch stated, while sniffing the air as it floating by Kichi, taunting her with claims of superiority and power. "I saved her from death by your abomination that simply torments others and has a perverted sense of justice." "Oh, sister, had you not interfered with the birth of Makoto, he would have simply died, and Shinigami would have had full control of the body. You had to give his mother strength by calling out his name. From that moment on, Shinigami had to eat away at Makoto's honor and duty, tormented him, and made him suffer greatly in order to have control. You caused his suffering, just as you are responsible for the suffering the bladesmith will soon experience from watching his wife being divided into pieces." The shadowy witch laughed while twirling her finger in their direction. Her laughter filled the room as she unleashed a horde of possessed drug addicts and homeless, wielding swords crafted by them while at the bladesmiths. Riley, alarmed by the sight, pleaded for restraint, urging his companions not to harm the innocent victims who were under the witch's control. Red, however, clarified that these individuals were already dead, and that destroying their heart, presumably the source of the witch's power, was the only way to stop them. As Kichi fought valiantly, slicing through the possessed one by one, The urgency of the situation became clear. Amidst the chaos, Kichi realized just what the Shadow Fox Witch was saying, and quickly managed to relay that important message to Red and Riley. Her words ignited a sense of urgency within them as they realized the true purpose of the Shadowy Fox Witch's attack. It was all a diversion, a sinister plan orchestrated by the Shadow Fox Witch to allow Shinigami access to Mary. They needed to make their way to the police station immediately, as Shinigami was targeting Mary with the intent of forcing Kevin to surrender his own life. The fate of both Mary and Kevin hung in the balance, and time was of the essence. With purpose fueling their actions, Red, Riley, and Kichi pressed forward, fighting their way through the remnants of the horde. They prayed that they could reach the police station in time to save Mary and prevent the devastating consequences that awaited if Shinigami succeeded in his twisted plan. Chapter 35. Shinigami. Mary sat at Riley's desk, her thoughts consumed by worry for Kevin. She couldn't shake the image of his inner struggle, torn between his humanity and the dark influence of Shinigami. The torment he must be enduring weighed heavily on her heart. Within the chaos surrounding them, Mary found solace in the familiarity of the police station. The busy atmosphere provided a sense of normalcy, even in the face of the supernatural threats they were up against. Lost in her thoughts, Mary traced her fingers over the surface of Riley's desk, a small gesture of comfort. She longed for the safety and security of having Kevin by her side, his presence a source of strength and protection. But now they were separated by forces beyond their control, and she felt a deep sense of helplessness. Mary clenched her fists, determination fueling her resolve. She wouldn't simply wait idly by. She would do whatever she could to support Riley and the team, to ensure that Kevin's torment would come to an end and that they could be reunited once again. Mary noticed a sense of urgency among the officers moving through the station. There was an air of tension and purpose in their movements, as if they were preparing for something significant. Curiosity piqued within Mary. Determined to uncover the truth, Mary approached one of the officers who seemed particularly distressed. She reached out to him, her voice filled with concern, and asked what was happening. The officer's expression spoke volumes, a mixture of fear and apprehension, rendering him speechless. Mary's worry deepened as the officer pulled away from her abruptly, his eyes wide with terror. Without a word, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, leaving Mary standing there, stunned and bewildered. Her instincts told her that danger was imminent, and her thoughts immediately turned to Riley and the others. She couldn't shake the feeling that their mission had taken a dark and unexpected turn. Whatever was happening, it had sent the entire police station into a frenzy. Fear and uncertainty gripped Mary's heart, but she refused to let it paralyze her. She knew she had to find Riley and the team, to warn them of the impending danger. Unwilling to allow fear to ruin her efforts, Mary hurried through the station, her senses heightened. As she made her way through the corridors, Mary's mind raced with questions. What had triggered this sudden wave of fear? Was it a result of Shinigami's presence, or was there another threat lurking in the shadows? Overwhelmed by the sound of gunshots and screams echoing through the police station, Mary's instincts kicked in, urging her to seek safety and distance herself from the chaos. Fear tightened its grip on her. Without a moment's hesitation, she made the difficult decision to flee from the unfolding violence. With each passing moment, the desperate cries and the unmistakable sound of gunfire grew louder, fueling Mary's determination to escape the imminent danger. She ran through the maze-like corridors, desperately searching for an exit, her heart pounding in her chest. The hallways were filled with panicked officers, some rushing in the same direction as Mary, while others scrambled in different directions, trying to find safety or confront the threat head-on. Mary's mind raced with thoughts of the team she had left behind, hoping they too would find a way to survive the chaos and regroup. As she neared an exit, Mary caught a glimpse of the outside world through the glass doors. The sight that greeted her as she glanced outside was a chilling juxtaposition of beauty and horror. The parking lot, once a mundane space for vehicles, now resembled a grotesque cherry orchard. Long-limbed cherry trees stood tall, their branches adorned with delicate pink blooms, swaying gently in the breeze. It was a scene that would have been serene and picturesque if not for the gruesome reality that lay beneath. Strewn across the ground were severed arms, legs, and heads, their presence staining the once pristine blossoms with red. The air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood, mingling with the delicate fragrance of the cherry blossoms. The surreal contrast of life and death, beauty and brutality, left Mary momentarily frozen with shock and revulsion. It was a stark reminder of the ruthless power and violence that Shinigami possessed. The innocent cherry trees, once symbols of renewal and hope, had become macabre witnesses to his merciless rampage. The grotesque display served as a haunting testament to the devastation he could inflict. Despite the horror that unfolded before her eyes, Mary knew she couldn't afford to be paralyzed by fear. She had to keep moving, find a way to regroup with Riley and the others. The image of the blood-stained cherry blossoms fueled her determination, reminding her of the innocent lives that had been taken. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Mary steeled her resolve and stepped out into the surreal landscape before her. She navigated through the eerie scene, careful not to let the gruesome sights distract her. It was unknown if each step carried her closer to her allies, or closer to the confrontation that would determine the fate of not only herself, but also countless others. Sirens wailed in the distance, indicating that help was on its way, but the immediate danger still lingered within or around the station's walls. As the gunfire gradually subsided and the wind howled through the macabre cherry orchard, Mary's heart raced with fear. She found herself disoriented, the twisted trees and scattered body parts blurring her sense of direction. The eerie stillness that followed the chaos only intensified the weight of the situation. Then, as if emerging from the depths of her worst nightmares, Mary came face to face with Shinigami himself. The embodiment of darkness and evil stood before her, his presence exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down her spine. His piercing gaze bore into her soul, an unyielding force that seemed to strip away her defenses. In that moment, Mary's mind raced, searching for any semblance of a plan. She knew that she stood alone against a formidable adversary, one who had already shown the capacity for merciless violence. She clung to the sliver of hope that her allies would soon arrive, but for now, she had to rely on her own instincts and courage. Summoning her inner strength, Mary mustered the courage to confront Shinigami. Her voice quivered, but her determination burned brightly within. "Shinigami!" she called out, her voice filled with all the defiance she could muster. "This ends here. Your reign of terror stops now. Give me back my husband." Shinigami's lips curled into a cold, wicked smile, his eyes gleaming with sinister delight. "Ah, Mary," he hissed, his voice dripping with malice. "You have no idea the power that resides within me. The darkness that consumes me is unstoppable. You and your allies are mere insects in the face of my wrath. I have justice on my side. You killed a patient. That is a crime punishable by death, no matter how many have to die for the sentence to be carried out." Although shocked by what he had said, Mary still refused to back down. She took a step forward, her gaze unwavering. "I may have been involved, but it was not my doing, Shinigami," she declared, her voice filled with anger. "I stand for justice, for the lives you have stolen and the pain and crime you have caused. You are the one that needs to be punished for your crimes." Shinigami's laughter echoed through the twisted cherry orchard, reverberating with a haunting resonance. "Foolish mortal," he sneered, "your bravery is futile. You cannot comprehend the depths of darkness that I command." He raised the crimson katana for his next kill. With her heart pounding in her chest, Mary braced herself for the imminent slash of his blade. As the crimson katana swung through the air, its lethal trajectory aimed at ending Mary's life, an unexpected interruption shattered the tense atmosphere. The sound of a familiar voice pierced through the chaos, commanding attention and freezing time for an instant. "Stop!" In that fleeting moment, sparks ignited as the crimson katana clashed against an opposing force. Kichi, with unwavering resolve and impeccable timing, had intercepted the strike just before it could fulfill its deadly purpose. The clash of the blades sent ripples of energy through the air, creating an ethereal display of power and determination. "No! You have interfered with my plans for the last time!" Shinigami shouted. Mary's eyes widened in shock and relief as she realized she had been saved from certain demise. Kichi stood tall, her katana locked against Shinigami's, their strength locked in a fierce struggle. The force of their collision reverberated through the cherry orchard, amplifying the intensity of their confrontation. Kichi's voice, firm and resolute, rang out once again. "Shinigami, your reign ends here. You will not lay another hand on the innocent." Shinigami, his expression a twisted blend of fury and surprise, pushed against Kichi's resistance, his dark aura pulsating with every ounce of his malevolence. "You dare to stand against me, Kichi? You know not the depths of the power I possess. This is futile." Kichi's gaze remained steady, undeterred by Shinigami's threats. With a fierce determination burning in her eyes, she pushed back against the darkness, her resolve unyielding. Mary watched the deadly dance of the blades unfold before her, torn between awe and fear. As Kichi and Shinigami's blades clashed with a resounding force, a smile crept across Kichi's face, an echo of the memories of their first encounter. She recalled the fateful moment when she had deftly sliced his throat, an act that had left an indelible mark on them both. It fueled her taunting laughter, a daring challenge to Shinigami's fury. The sound of Kichi's laughter cut through the air, a sharp contrast to the intensity of their battle. Her voice carried a mix of amusement and confidence. The knowledge that she had once bested him ignited a fire within her, intensifying her determination to prevail. Shinigami's anger flared, his eyes narrowing in hatred and frustration. The darkness that swirled around him grew more volatile, as if feeding off his rage and amplifying his evil. "You dare mock me, Kichi!" Shinigami's voice dripped with venom. He lunged forward, redoubling his efforts to overpower her. The force of his strikes became more ferocious, each swing fueled by a burning desire to regain his lost dominance. Kichi maintained her composure. Her laughter ceased, replaced by a steely resolve that matched the determination in her eyes. She could feel the warmth being emitted from the white smoke stream Red was conjuring, protecting her from the cold, dark smoke of death emanating from Shinigami. She danced with fluid grace, parrying each of Shinigami's attacks with precise precision, a testament to her mastery of the blade and Red's magic. With a flicker of her katana, Kichi deflected a particularly powerful strike, redirecting the force back towards Shinigami. She seized the opportunity to deliver her retort, her voice dripping with a mix of confidence and defiance. "Your anger betrays your weakness, Shinigami. You are consumed by your need for vengeance, blind to the truth. The strength I possess surpasses the darkness that engulfs you." Shinigami's face contorted with fury and desperation. The reality of his defeat began to sink in, further fueling his rage. His attacks grew more frenzied, each swing imbued with a reckless abandon. Yet, despite his onslaught, Kichi remained calm and focused, her movements fluid and deliberate. As their battle continued, Kichi's taunts and unyielding demeanor chipped away at Shinigami's resolve. The once all-consuming darkness within him flickered, momentarily giving way to doubt. Kichi seized upon this opening, exploiting the cracks in his armor with each deft strike. Having learned from their previous battles, Shinigami knew the best attack on Kichi was an attack on the Fox Witch. With a swift motion, Shinigami took a few calculated steps backward, creating a small distance between himself and Kichi. His hand darted to his waist, where a wicked dagger gleamed menacingly in the dim light. Gripping the weapon tightly, he prepared to strike, focusing his attention on Red. Seizing the opportunity to strike at Red, his eyes gleaming with malicious intent. The atmosphere grew tense as the dagger soared through the air, its trajectory aimed directly at Red, who was in deep meditation. Time seemed to slow down as Kichi and Mary's eyes widened in horror, realizing the imminent danger. Riley's instincts kicked in. With unwavering bravery, he swiftly positioned himself between Red and the incoming dagger. The blade found its mark, piercing through Riley's chest instead of finding its intended target. A surge of energy coursed through Riley's body, his form becoming ethereal and translucent. As the dagger penetrated his chest, a remarkable metamorphosis occurred. Riley's body began to transform, his limbs elongating and branching out, his skin transforming into bark. In a matter of moments, where Riley once stood, there stood a majestic cherry tree, blossoming with vibrant crimson flowers. The dagger, now embedded within the trunk of the tree, seemed inconsequential against the magnificent transformation that had taken place. The tree radiated an aura of strength and resilience, its branches reaching towards the sky, the cherry blossoms whispering in the wind. Red, who had been caught in deep meditation, opened her eyes in shock and horror at the sight before her. She realized that Riley had sacrificed himself to protect her, willingly accepting the blow that would have struck her down. Tears welled up in her eyes as she witnessed the profound act of selflessness. Shinigami, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, stared at the cherry tree in disbelief. His malicious grin faltered, replaced by a flicker of uncertainty. Kichi, her heart heavy with sorrow, stepped forward. "Your actions have consequences, Shinigami. The light will always find a way to prevail, even in the face of darkness. Remember this as you face your ultimate fate." As Kichi's blade found its mark, piercing through the gap in Shinigami's armor and into his chest, a gasp of pain escaped his lips. The dark energy surrounding him flickered and wavered, as if weakened by the strike. Shinigami dropped to his knees, his once formidable presence now diminished. Kichi stood tall, her katana still embedded in Shinigami's chest, her gaze unwavering. She could feel the ebbing power of her adversary, his grip on the physical realm slipping away. But she knew better than to underestimate him. With a final burst of strength, Shinigami unleashed a desperate attack, swinging his crimson katana towards Kichi. But Kichi was ready. She swiftly withdrew her katana from his chest and deflected his strike with a fluid motion. As the clash of their blades echoed through the cherry orchard, a determined expression crossed Kichi's face. She had come too far, endured too much, to let Shinigami prevail. Drawing upon her inner strength and the support of her allies, she launched a fierce counterattack. Blow after blow, Kichi's katana danced through the air, each strike infused with her unwavering resolve. Shinigami struggled to match her speed and precision, his movements growing sluggish and erratic. The battle reached its climax as Kichi delivered a devastating final blow, maneuvering herself behind Shinigami and plunging her katana alongside his neck, through his heart, into his stomach. The realization hit Mary like a bolt of lightning, and her scream of anguish echoed through the cherry orchard. Kichi's eyes widened as she withdrew her katana from Kevin's chest, witnessing the transformation of the bladesmith back into his human form. Tears streamed down Mary's face as she fell to her knees beside her fallen husband. She cradled his lifeless body in her arms, her heart heavy with grief. The weight of the truth crashed upon her. Kevin had been consumed by the darkness of Shinigami, forced to commit heinous acts against his will. Kichi, her own emotions raw and conflicted, approached Mary with a heavy heart. She knelt beside her, offering a comforting presence and a hand to hold. Red, emerging from her meditation, joined them, her eyes filled with sorrow. Mary clung to the memories of the man she loved. After a minute, she felt a twitch in his arm, then another. Mary began gasping with joy at the thought of Kevin still being alive. "Kevin! Kevin! Can you hear me?" she frantically asked. Kichi remained on guard for the unexpected. Suddenly, Mary felt Kevin's hand caressing her thigh, then gently rubbing. Kevin barely audibly whispered, "I love you." Mary's heart swelled with a mix of relief and happiness, and tears streamed down her face as she held onto him tightly. "I love you too, Kevin," she whispered back. Kichi, witnessing the reunion, smiled softly, knowing that they had overcome the darkness and found a glimmer of hope. Together they helped Kevin to his feet, supporting him. As he stood, black smoke began to encircle Kevin once again, and a sense of uneasiness filled the air. Mary, Kichi, and Red exchanged worried glances, realizing that their battle was not yet over. The remnants of Shinigami's influence still lingered within Kevin, threatening to consume him once more. Kichi swiftly raised her katana, prepared to defend against any threat. Red focused her magical powers, ready to lend her support. Mary, torn between fear and determination, clutched onto Kevin, refusing to let go. The black smoke coalesced into a familiar form, and Shinigami's menacing presence returned. His eyes glowed with an otherworldly intensity as he sneered at the group, relishing in their despair. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" Shinigami taunted. "I am not so easily defeated. Kevin is mine, and I will reclaim him." Suddenly, Kevin screamed, "I love you, Mary!" Then he plunged the crimson katana into his chest. The orchard fell into stunned silence. Mary's heart shattered. She could only watch in horror as the katana pierced Kevin's chest, ending his life. Shinigami's howl echoed through the air, filled with anguish and fury. As the wail subsided, an eerie calm settled. Shinigami's malevolent presence dissipated. In his place, a magnificent cherry tree stood, its branches adorned with vibrant red blossoms. Tears streamed down Mary's face as she reached out to touch the trunk of the cherry tree. She whispered Kevin's name, her voice filled with grief and love. Though he was gone, his sacrifice had vanquished the darkness that plagued their lives. Kichi and Red stood beside Mary, offering their silent support. They understood the weight of the moment, the pain of losing someone dear. They also recognized the significance of Kevin's sacrifice and the victory they had achieved. Together, they had defeated Shinigami, freeing Kevin from his torment, and exposed the involvement of a shadowy fox witch that they would most certainly hear from once more.